please, right? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the August 18th, 2026 City Council meeting. It is 7:05. Meeting is now in session. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council during oral communication must complete a speaker card available at the entrance of the council chambers and submit it to the Assistant City Clerk before oral communications begin. Speaker cards will not be accepted once oral communication has started. In accordance with SB 707, after all speakers who are present in the council chambers have finished, we will then hear from community members participating remotely. So tonight's invocation will be led by West Covina Police Department Chaplain Kelly Dupuy, and Councilmember Gutierrez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the privilege and the blessing of living or working in the great city of West Covina. And we thank you, Lord, for the leadership that you have put in place in our city council. And we pray that your blessing would be upon them individually and that you would bless tonight's meeting, God, that you would guide them and lead them, Lord, as they make decisions that affect all of us. Father, as well, tonight, Lord, we lift up the first responders of our city, the police and fire departments, the men and women who are out there making a difference and putting their life on the line. Lord, as I just saw in the briefing, there's so many heading out on patrol tonight from the police department. Be with those men and women, Lord, and watch over them and protect them and keep them safe. As well, Lord, use them and bring them success or give them success in their mission tonight to serve our community. So thank you, Lord, for this meeting. Thank you for the great things that you're doing in the city of West Covina. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please place your right hand over your heart, remove any hats if you can, and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilman Wu.
Yep.
Councilwoman Diaz. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to report out from closed session?
Nothing to report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, on to presentations. We are going to start off with the Taste of West Covina, Recognizing Skin Edit by Cindy. I'd like to invite Cindy Chavez to the front, please. So, is everybody ready to refresh your skin? At Skin Edit by Cindy, they're all about helping you put your best skin forward. Treat yourself to a personalized skincare experience designed to leave you feeling refreshed, confident, and glowing. It's time to give your skin the care it deserves. I also wanted to throw in a plug. She is going to be at our Women's Wellness this Saturday, along with everything that we're having holistically, massage, sound bath and yoga and everything, and she will be there doing a demonstration for the skin and having information there. So for the next month, Skin Edit by Cindy is offering 20% off custom facials. Simply mention Taste of West Covina on your visit. What would you recommend for the first-time visitor? And is it just only for women, for men, or just let us know a little bit of everything? And I know we have the information up there where she's located and the days and stuff, but 20%, that's an amazing deal. But go ahead and feel free to...
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for welcoming here, Mayor, and City of West Covina. You guys have all been so welcoming to me and my business, so I thank you so much. The big and most special thing about my Skin Wellness Boutique is that it's open to all genders, all ages. I have clients at 10 years old to 75 years old, and I've been doing this for over 20 years. I actually planted my roots here in West Covina a year ago, so it's been very special to me. But to answer your question, a custom facial is what I first recommend. Come on in. We assess your skin, we discuss your skin concerns, and we take it from there. So it's a very exciting time for me. I love what I do. I'm very passionate about it, and I'm excited to be here, so thank you.
I know we've been having weekly meetings and so forth, and when she came and offered her services at the Woman Wellness, you mentioned that she was going to do a demonstration. What was that demonstration? I haven't been there yet. I mean, I'm going to come and check it out and take on that opportunity for a taste of West Covina, but I know you mentioned nano something, but if you could explain.
Sure. It's the nano infusion facial. What it is, it's a device that creates microchannels to your skin, allowing for better product penetration. So once we create those microchannels, and it's not invasive, we don't numb you, anything like that. It's basically, there's no recovery time. You're fine. So that's what I'm going to be demonstrating. But what it does is it allows for better product penetration. So we infuse your skin with the serums that we have and that go with what your skin needs.
Perfect. And so on behalf of City of West Covina, make sure everyone can attend. You could have men and women. We'd like to recognize Skin Edit by Cindy, celebrating Taste of West Covina. Thank you so much. Make sure you all come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So if you want to see her, come Saturday. Our second Taste of West Covina presentation recognizes Cafe Bonbon, and we'd like to invite Natalie Ramirez to the front. So make your day a little brighter with a stop at Cafe Bonbon. Enjoy delicious drinks, flavorful bites, and a welcoming atmosphere that makes every visit worth savoring. Gather your favorite people, grab your favorite order, and come enjoy a little Cafe Bonbon magic. For the next month, Cafe Bonbon will offer customers 10% off on your purchase. Simply mention the Taste of West Covina on your visit. If you'd like to explain further, I know we have drinks and your favorite drink or what's the most popular and anything special that you'd like to mention.
Well, first off, thank you so much for having me today. I'm very honored to be here today. So we actually started off as a coffee shop, but our banana matcha went extremely viral last year. So everyone from out of town comes to visit us for our banana matcha. It's been our top seller all year round. And right now we're kind of pushing out more of our coffee now. So I feel like our top seller for coffee is our brown sugar shaken espresso with oat milk. And for the matcha, I mean, the banana matcha is still a top seller as of now. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Make sure you all. Go ahead. Anything else you'd like to mention?
Yeah, we actually started off as a catering coffee cart in West Covina. We did a lot of catering events here for parties. So having the privilege to open up in the West Covina Mall was extremely a huge deal for us. We started out very small. We reinvested everything we got from the business into the business, and now we're actually opening up our second location. So we're very, very honored to have come this far thanks to West Covina. Thank you guys. Yeah, of course.
Congratulations. So if you're inside the mall shopping and doing all that walking, make sure you grab a drink and enjoy and be refreshed. So on behalf of West Covina, we'd like to recognize Cafe Bonbon in celebrating Taste of West Covina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Our next presentation, I'd like to bring up Christiane Felipe Ramirez and Mr. Drew Loringer for the Film It West Covina presentation. And before we continue to speak, we have a quick brief video of the event that just happened. We'd like for everybody to go ahead and see it.
Sunshine, moonlight, yeah, good times, boogie. You just got the sunshine, yeah, moonlight. Good times, boogie. Woo! I just can't control my beat. I just can't control my beat.
So as everybody knows, this is the 8th year that we've been doing it. I started this off the very first year, and as like mentioned last year and the year before, we made sure that this was all student ran, and every year we have somebody who participates. We welcome them to the board. We'll have them be part of it. So it's different than submitting a short film versus running the whole event. And we had that at Haven City. And I wanted to recognize Christiane. She served as the student film festival director, and that's a lot of work. I mean, from the brochures to the sponsorships to the orderings to everything. And it was her very first time, so she took on a significant leadership role in organizing and leading this project. We wanted to highlight her efforts and contributions to the presentation. We wanted to recognize the committee. Some of the committees, they went back to school, they're in college. We have 2 committee members, they are taking care of their first grandchild, so they weren't here today. And so they had student band performances, celebrities all out there, and then all the students have cash prizes. And we also have Mr. Drew Loringer. He is the West Covina High School teacher who's also been on the board. And you've been on the board for how many years? 7 years. So he came even during COVID. But I like to give this opportunity for them to say a few words, especially for Christiane, this is her first time doing this behind the scenes. It's a lot of work. All the students and her team were just amazing. But go ahead.
Say a big thank you to the city for recognizing Film at West Covina, and I just want to take this time to say, Film at West Covina has helped a bunch of young filmmakers in the San Gabriel Valley explore their passion in film, and I hope that it continues not just beyond this year, but in many more years.
Thank you. Good job, Christiane. And then we'll have Mr. Drew Loringer.
Thank you for having me. This festival that we have is an amazing opportunity to showcase the art of our kids. A lot of the art is from West Covina High School, but it's also open to students from the San Gabriel Valley. And it's fun to see them take their passion that might even be an assignment in class and give them a platform and audience to be able to see their art and to get recognized. And we've had several kids that have gone from winning or placing in this festival to working in Hollywood, onto film school, and then actually now in editing jobs and working in the industry. The other thing that's really amazing is to get to watch people like this one do her thing in the administrative role. Christiane is an amazing kid, an amazing leader at West Covina High School, in ASB, in our media class, and we handed her this job of running the entire festival when she hadn't attended one yet, and we got a late start, and I had full confidence, and she nailed it. Good job, Christiane.
So on behalf of West Covina, we really do value and appreciate all the hard work that everybody in the community does. We'd like to recognize Film at West Covina Festival Director Christiane Felipe and Drew Loringer, and thanking them for the work that they provide. It's not an easy thing. If you film this, remember, this is like a red carpet experience, and from getting the judges to judge all these individual student films and making sure that they get the awards, and then we thank the sponsors for donating, because they do get their scholarship money and they use it for school. So these students are very grateful, and then it produces. And some of the last year winners were in our committee again, and they were helping her. I know, like one of them, Jaylene, who we honored her last year, she's studying for nursing school right now, but she still helped out as much as we can. And then see, you got fans there too. So congratulations again, and we thank you very much. Thank you. Proud family. Thank you. I'd like to invite a presentation from Precision Concrete Cutting to the front. I'll be making a presentation here.
Yes.
You don't have to hold it.
Okay. All right. Should I be presenting it to?
Oh, Jaylene's here. I'm sorry. Can I just like to plug? Oh, sorry. I just really want to.
Let me get you a mic, Mayor.
You just have a seat for 1 minute. Sure.
So Jaylene, she's part of the group, and remember I mentioned that she's part of the nursing program? Come and support her. She was our festival director last year, and so I'm glad she made it. Come on, Jaylene. That's okay. Would you like something to say? And then we'll take
I'll just say something quick. I'm really thankful to Christiane for like taking over a lot this year, since I really couldn't do much help as I wanted to, since I'm like currently going through a nursing assistant program. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Filament has to offer for the coming years, because this year was just amazing.
Thank you. All right, so presentation first. She's our part of committee board, so thank you so much. Oh, we don't have.
Eric?
I can do it.
We got most of our committees, all our students. Welcome closer. Thank you. Congratulations. That's okay. We're students.
Mayor? Maybe give you the mic. Maybe give you the mic.
Did you want the mic or do you want this one? This is fine? This way. Okay. Thank you.
First of all, I'm Gary Beneducci. I'm with Precision Concrete Cutting. And first of all, I want to thank you all for having me here to talk about the City of West Covina's sidewalk maintenance and the risk management program. I'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about who we are and what we do. If you could go to the next slide, please. So, Precision Concrete Cutting, we are a leader in uneven sidewalk repair. We've been in business since 1992, and we have branches throughout the United States. We have developed a unique process for repairing uneven sidewalks. We've been awarded 9 patents, and we're working with hundreds of cities and counties, schools, universities, property management companies throughout California. And what we do is we help cities keep their sidewalks safe, accessible, ADA compliant, within tight budgets. Next slide, please. We're also a member of the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. Precision Concrete Cutting was selected by the CJPIA as a strategic partner for sidewalk maintenance. Precision was chosen through a competitive bid process, and they chose us because of our lower overall cost and our special sidewalk assessment services and our unique uneven sidewalk repair. CJPIA put together a sidewalk maintenance program, and they had established a master services agreement that is available to all members. Over 50 member cities are using the master services agreement, including the city of West Covina, and they're taking advantage of the preferential pricing for sidewalk maintenance. Next slide, please. So our solution, we provide a program of sidewalk asset management services. We use the latest technology to identify sidewalk problems. We provide in-depth analysis. We provide different services options, and we also assist in planning. And we use an array of tools that we specifically designed for sidewalk assessment and sidewalk maintenance. And these include handheld computing technology with high-resolution GPS mapping, specialized measuring instruments, and our patented sidewalk repair equipment. And this allows us to quickly fix the sidewalks without the costly demolition and replacement. So we also provide very comprehensive documentation that provides inspection reports, repair reports, identifies all the locations that have been completed and all the locations that need to be completed by other methods. We include a very detailed sidewalk replacement list, and we also identify where there's severe tree issues. Next slide, please. So it's a very fast, it's a very affordable, and it's a sustainable program. It quickly minimizes the city's sidewalk liability risk. It maximizes the useful life of the existing sidewalk assets. It minimizes the amount of costly reconstruction they have to do at any particular time. And it enables managers to control their budgets. Next slide. So our citywide sidewalk assessment, it's a very comprehensive program that we put together. We identify problems per ADA specifications. We specify the type of problem, the severity of the problem. We recommend a priority and the solution for each location. We identify the areas for complete demolition and replacement. And we put this all in very detailed reports, spreadsheets with all of the date, the size, the square feet, the address, the GPS locations, and we provide photographs and color-coded maps. And all this can be interfaced into your city's GIS system. Next slide. So this is just an example of the mapping. All of these locations that you see highlighted, they're color-coded by priority. You click on each one and it gives you all the data that's been collected, the size, the type of a problem, the photographs, the address, and if it was repaired or not repaired. If it was repaired, you'd have an after picture showing the actual repair and a timestamp of the date that it was repaired. Next slide. Our uneven sidewalk repair system is a little different. Rather than grinding down the sidewalk, lifted sidewalks, or replacing it with new concrete, we slice it down. We cut it down with a special diamond saw. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to completely remove the change in elevation up to 2 inches or even higher. It all depends on the thickness of the slab. But what this does for the city is it reduces the amount of costly reconstruction. And it's very fast, so it's something that can be done very quickly. It also has superior results than grinding or asphalt patching. It more consistently meets ADA specifications. And it's also aesthetically more correct for the city residents and the visitors. And it's very fast. We can remove hazards very quickly, and it basically is the most efficient way of reducing your sidewalk liability risk. Next. So this is why we don't grind. We used to be a grinding company when we first started off. We were grinding and we got frustrated with the process. It's very difficult to get ADA compliance. It's difficult to get all the way across the slab. The infrastructure of the grinding equipment gets in the way, gets up against landscaping, walls, fences, light posts. It's also very difficult for larger lifts. It's pulverizing the concrete. It's scraping it down. And to get a proper ADA compliant repair, it's difficult and it's very time consuming. So most city engineers don't recommend grinding above an inch high. Our system, we can quickly remove up to 2 inches and higher. So the bottom picture is what we do. You can see that it's a very clean, very efficient process. We measure how high the lift is. We measure how far we need to go back. And then we cut the adjacent slab. We leave a 0 point of differential. We remove the hazard completely across the slab. You can see it's a much more efficient way of fixing the sidewalks. Next. Couple of photos of this type of work. This is about a 2-inch lift we're basically cutting an ADA compliant ramp, an ADA ramp into the existing slab. Next, please. And you can see it's very precise, so you can see the difference between grinding and what we do. Next slide, please. It's very fast, it's effective and very economical. A 3-man crew can remove hazards up to 150 hazards in a day with a 3-man crew. So it's very quick. We can get through a city very quickly, remove your liability risk very quickly. And we can repair the slab multiple times because it's not so invasive of a process, because we're slicing. We can slice it again. If it raises up again, we can slice it again. As long as there's enough slab left, we can make that sidewalk last another 10, 15 years. So a very economical solution. Next, please. So in 2022, the city of West Covina put together a sidewalk maintenance and risk management program using precision concrete cutting. And the purpose of it was to quickly identify and repair the uneven sidewalks to improve safety and accessibility while reducing the city's liability risk. It maximizes the use of available sidewalk maintenance funds. to address the greatest number of sidewalk trip hazards. It uses precision concrete cutting method to reduce the amount of removal and replacement that's needed. And it was to also establish a proactive and sustainable program that prioritizes timely repairs and extends the useful life of the sidewalks. Next slide. So the city divided up the city in 8 maintenance zones. You can see from the chart here, they put together a 6-year annual recurring program covering the 8 maintenance districts. You can see year 1 is the gray zone right in the middle, and year 2 is the red, and 3, and so on. So the whole plan is that the city will go through the entire city in 6 years and remove as many of the hazards that they possibly can, and then then they'll start the process all over again. Next slide. So how's the program been doing? So the project started in September of 2022 with an annual budget of $230,000. And we completed years 1, years 2, and years 3, and partial completion of year 4 in January of 2025. So we're actually a little bit ahead of the game. So we were able to remove 4,942 uneven sidewalks. So we repaired almost 5,000 trip hazards, and we repaired over 237,000 square feet of sidewalk for a cost of $594,000, which is less than $3 a square foot. So we also recommended 680 locations that needed to be completely removed and replaced. And when you looked at all the sidewalk issues that we identified, all the changes in elevation, 98% of them were repaired using precision concrete. So we saved a tremendous amount of money for the city by reducing the amount of reconstruction that you had to do. If you go to the next slide, you can see the estimated cost savings based on the panel size and $20 a square foot, which is the cost of replacing sidewalks. To replace 270,000 square feet of sidewalk would cost $5.4 million. Precision concrete cutting repaired 270,000 square feet of sidewalk for $594,000. So it's huge savings, over $4.8 million worth of savings if you were going to replace the whole thing. And that was basically less than $2.30 a square foot. So very cost-saving program for the city. If you can go to the next slide. This is just an idea of some of the work that was done. This gives you an idea of the precision of the saw. This location with the manhole cover, that should be completely removed and replaced unless you're able to shave it down like we did in the process. So that's one example. If you go to the next slide, you can see along the curb side, we can get right up and close to the posts there for the traffic meters, and there's another sign right there. We're able to just get very close and save that sidewalk instead of having to replace it. Go to the next slide.
Oh, you're good? Oli?
Good. This is just a quick side of some of the work that was done out there. In the next slide. So where are we at in year 4? As I mentioned earlier, we were able to do a portion of year 4, and where we sit right now, these are what was identified in Zone 4. We identified all these hazards where the sidewalk assessment's been completed. These represent all different types of problems that are out there. You go to the next slide. This is the slide of all the streets that fall in Zone 4. And you can see the dark streets, they're highlighted in dark purple. Those ones are completed. The ones that are in light purple, those ones still need to be completed. And the items in the red street segments, those have no sidewalks. So if you can go to the next slide. So where we're at right now, we have completed 727 repairs in phase one. There's 4,079 locations of lifted hazards that still remain in phase two. That's about 160,000 square feet of sidewalk, and the cost is $631,000 to repair those with precision concrete cutting. So in what's happened in the past for all of the maintenance zone, every time we do a sidewalk assessment, there's always many more hazards and problems that need to be fixed than the budget will allow to fix. So what the city does is the city then looks at all the data that we collected, and we help them do this, and they prioritize which locations need to be repaired first within the available budget. Anything that is remaining that can't be addressed, that will be put on the list and prioritized during the next cycle. So the next cycle, a number of those will be repaired, and it's just an ongoing process. So if you go to the next, and this is the last slide, the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, with their sidewalk maintenance program, they recommend to have a proactive sidewalk maintenance program, one that establishes an ongoing proactive approach, one that regularly inspects and documents all the sidewalk conditions and the hazard, one that prioritizes repairs based on risk and pedestrian exposure, one that continues addressing the highest risk hazards even though you don't have the funding to repair everything, and one that documents inspections, documents the repairs and the ongoing maintenance, and creates a stronger defense against trip and fall claims by demonstrating that you have a consistent and a reasonable maintenance program. So when you look at this requirements that are recommended by the CJPIA, the city of West Covina meets all of those requirements with the programs that you guys have in place right now. So the program is designed specifically to meet these requirements. The key takeaway here is you don't have to fix everything at once. You need to have a plan. You need to have a plan to identify, prioritize, repair, and document the hazards, and you have to consistently execute that plan. And that the key word here is to execute. Because you can have a plan, if you don't execute, that's not going to give you much defense. But if you have a plan that you're consistently executing with whatever available funds that you have, that goes a long way with protecting the city against sidewalk liability claims. And I guess they say with sidewalk maintenance programs, the best defense is offense, to have a program in place and be executed. So that's all I have. Thank you very much for the time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy.
Thank you. I actually attended a conference at work, and I saw your booth there, and you had the samples and everything, and I actually brought that brochure to the city staff, and I was actually happy to hear that they already had brought you in. So I was like, well, come on by and present that, because that's super important. Questions, Councilman Wu?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, and I've been walking around the city, all the places, and our sidewalk need help. Okay, they have a lot of tree with 1923 until now, so we more than 100 years. Okay, we have a lot of houses. Okay, and the tree is the roots get lifted up. Okay, so my question is, I know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, but why? Okay, some of the area in the south side they go to 6. And I think they have one area in gray, okay, but I don't know why that's not including in the far south, not including in our service. So I think, okay, maybe city can talk to them, make sure they cover entire city. We are 16.5 square mile, so it's a pretty large area. Okay, and my question will be, how you prioritize? Okay, we have your service 2 years ago, or how long we have their service, or just now?
September of 2020. We started in September.
Mike, you want to say something?
I was here when we implemented the program, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Sorry. When we implemented the program, the thought process was start with the high traffic areas first. So everything was started at the mall and the areas where we had the most foot traffic, transportation, bus stops, transportation, people being dropped off. So that was why we started where we did. We started at the mall and worked our way out.
I got it. Okay. And there is one high traffic, but a lot of it's residential because people walk on the residential area, especially senior, they walk around at the evening. So, and the complaint is they have a lot of uneven sidewalk. It's not even safe. And plus, on the Shadow Oak, we have Frontier Communication that dig a lot of our sidewalk. And we need to make sure it's even because I walk over there, I find out it's pretty difficult to walk for senior on the sidewalk. So how we resolve the issue. But I think I report to you guys, one of the residents, they have report 2 years about their lip about 2 to 3 inch. So in front of their house, and it's a triple hazard. So how we take care when the resident report the issue, how soon we will take care and grant it right away?
That's a multi-layered question. Not all sidewalks can be grinded. For example, you sent me, I went to some today, I saw 4 inches. That's not something that would be grinded. That would either be done through a formal CIP project or it'd be done in-house. Our in-house crew probably is doing about, I would say, anywhere from, 70 to 80 jobs a year now, depending on the size and what they're doing, and it goes on a list. Obviously, this is just one portion of our sidewalk management plan because we also have our reporting app system, things coming of that nature, and then we also have the areas that we're working in. We're doing street projects, and we add concrete work to those as well.
Got it. Okay, but the thing is, if a resident report about the hazard in front of their home, okay, I think we should respond to them about when. Okay, maybe 6 months, 8 months, okay, the duration to fix, because that is really a potential hazard for liability issue to the city. Okay, and due to it's a walkway, people walk, possibly trip. So my suggestion, but based on she told me it's 2 years ago, they report, and they even have a pink mark. They told me the pink mark right there. So if they have a pink mark, so meaning somebody from city want to fix it, already mark this area. So how soon? Okay, why it takes a while? I'm not trying to criticize. I know it's a big city. I'm saying, how can we have a system since we have precisions over here? Okay, and see that can be grind. If not, then when we are going to replace the concrete, if it's not can be grind. So how is the system we can work it out, and maybe we respond to the report, okay, the complainer about the issue, okay, and since they report the issue, then how we address the issue, so they understand it maybe take some time, okay, not just over there forever. This is my suggestion.
Understood.
And another one, the final question would be, the far south is showing gray. Why is not including the color? Did you see that on the map? On the map? Yeah. That down below. That's about Southern's home.
Do you want to pull up the map?
Yeah. You see the one, the mess, another one. Yeah, right over here. Yeah, you can see on the valley over there, and that is that gray area. You put a year 6, that's still West Covina. Okay.
I think the map is just cut off because we're going to cover all sidewalk in West Covina. We have almost 300 miles of square.
Yeah, we just want to make sure our entire city, that area is West Covina, so we need to, okay, they pay taxes too, so we need to cover and their sidewalk. You need help. The street paving is beautiful. Okay, and now, okay, the street sweeping, they like it. Now the issue is, okay, uneven sidewalk, okay, and some tree trimming. Otherwise, okay, it's beautiful area. After you pay the street, it's just gorgeous and very pretty, okay, very upscale. They're very happy. So thank you so much, okay, and I'm here my time.
Also wanted to say anything? Sure, go ahead.
So some of the cities that we work with, they will have a very similar type of a program where you break down the city into the grids and go and cycle through the grids. they also have a kind of like an emergency list or a call-in list. So when people do call in with, hey, I got a problem here, those are collected and those are put onto a list. And then we would do those on a periodic basis. So like every 30 days is like an emergency list that you go out and, the random list of sidewalk hazards from the people that call in. We could always implement something like that.
Good. So meaning something that we report to you and that is really need to be fixed. You will be there rather than waiting for the cycle. So you will go to do emergency, taking care for the issue before somebody trip.
We could do something like that. And if we couldn't fix it by, shaving it down, then what we would do is we would put it on the replacement list that would go to the city.
The public work. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes. I think if there's any outstanding reports to our city that's either a tripping hazard or a potential ADA violation with our sidewalk, that our city needs to develop a plan to address that, because waiting 3 years or more is not appropriate. I think we need to find solutions. So maybe Mike, you could figure out some solution to figure that out.
It's a 6-year cycle, so you'd get the city. You'd get through the city in 6 years. So that is quite a bit of time. It all depends on how much more or less how much funding you can put to it. You could speed that up, by getting more done each year, which we could do. It's just we're working with the amount of funding that's available.
And would that require a new RFP or?
Not a new RFP. You would just have to identify funding, and we're always looking for that. Definitely trying to manage projects tear outs and everything that Gary discussed, but also just what we can grind, and also making sure we have enough money to grind.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, grind isn't the right term. To cut.
To cut. Precision cutting.
Yeah.
Cutting.
And does this come from our restricted fund or our general fund?
This is out of a special fund, but off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the PO is. I want to say it's a prop fund, but I'm not 100%. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Gary and Mike, good evening. Wanted to ask Gary, can you describe visually when you do the precision cutting, what does the sidewalk look like? Does it look as if there was never any raised area there? Is it patchy or is it beautiful? I mean, I'd imagine it's beautiful, but if you could just tell me more what that looks like, I'm curious.
Sure.
Can you speak to the mic?
Sorry. Yeah. If you think of beveling, we're basically beveling where it's lifted. So we're actually beveling the lip of where the sidewalk is raised up. We're beveling it at a ADA compliant slope at an angle, but a very smooth transition that meets what the ADA requires. And what it does take off the top slurry coat of the concrete, so you can see the exposed aggregate below. So there's a little difference in the look of the. It's not the consistent same color. It has a kind of a more fresh cut that you can see the stone aggregate that's been cut in the concrete itself.
Thank you. The next question, Gary, I have is, it's actually similar to Councilman Wu. I'm wondering on the south side along Kathleen Court and Jacqueline there, I know that there are ongoing efforts there with black piping and sewer repair and redoing the streets and everything. Is it correct with my understanding that will all be done by the end of October? Or is that a different contract, or is that more of a Mike question? Because that area right now, because of all of everything being torn up, it looks really bad from what I understand. I mean, the streets, but I understand it's just it's just in the repair phase now. But I just wanted to ask if within that area, is that among the areas that will be, that you're fixing with regard to any uneven sidewalks, or is that repair of those panels an entirely different project, Mike?
That's an entirely different project. That's an engineering project they're managing, working through now. So when that project is completed, I would anticipate they fix all of that.
Okay, great. And the last question, since you brought up the mall, I brought up with you, Mike, back in September about walking from here to the mall on the north side of West Covina Parkway, there are a number of tripping hazards. Considering you said that we started at the mall and that was in 2022, I'm wondering what the status is of repairing the trip hazards on the north side of West Covina Parkway from Sunset going east.
That corridor is currently being looked at and is getting ready to go into the design phase to look at the medians in the center that have they have lifted brick in the middle, and then also the sidebar. Part of that design will be the side area where the sidewalk will be addressed. Precision Concrete has gone through there and made the repairs that they can make. Some of the stuff that has been brought to our attention is larger than what Precision Concrete can actually cut. So there has to actually be tear outs and things of that nature. We have started work over there. Bus pads have been done, and we are working our way through that section, but it is not 100% complete.
Okay, if you could get back to us about when that area is to be complete, especially because it's high traffic from here to the mall and the mall to here, that would be great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Remember, it's a presentation today.
Yeah,
okay, so if you want to just
all
right, real quick.
Really quick. Okay, I think this is very important to know is from the restricted fund or general fund. Maybe Karen can answer this question, because if the restricted fund, maybe we can increase the budget, because the trip hazard create liability issue. We really need to fix all these trip hazards, lift and this and tree. It's very important to fix ASAP, because when people report it, we need to fix it right away. If there's a budget issue, if this is restricted fund, then I think we have, is Karen here?
This is a restricted fund.
Restricted fund? So maybe we can give some of the increase and to make sure all these trip hazards, especially visible or there will be trip, have to address right away. Yeah. So we don't want any lawsuit. Okay. So, and we don't want any people get hurt. We don't want any people to get hurt. That's the most important thing.
I will work with finance and look at the funds available and what's available in those funds and see what we can do to increase the scope to include more repairs.
And the last thing will be, you have a map, right? You check entire city, identify all this, not just go through the area. You go through the already visible trip hazard. You just have to attack them right away before they be create issue for any people trip. So I think that's one thing, rather than just go through the area, but you should identify. So you should have a map about which street, where they have uneven right away to approach them and attack them.
Councilman Wu, to identify it, they do mark every area even more than what they fix. If it's something they can't fix, it's something we provide to engineering for projects so they can put it into larger scale repairs.
Okay.
That nature.
I just want to make sure, because I saw a lot. Okay. So hopefully it can be addressed. Thank you.
All right. Nothing else? Okay, we'll move on to, thank you very much. Appreciate it. City manager's report, which will be given by our city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wait for them to get to the PowerPoint here. All right, there we go. City staff has completed safety marking updates on streets and curbs near several school zones in preparation for the upcoming school year. Completed work includes red curb markings, crosswalk markings, slow and stop pavement street markings. Public Works crews completed necessary concrete repairs along Cameron Avenue near West Covina High School to address potential hazards and to ensure the area is prepared for the upcoming school year. The following capital improvement projects are currently in the works. With completion of the Master Park Plan, future park improvement projects are in the planning phases and will be presented to the Community Service and Senior Services Commission beginning in September. Current projects estimated to be completed by the end of the month are Cortez Park Pathway Lighting Project and in fiscal year 2025, Residential Street Rehabilitation Project. Our fifth summer concert was another fantastic evening of live entertainment featuring an energetic performance by Neon Nation. Guests enjoyed children's activities, a variety of food and retail vendors, a beer garden, and a 50-50 raffle, making it a fun-filled event for all ages. Thank you to everybody who joined us. Our sixth and final summer concert series was another fantastic evening of live entertainment featuring an energetic performance by Suave. Approximately 500 guests attended and enjoyed children's activities, a variety of food and retail vendors, a beer garden, a 50-50 raffle, which awarded a grand prize of $280, making it a fun-filled evening and event for all ages. To wrap up the concert series, 4 lucky attendees who participated in 6 concerts, each one of a vendor-sponsored gift basket. Thank you to everybody who joined us throughout the summer and helped make this year's concert series such a success. The City of West Covina hosted its annual National Night Out and Touch a Truck event on Tuesday, August 4th from 6 to 9 p.m. The community came together for an evening of family fun-friendly activities, interactive vehicle displays, and the opportunity to connect with local first responders and city departments. On Saturday, July 25th, staff at the Cortez Park Community and Senior Center distributed 150 senior farmers market nutrition program benefit cards, each with a value of $50 to eligible senior participants. The benefit cards were provided through the Los Angeles County Department of Aging and Disabilities and to support seniors by increasing access to fresh fruits and vegetables. These can be used county-wide. The City of West Covina Central Kitchen and Senior Center Meal Program continues to demonstrate excellence in serving to the senior community. This program was recognized as the Silver Thermometer Award recipient for 22-23 and for fiscal year 23-24, reflecting its commitment to high-quality meal service and food safety standards. The program concluded 25-26 with 1,128 seniors enrolled. As of July 2026, 51 new seniors have enrolled and approximately 400 returning seniors have renewed their participation, with enrollment continuing to grow each day. Special thanks to Holly, Teresa, Siva, Matthew, Sadie, Daniel, Jenna, Monique, Bella, Rita, Damian, and Valerie for their hard work and commitment to enrolling and serving our senior community through this award-winning meal program. On Friday, August 7th, the Senior Center hosted its first Cooler Cortez event, a drive-in movie matinee with fun 1950s twists. Seniors were welcomed into a cool, comfortable space decorated with classic car props, movie-themed decor, and a photo booth set up inspired by the film Grease. Everyone received popcorn, candy, and refreshing beverages, creating a true drive-in feel atmosphere. Together, participants watched Grease, laughed, sang along, and enjoyed an afternoon full of nostalgia and community. The event was lively, joyful, and a great kickoff to the Cooler Cortez series. On Friday, August 14th, we took 50 West Covina seniors to the Doherty Senior Center and Fitness Center for a Cooler Cortez Palooza. West Covina seniors joined alongside Doherty seniors for a lively pool party, splashing in the water to stay cool in the summer heat while enjoying hot dogs and hamburgers. The afternoon was filled with shared laughter, socializing, and plenty of shade under the canopies, creating a refreshing and memorable summer outing for both communities. On Saturday, August 8th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Community Services staff participated in Boundless Back to School Bash by hosting an informational table and leading a fun, hands-on pet rock craft. This inclusive community event brought families together in welcoming environment, providing children with opportunities to connect, create, and engage with community resources. Staff's participation helped promote city programs while supporting Boundless' mission of creating an inclusive and welcoming experience for all attendees. The Cameron Community Center hosted its 5-week summer youth basketball tournament August 8th and 9th. The tournament featured 13 teams and a total of 22 games, with each team guaranteed a minimum of 3 games throughout the weekend. The event was a great success, bringing in a crowd of more than 500 participants, families, and spectators. To conclude the 5-week summer season, the Cameron Community Center's Youth Basketball League hosts its end-of-year celebration on August 8th. Players and coaches came together for a fun-filled evening that included a friendly coaches versus players game, inflatable games, and refreshments. Participants had the opportunity to enjoy the activities and cheer on their coaches and teammates before gathering for the awards ceremony. During the ceremony, each division was recognized along with its players and coaches. Every player received a certificate of achievement and a medal to celebrate their hard work, dedication, and participation throughout the season. Yes Pop-Up Asian Cuisine will celebrate its grand opening on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2026. The newest restaurant to our community serves traditional Chinese dishes, including dumplings, wontons, noodle specialties, soups, and more. Come out and celebrate with us and welcome them to West Covina. And that's going to be at 987 South Glendora Avenue, unit number K. A reminder for the community, O'Reilly Auto Parts is now open at West Covina Parkway Plaza and ready to serve all your automotive needs. Come join us Thursday, August 20th at 11 a.m. as we celebrate their formal grand opening. Everybody is invited to this celebration. City of West Covina celebrated Grocery Outlet's 80th anniversary and ribbon cutting on Saturday, August 15th. The grand opening was a huge success with lots of visitors, with the first 200 guests receiving a great giveaway. If you haven't already done so, please pay them a visit for all your grocery needs. West Covina Chamber is hosting a meet and greet mixer this Thursday, August 20th. The event will take place at Islands Restaurant in West Covina from 5 to 7 p.m. All businesses in and around West Covina community are invited to attend this great evening of networking. On August 6th, the Fire Station 122 hosted a tour for the Japanese exchange students. The tour provided the students with an opportunity to learn more about the roles of fire service, to gain insight into daily operations, to ask questions, interact with station personnel, and gain a better understanding of how firefighters work together to protect and serve the community. The visit provided the students with a memorable hands-on experience and a look into the role of fire service and its commitment to public safety. On August 13th, the fire department hosted Family Day, designed to welcome recruits and their families to provide an overview of the journey ahead. During the event, recruits were issued their academy equipment and participated in a station tour, giving them and their families an opportunity to become familiar with the station, the training environment. The day included messages from fire chief, assistant fire chief, and training coordinator, who emphasized the importance of professionalism, discipline, teamwork, and commitment throughout the academy. Family members were also given an opportunity to learn more about the training process and the important role they play in supporting the recruits as they begin their career journey in the fire service. On August 1st, West Covina PD detectives arrested a suspect linked to a Romani transnational organized crime group targeting EBT and credit card information through skimming devices. Working with the Orange County District Attorney's Office, detective used real-time transactional alerts to locate and arrest the suspects at the 76th Station ATM at 1200 South Glendora Avenue. Subject was found to be in possession of $11,000 in stolen cash and approximately 400 cloned cards. Suspect is affiliated with a transnational organized crime network and is classified as a transnational organized terrorist who reportedly entered the United States undetected. On August 2nd, Lieutenant Hernandez delivered a presentation to Congregation of the West Covina Buddhist Temple on fraud prevention as part of the department's ongoing commitment to community outreach and public education. On August 4th, Police Department had another huge successful National Night Out and Touch of Truck event. The annual tradition once again brought our community and law enforcement together for an evening of fun, connections, and partnership, all in the name of building safer, stronger neighborhoods. On August 12th, 4 of our police officers and Councilman Oli Contos attended Service Area 4 community meeting held at in the 1800 block of Palomino Drive, hosted by members of Neighborhood Watch. Discussion topics included recent neighborhood activity, community concerns relating to parking, loitering, nighttime public nuisance activities. Officers also participated in a question and answer session during which residents had the opportunity to ask questions and discuss issues affecting their neighborhood. Mayor Leti Lopez Viado and Councilwoman Rosario Diaz are holding a women's wellness workshop, Beauty and Wellness Inside Out. The event is taking place on Saturday, August 22nd from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the Cortez Park Community and Senior Center. The event will feature yoga, sound bath, biometric screening, skincare, consultations, AO scan available, and other topics important to the overall well-being of women. The event is currently at capacity with 150 registered participants. This is a free event to the community. That's outstanding. The 2026 State of the City and Employee Recognition will take place on Thursday, September 17th at the West Covina Sportsplex from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Tickets are on sale now and may be purchased by visiting West Covina SOTC, State of the City, 2026.com. Save the date, the 2026 West Covina Moon Festival, Saturday, October 3rd from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. at West Covina City Hall. The event will feature food, family fun, live entertainment, cosplay, and more. Some upcoming events. Innovators STEM Club, August 27th, Palmview Park at Community Center from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Movie Night, Monsters University, Friday, August 21st, for Cameron Park Community Center, 7 to 10 p.m. And Fall 2026 Youth Basketball registration begins Monday, August 17th at Cameron Park Community Center. And that concludes my presentation for tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mylan, I also wanted to supplement your report by thanking the city staff at Cameron Park Community Center for the Lions Club event that took place on August the 1st, where there was a vision screening and it supported 75 kids, not only getting comprehensive screenings from optometrists, but also getting glasses. And that was really just absolutely a magnificent team effort, and thanks to President Kay Khan there and everyone who volunteered, as well as to our city staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Councilman Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. It's okay, and excellent. It looks like we have a lot of activity. I don't know, women's wellness only allow women, no men? I want to do my skin. Okay, so I know my skin's rough. But anyway, I have a quick question about the swimming pool. Okay, you bring 50 our senior. What happened to Edgewood swimming pool? Once upon a time we owned it. I think we have a 10 or 20% time we can use it. Why don't we use and that facility? This is a brand new, and I know the school allow us to use.
I know recently city staff has re-engaged with the school district to start discussions again. That was one of those programs we had for a while. It went away, but we're looking to bring it back.
I think we should bring it back because once upon a time we have a lifeguard. Okay, we have to approve the lifeguard budget, and that's 2016. Okay, and then we decide to let the school have it with their I think it's CS something, the bond, approved by tax the resident, and that bond, and improve all this facility, including swimming pool, including right now going to open in September, performing arts center and plus community centers, and there's a lot of big developments all come from the bond, from the people, West Covina resident property tax. And that swimming pool was owned by the city. We gave to them so they can use that money to make it beautiful, like Olympic size and Olympic of style. And so hopefully we can invite Olympian over here to do practice. By the same time, summertime, we should utilize the swimming pool for our senior, for our children, and to use. I understand West Covina School District, the superintendent, they agree. I think board members, they should agree because they are our residents too. So maybe we can connect so people can really utilize during this very hot summertime.
Yes, we've already started this discussions and we're hoping to bring it back soon.
So we don't have to go to Duarte, that's too far. We just go to 2 minutes, 5 minutes into Edgewood, right there. You can walk over.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, and I think in accordance to that contract, the city did give up its right to borrow the facility. But at the end of the day, I think the local school board is elected by the people of our city, and I think that pool should be accessible to the public. And if the school district again wants us to partner in a program and so forth, then please bring that back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay. Before moving to oral communication, the City Council would like to adjourn in memory of Mrs. Alma Hildreth. She is described as a rock in education and the West Covina La Puente community area for over 40 years. Ms. Hildreth will be missed by her family and friends. I'd like to also acknowledge the legacy of the former West Covina mayor, Dr. Forrest Tennant, who recently passed away last week. We will honor his memory with an adjournment at our next council meeting. They are planning a celebration of life sometime after Summerfest, but I did get information regarding the funeral. Excuse me, let me pull this up. So it's in loving memory of Dr. Forrest Tennant Jr., memorial services and burial. With love and cherished memories, family, friends, colleagues, and all those whose lives were touched by Dr. Forrest Tennant Jr. are invited to join us as we honor and celebrate his remarkable life and legacy. Visitation is on Sunday, August 23rd, 2026, from 3 to 5 p.m., Magnolia Room, main building at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Covina. The memorial services is on Monday, August 24, 2026 at 2:30 p.m. in the church on the hill west of the main building, Forest Lawn Memorial Park, Covina. Burial will follow the service. Please join us as we remember and celebrate the life of extraordinary service, compassion, friendship, and dedication to others. Dr. Forrest Tennant Jr., forever remembered, forever loved. His legacy lives on in the countless lives he touched. More information, you can contact Mario, I know he was here, and the Historical Society, which he was the heart and legacy for. So thank you for that. Now on to oral communication. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, both in person and remote participation, unless otherwise directed by the presiding officer or the city council. Once all in-person public comments have been received, the Assistant City Clerk will announce if there are any registered remote participants who wish to provide public comment. If there are remote members of the community who wish to speak, the Assistant City Clerk will begin recognizing remote speakers. Remote speakers will be called by name, asked to unmute themselves, and proceed with their comment. When a speaker's time has expired, the next speaker will be notified. Members of the public may not engage in behavior that is disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, including but not limited to speaking off topic, speaking beyond the speaker's allotted time limit, making slanderous or profane remarks, or using loud, threatening, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the public may not threaten any person with physical harm or act in a manner that may reasonably be interpreted as imminent threat of physical harm. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Mayor, I have 7 in-person speakers, 3 online, and 1 that I will read.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Josh Murray, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by Mr. Robinson.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. My name is Josh Murray, and I am here on behalf of West Covina Library. I'd like to let the parents of the community, who are parents of first through sixth grade students, know that we will be resuming our very popular free STAR tutoring program for the fall session on September 8th. This free tutoring program is available for students wanting to improve their reading or math skills. For more information and to fill out the online interest form, please visit our website, lacountylibrary.org/star-tutoring. I would also like to let the adults of the community know that we will start our next round of free Zumba sessions on Wednesday, August 26th from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Here's your chance to enjoy a fun workout in a social and inclusive environment. All experience levels and physical activity levels are welcome. Enjoy yourself while you dance your way to health and wellness. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Grivich, followed by Bill Robinson, followed by Lee.
Good evening. About a month ago, I appeared before you and asked for you to withhold approval for an item that was not budgeted, that they wanted you to pass for some consultants for a wellness program. And it appears that I kind of stirred a hornet's nest, because on your agenda tonight, there is a bunch of items that you're supposed to approve for expenditures that were made without budget. If I counted right, it was about $600,000 from last fiscal year. That was things that happened before July 1st, and then another $1.2 million this year, and then we have this odd thing. That's item 13. Then we have this odd thing, this TransTech contract that's on your agenda tonight, and I couldn't see how much money is involved. I've never seen a contract before that had no indication of what the cost of the contract was, and that one doesn't have a cost. It says they want $600,000 more money to pay for it, but they don't say what it costs. How can you approve a contract like that? And there's no scope of work. What are they going to do for that money, whatever the amount of money is? Doesn't make any sense. And there's also no fee schedule. I did contracts all my life in public sector. Contracts have certain elements in them. There's a scope of work. There's a consideration. This contract has neither. How do you do a contract like that? I'm asking that you table it until the staff submits a proper form contract. And to be honest with you, I questioned the city attorney. It says he approved it as to form. How could he approve a contract as to form when it has no consideration and no scope of service? How can you do that? I've seen a lot of bad contracts. The one that comes to mind that was just as bad was when there was a contract submitted to you to go with the county fire service. Say you'll pay whatever they charge. Tell me, if you were having somebody fix your house, would you say, whatever you want to charge me? I don't care. Just charge me. I'll pay it. That's how you're doing this. It's terrible. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, followed by Lee, followed by Leslie Garcia.
Evening, Council and Manager Mrkic. Pre-election, I recommend the Council and staff make Council chambers available for a candidates forum held sometime in September so that all election candidates can present their credentials and do a randomized Q&A discussion on their future policy proposals for a maximum West Covina audience. The good news I brought tonight is Rainer Fudelmich, a political prisoner and key investigator for the COVID Berlin Investigative Committee, will likely be released this week or next by the German Supreme Court. Fudelmich is both a California and German civil trial lawyer who managed to accumulate enough expert interview evidence to lift the veil on the COVID scamdemic. The COVID jab scam plus propaganda has led to a massive amount of injuries worldwide, but the hysteria has about run its course. Fudelmich, when he gains his freedom, will likely organize a grand jury type judicial proceeding to present all available evidence so that the world's public can decide what to do next. The last point, the PrEP Act immunity from liability is extended from December 2029, so pharmacists to order and administer pharmacy technicians COVID-19 and seasonal vaccination. So it ain't over yet. Anyway, I'm hoping that some of the candidates for re-election and for election in November will change the policy to allow 5 minutes public comment instead of 3. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Lee, followed by Leslie Garcia, followed by JD. Yeah, as soon as you get one.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lee, and I'm speaking for myself. So first, I want to address that there has been overwhelming coverage of flock cameras by excellent journalists across California and across the nation. Ample curiosity and a Google search could reveal the tremendous numbers of concerns that we should have about police departments, ICE, and flock itself are using with the data from these cameras. But if you need hard copies, they've been provided to the mayor. the bulk of my comment is actually going to be directed to the council member of District 2, Mayor Letty Lopez. Council member, you touted on your campaign website that you proved the flock camera is currently operating in West Covina. And you have said that you are a proud Filipina Mexican American. You have not shied away from your culture and have openly embraced Filipinos here in West Covina. And if you allow me to be personal, I am also a proud Filipina. It does make me very happy to have a Filipina in position of power, crafting important policies for the community with a large Filipino population. It is good to have an ate, an elder sister, representing us. But the Filipino community runs deep, and many Filipinos are in precarious situations. Many Filipinos carry two homes, America and the Philippines. Many Filipinos, like my family, must work to send money back home to the Philippines due to the economic and political turmoil. And the Filipinos who are not here in the United States, well, their situation is much more precarious. How does this relate to flock cameras? Well, because the people who access the data collected by flock cameras, who annotate the data to train the AI machine that detects the license plates in cars as well as people, they're Filipino. They're exploited in digital sweatshops for meager wages, which oftentimes are withheld under the excuse of standards not being met. I don't want our public safety through the use of these cameras through the city's contracts with Flock to be on the sweat and tears of exploited labor of our people in the Philippines. I don't want my safety to be the cause of someone else's unsafe conditions. The greatest irony in this is that this technology has been used on migrant communities like Filipinos to surveil, detain, and actually deport them back to the Philippines. Mayor Letty, I'm asking you again, and for this council to reconsider this contract with Flock. Our safety cannot depend on how well we exploit the Filipino people, our people. It must depend on how we are, as a community, come together to solve the problems that contribute to our sense of insecurity. This includes robust city services like housing and lower rent, access to adequate healthcare and mental health services, and accessibility to places where the community can gather. Maraming salamat to you, Ate, for everything you've done so far, but I believe more work has to be done.
Leslie Garcia, followed by JD, followed by Steve Bennett.
Hello, my name is Leslie, and I lived in District 2 my whole life, which means growing up, I saw all the Twilight movies at the Edwards Theater. And it was incredibly difficult to get tickets to the movies, and it was always nice to just be able to get the next one and walk around and go to the Barnes & Noble and the Toys R Us or other small businesses that were nearby. But that's not the case today. If you take a walk around the lakes, it is absolutely desolate. There are empty storefronts, and the property itself is unkept. And this isn't an anomaly in District 2, it's a pattern. Recently, I visited Cali, USA. It's a children's martial arts school in the Glendora Plaza. And in the Glendora Plaza, it's the same instance where the property is neglected by the landlord. And in consequence to that, the students at Cali USA are experiencing extreme safety concerns. The parents don't just drop their kids off and go back home and are able to complete their errands. When the parents drop off their kids, they instead have to patrol the Glendora Plaza, and they have to make sure that there's no unkind neighbors that are breaking out into violent outbursts that could potentially threaten the safety of their kids. And it was particularly heartbreaking to me to visit Cali USA because they haven't been quiet about their situation at the Glendora Plaza. They've asked council people to come and visit and hear them out. And they specifically asked you, Mayor Letty Lopez Viado, that they have tried to communicate that they needed someone there to listen to them, and that there's been no response, no communication, nothing. And our communities are safer and happier when our leaders are vigilant. And that's something that has been incredibly lacking in this city council. It's why District 2 has dead spaces. It's why residents get screwed over with street sweeping. And it's why you can't see how flock cameras can be detrimental to the safety of our public. Thank you.
JD, followed by Steve Bennett.
me a second. I'm coming. Good evening, Council. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I did get to see it on TV. And Mr. Cantos, your mother, May I, called for community engagement and for them to ask questions with regards to the master plan. I attended that meeting. I'd just come out of surgery, but I purposely attended it because I wanted to hear what was being said, not so much by the contractor, but by the community, because that's what you had called for. Ms. Diaz, you were present. At no point in time was there ever an invitation for questions. There was zero engagement. They fed us well. I'll admit to that. They fed us well, but at no time did that consultant sitting back there, though he said time after time, I want to hear you. I want your ideas. It's your park. But not once did he say, does anyone have any questions? Instead, he said, well, that's my part, and I'm going to turn it over to the city assistant city manager, who pretty much closed out the meeting. That was the extent of that meeting. So I'm going to have to ask the questions to you, gentlemen. How are we going to pay for all of this wish list? Because that's all they've gathered in 3 out of the 4. If your recollection was correct that they had 3 and then this one special, I attended 3 of them. All of them was about, what do you want? Pickleball there, handball there, skateboards there. That's all that was gathered. At no time did anybody sit down and say, hey, you know what? How is this going to impact parking? We'll get to that. How is this going to impact the residents around that? We'll get to that. I attempted to ask about the budget, turned his back and walked away from me. So tonight I'm asking you, how do you propose to pay for all these this fantasy island that you're offering us? It almost seems, it runs parallel to the street sweeping. Man, it sounded good. And then all of a sudden we find out, oh shoot, they're missing signages. They got signages everywhere. There's nowhere to park. Is that what we're going to find out about this master park plan? I know you guys are all in favor of it. I know you're pressing for it. You're saying, we've been working on this forever. We need to get this approved. You're going to rubber stamp this thing regardless. But Mr. Cantos, you want an engagement. We didn't get engagement. We totally got ignored. Anyone that was at that meeting, including you, Ms. Diaz, knows very well that no questions were asked. None. And I do have a question for you, Ms. Gutierrez, next time around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Bennett.
It's always fun to hear a resident come up and speak on a topic that I intend to speak about and hear their input and their thoughts. So let's talk about the Park Master Plan. One of the things that we have to talk about is how often are they done? Well, about every 5 or 10 years, a Park Master Plan is supposed to be done. So the next question is, since that's the case, when was the last time we did a Park Master Plan? And what did the residents want at that Park Master Plan? Because did we just take the existing Park Master Plan and throw away what we may have wanted 5 or 10 years ago and just go, oh, those opinions don't matter? But the residents in the city, the average resident has been here 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So those opinions do matter. Those thoughts at those previous Park Master Plan meetings do matter. Those residents should matter to you. We can judge that for ourselves later. But the reality is there was a Park Master Plan done multiple times over the last couple of decades. And this one here was a complete throwaway of the previous plans. That's a fact. Staff confirmed that. So before you approve anything, before you move forward with anything here on a Park Master Plan, there should absolutely be an opportunity to go back and review those previous Park Master Plans. Because JD's right. The way you did the street sweeping, you just shoved it down our throats and look at that fiasco. You look at anything else you guys have touched. I mean, let's face it, the health department, that's a fiasco. We don't even have one. Our health director's in the room, I see, though. But, we don't have a health department. We have an engineering firm, though, that's doing it. Thanks, Tony. We really appreciate that. Somebody asked about the pool. I think you did, Tony, talked about the pool. We'd probably have money for the pool if you didn't have a health department. But again, with your history of ignoring residents, why don't we actually do what we want to do and listen to the residents? Let's go back and see what they did, what they wanted. Let's see what that was. So I'm going to end on a comedy note. Something always comes up at this meeting that I have to laugh about. And the quote of the night was, "I don't want a lawsuit," coming out of Tony Wu's mouth. Well, Tony, there is a list of about 30 lawsuits since you've been on this council. God, I wish you would have taken your own advice when you first got elected. Have a good night.
Mayor, we're going to move to our remote speakers. And before we do, I want to bring your attention to some documents I left on the dais in front of each of the council members. There is an envelope, and that is a letter from Mr. Joe Gardner. There is council comments by Mr. Justin Harvey as well as Ms. Lee. And those have all been emailed to you as well as provided to you on the dais. We're going to move to our remote speakers. We're going to start with Marcia Solario, move to Carlos Yotto, and then to Justin H. Marcia, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute yourself. If you can please unmute yourself, and then I will begin your 3 minutes.
Hello, hopefully everybody can hear me.
Yes, please go, Marcia.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and residents. My name is Marcia Solorio, 20-plus year resident and current chair of the Audit Committee. I'm calling in today to speak on agenda item number 12, consideration of Audit Services Agreement. At our recent July 23rd meeting of the Audit Committee, we briefly discussed meeting to schedule a special meeting to review and receive the audited financials. As part of that conversation, the committee brought up that it was getting close to the time to go out to bid again for a new audit firm or a audit firm. Not once was it mentioned that the existing firm would be provided with a new agreement of up to 5 years. In fact, we were repeatedly reassured that city staff has been working hard to ensure that they are following all required contracting and procurement processes. So what happened? There is no mention in this agenda report of any RFP being issued, or at minimum, what cost-benefit analysis was performed to decide that led to the decision of just a partner rotation being okay. How are we providing the residents with reassurance that this firm continues to be the most responsible choice? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Mr. Yotto, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. The timer has started.
Hi, so I couldn't be there in person tonight. I've actually been pretty busy out here talking with residents and businesses in District 2, and I'm hearing the same thing over and over. People are just absolutely disappointed with City Hall, and they're ready for a change. And after reviewing tonight's agenda, I understand why. First, these agendas need to be managed better. Major contracts, major expenditures, and controversial decisions are being crammed into marathon meetings. Residents shouldn't have to give up their entire evening just to participate. Transparency isn't simply just posting an agenda, it's making participation accessible. Now let's talk about the irony of tonight. This meeting begins with the mayor highlighting Film at West Covina, a registered nonprofit closely associated with the mayor. Later tonight, you're being asked to award a contract to Transtech, a company that has provided sponsorship support to that very organization. I'm not alleging an illegal conflict, but that relationship deserves full disclosure before a vote. When a company seeking a significant city contract has financially supported a nonprofit closely associated with someone participating in deciding that contract, residents have every right to question the apparent. And we're months away from an election. If there's no immediate operational necessity, why not postpone this decision until after the election and remove that question altogether? I've also read the proposal. Transtech fee schedule contains services that appear outside the scope of the RFP. Why are they there? Can those rates later be used for services that weren't competitively solicited? Then there's the vague $850,000 fiscal impact, $550,000 gas, $150,000 Prop C, and $150,000 sewer. These are not all unrestricted dollars, yet the report doesn't clearly identify what specific projects and services these funds will support. Other cities provide that detail. West Covina should too. Don't just tell the residents the expenditures are appropriate, actually show them. Finally, let's talk about the budget. West Covina has already faced state auditor scrutiny over its financial risks. Now Q3 shows $54.3 million in general fund revenue received against a $67.6 million in expenditures, a negative $13.3 million year-to-date position. Now, I understand revenue timing matters, but 75% of the fiscal year was complete, while only 55.4% of projected revenue had been received. Overtime is already $5.49 million, and the Sportsplex is at a whopping $855,000 underwater year-to-date. And let's talk about the legal bills residents are paying as a result of disputes originating from our very own council dais. And the public has every reason to demand answers, like how much does each of that cost? This all comes down to transparency, accountability, and priorities. West Covina deserves a city hall where transparency is the standard, accountability is expected, and every decision can withstand public scrutiny. That's the standard residents should expect from their city council. Thank you to the city clerk for coordinating these long meetings and your virtual access to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Iotto. Justin H., please unmute yourself. Thank you, Justin. Your 3 minutes start now.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff. My name is Justin Harvey. I'm a West Covina resident from District 1, and I'm speaking on item 14, the State Auditor Corrective Action Plan. So 2 areas are still only partially addressed, the city's reserves and the concern over how city resources are being used. On reserves, the city raised the minimum target from 17% to 18%, but the city's own budget still shows expenses growing faster than revenue. There's still future deficits and continued pension pressure. So my question is simply, what shows us that 18% is actually enough? The other issue is employee medical cost. The auditor recommended that the city work toward employees paying a reasonable share of premiums, but the update says the labor agreements were completed without changes to medical benefit levels. If that recommendation has not really changed, what exactly are we telling the state has been corrected? This matters because staying on the state auditor's high-risk list means continued state scrutiny, continued progress updates, and public designation of West Covina as a high-risk local government. And that affects more than just a report, sitting on a shelf. That it affects the city's image and reputation. Residents see it, businesses and potential investors can see it, other government agencies can see it, and every time another progress report says an issue is still only partially addressed, it raises the question of whether West Covina is actually making enough progress to get off that list. So tonight, I'm just asking, are the actions being approved tonight really enough to move us toward that goal? Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Mayor, I will now go ahead and read a statement. Mayor and council Mayor and council members, because we have required a city employee to read this disabled resident's words instead of allowing his requested recorded voice to be heard, we will now use our own voice to describe what we did. We opened CE-26-02-50 over concerns involving grading, retaining features, drainage, irrigation, and permits. We inspected on February 17th. 7 days later, we closed the case because we observed no recent construction. We did not determine whether the hillside work was permitted. We did not ask the owner to produce permits or documentation establishing lawful authorization. We did not establish that it was exempt, grandfathered, lawful, or compliant. We did not evaluate stairs, drainage, irrigation, soil moisture, slope saturation, seepage, runoff, cross-lot water movement, or slope stability. We performed no geotechnical or formal engineering analysis. So we are leaving hillside construction of unknown permit status in place above a disabled resident while declining to determine whether that work is lawful or may create a hazard downhill. When additional watering evidence was submitted, we closed complaint 102252 overnight as a civil matter. We identified no permit review, inspection, reasonable department, linked environment case, or written determination resolving those concerns. When asked what laws governed our decision and what administrative review was available, we did not answer. When records were requested to reconstruct what we had done, at least 8 requests passed determination dates without timely determinations or extensions. PRR 679 S anticipated production date passed. PRR 698 remained unreconciled. Then we approved an ADA accommodation. On July 22nd, we designated a single written coordinator because fragmented routing, unclear responsibility, inconsistent tracking, and forcing this disabled resident to reconstruct overlapping city communications created an access barrier. On August 6th, our contractor stated that she was gathering copied emails to determine what remained outstanding. The August 10th reconciliation period expired without a comprehensive response. ADA grievances and an appeal remained unresolved. Our decision creates this standard: wait long enough and potentially unpermitted hillside construction can escape permit review because it simply no longer looks recent. So this is our record. We closed enforcement without determining permit compliance. We never required the owner to establish that the hillside work was permitted. We left potential downhill safety concerns unevaluated. We missed records deadlines. We approved disability-related coordination and left it incomplete. Every council member now has notice. If we leave this untouched, we are choosing that record. We can order permit review, require documentation issue and public staff report, comply with the CPRA, and provide effective ADA coordination. If we refuse, we must explain why. Submitted by Andrew Gibbs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is that all?
That is all.
Okay. City Manager, will you please respond to all the public comments concerns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Josh Murray, thank you for the updates on the West Covina Library, as always. Mr. Grivich, you are speaking about some agenda items involving engineering services and budget items. I'll allow the council to address that in a little bit here. Mr. Robinson, thank you for your comments. Lee, thank you for your comments on flock cameras and your concerns. Leslie, anything involving property maintenance in the city on private property, I encourage you to speak to Matt Ariza, who's up top. He's our public safety manager, and he'll work with you on any properties that are need to be addressed. And I will comment that I did meet with a couple business owners from the downtown Glendora area last week, and we're looking to do some good things in the downtown area coming up, hopefully to revitalize that area. So that'll be coming at a future meeting. JD, Steve Bennett, your comments. Again, agenda item on the Parks Master Plan. Thank you for those. Marcia Solario, thank you for your comments. Again, agenda item on the Audit Committee. Carlos Yado, thank you for your comments on the agenda items as well. Justin Henry, thank you for your comments again on the number 14, the corrective action plan, and those will be addressed when in the next session of the council here. And Mr. Gibbs, I know the city attorney's office, our legal counsel, has provided a written reply to, I believe, most of your concerns. But if not, anything regarding public safety code enforcement, you can also address Matt Ariza directly, and he'll help to answer your concerns. And that concludes my responses for tonight.
Councilman Wu?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, and I want to say something about Glendora Avenue, our historic downtown. I think the city spent a lot of effort, okay, including we have a Moon Festival, we have a Fight Night, we have a Children Parade. We just want to accumulate, okay, and population, audience, okay, patrons over there to help the place. And I think we talked to some of the business over there about the business, okay, improvement district, BID. like a home association. So all these businesses can hire, their security and also the, janitors, to help to clean the street, and the city will continue to improve. I saw the landscaping, I saw the lighting, and try to make it, and attractive. How to make more business over there. But again, business have to help themselves. First, they to get together maybe $200 a month, all put together and hire security to make sure, and to connect with our police. So something go wrong, police will be there right away. Police cannot be over there 24/7, but can be there with the security, work together. All the shopping district, they all have a security to make sure, the breaking this and that can be stopped. So anyway, and I know some of the business owners already understand, and then the city will work with them. It's as long as they have and the district and they can work together. We really want to revitalize. We really want to help. But at the same time, when the business and the city should work together, it cannot just depend on the government, everything. But we have so many other areas that they want the resource too. So anyway, I just want to make sure those businesses understand they need to pitch in and have a leadership with some of the business over there, work together, and we will try to continue to support them. Farmers market over there, maybe night market over there, so to bring in more of the patron to help to revitalize the area, to be safe, to be proud, and people can walk around on the sidewalk. I think it's getting better. We have 86 Cafe over there. We have Paris Baguette. We have a lot of gradually more things coming in. Hopefully, the area will be very proud for everybody to enjoy. Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes, I just wanted to thank JD and Commissioner Bennett for talking about our parks plan. I also know that you brought it to my attention. I believe our Community and Senior Services Commission video has still not been put on. So I just wanted to make sure staff was aware of that because for the first time, I guess for a long time, it has not been uploaded. But that's all. Thank you.
Anything else? As for the flock camera, I'll be requesting a presentation from PD. I'll be putting that on reasons why it was implemented, the full positive results. It has been done, but I'll put that as a council request. As for downtown Glendora, half of that side is District 2 and the other half side is District 3. So I just want to point that out. Nevertheless, I'm here sitting as mayor. I am for all West Covina residents in all 5 districts. As for Cali USA and downtown Glendora, I have not received a phone call or email. By all means, if you have the information, feel free to let me know. I'm more than happy to handle that, or we could reach out directly, but I have not received anything. But thanks for sharing the concerns, and we will acknowledge and take those and take care of that. That ends the oral communication. So on to consent calendar. Councilors, anything you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
Yes.
Oh, wait, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull items 5, 12, and 13.
5, 12, 13. Okay.
So yours.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Okay, I will pull, let's see, where are we at?
5, 12, 13 was pulled.
I will do, for item number 1, have we already done the vote on that or no?
No, we haven't motioned anything.
Okay, so I'll vote no on number 1, and then I will pull number 2, number 8,
2, 8,
number 9,
9,
number 10,
10,
number 11, 14,
okay.
15, and number 18.
So So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So out of 11 agendas, we are pulling, out of 18 agenda items, we are pulling 11 items. Wait, there's more, sorry. And 6, so that makes it 12.
Should I pull something too?
If you want, go for it.
I want to go home.
It's going to be at midnight. Do you want to pull anything?
No.
Okay. So we have, I think, 13 items. So I'm going to read it off. If I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 18, with the exception of 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 18. So let me just pull, what are we approving then? Hold on, so we don't confuse you, Lisa.
Sure.
1, Councilman Gutierrez will vote no.
I'll do abstain better.
Okay.
So abstain?
Abstain.
Okay.
1 will be abstained. So 1 will be part of the motion. So then we have 1, we have 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we have 7. That's going to be approved. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. So technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 items to be motioned to approve. That is 1, 3, 4, 7, 16, and 17. Am I correct? Is there any?
So move.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve actually just 5 items.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar items number 1, number 4, number 3, number 7, number 16, and number 17, with Councilmember Gutierrez voting no on item, or abstaining on item number 1. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye, motion passes. Now we're going to go, so bear with us this evening. We're going to go through all these agenda items. We will start with number 2, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Is there a reason why we're not going for an RFP on that, and why it says we intend to go for a new request for proposals 1 year, technically from now?
Yes, because we have the microtransit contract with VIA extends through June 27.
It's in the contract.
Right. So we're coordinating the contracts to hopefully target a new service July 1.
Great. That's all the questions I have. So I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, really quick. We mentioned on the south side at Nogales, okay, and Valley View, is that including the service? We want to make sure all the area of West Covina will be including the service.
Well, it includes the Dial-A-Ride and the Uber program. The Go West Covina was brought forward in October 25 to extend it, and it stayed at a status quo, which is about half the city.
So basically, what this cover on this contract? It's not entire city; it's only partial.
This is the Dial-A-Ride and the fixed route Green Route, which does cover the south side.
So basically, okay, just want to make sure the far south, far north, far east, far west, that the border, they will receive the same service as long as they're in the West Covina jurisdiction.
Yes. Well, the south side is serviced by the fixed route shuttle, the Green Line, which is part of this contract. The northern portion of the city is served by the microtransit service, which is a separate contract.
So the Dial-A-Ride will service them?
Yes.
Okay, and then how about, I remember we have a Uber program.
Yes.
They will be qualified.
That's correct.
Okay, and how about microtransit?
No.
Microtransit will only go to what area?
To the northern border to about Merced.
Got it. Okay, so gradually maybe we can extend, but not right now. But should be enough of transportation for the senior or disabled.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
The motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos to approve consent calendar item number 2, consideration of extensions to transportation services and lease agreements with MV Transportation, Inc. Councilmember Gutierrez. Aye. Councilmember Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item 5, Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to Transtech for being here, and Melissa and Ahmad, it is so wonderful to get to see you again. I just have some questions about the contract. If you could tell me when you're up.
One moment.
Yep, they're just heading up.
Yeah, she's all the way in the back. She's walking up.
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Melissa Demirci, CEO of Transtech. Really happy to be here this evening.
Good evening, Melissa. The first thing is, within the contract that we were given, can you point to me where it has a dollar amount for the total scope of the contract, or even a range? I didn't see it, and I went through, and it may be there, I just don't know. But if you can point that out to me, or state what that amount is.
Yes. So, Mayor Pro Tem, this is Neil. Just wanted to point out that we did implement a not to exceed annual amount of $850,000. This contract is expected to last for a total of 2 years. With working with City Attorney's Office, we made sure to add on additional clauses so that if for whatever reason City Council feels that they're not performing, we just have to give them a 15-day notice and we can terminate. So those are the things that were asked of from previous RFPs. And we've done everything in our power to ensure that that's in the current proposal.
Thank you, Neil. Did it say all of that in the packet that we have? I don't remember the not to exceed. I just don't remember seeing those items.
Yes, in the fiscal impact section, apologize if it's not clearly written, but we did put a $850,000 cap. And so if for whatever reason the engineering services has to exceed that, we would have to come back to City Council and request for more funds.
Okay, and with the amount that is that was brought up by earlier by Mr. Grivich about the amount going up by 600,000, can you point out where the scope of work is and where the justification is for?
Absolutely. We have our finance director here who can go over the financial details, but just to point out that in the packet, as part of the attachment, we have included the scope of services. And then Karen Ogawa, our finance director, is here to discuss the fiscal impact section of the report. She's on her way. Hold on.
Okay, and while she's coming up, the other thing I'm wondering is, where is the fee schedule? I didn't see the fee schedule that was referred to in the contract, because it said see fee schedule, or we would be able to see the cost of the different services that Transtech provides.
Correct. From my understanding, it is part of the attachment.
I didn't see it.
It's not in the packet.
I went through I didn't see it. So if someone could point out exactly where that is in our packet, please. And I didn't see the not to exceed either.
Okay. I will have to double check. It was our CIP manager, Robert Ortega, who led this, and he's currently out, but we can definitely get that added.
Okay, well, I find it difficult without seeing these items there, because I went through comprehensively. I just didn't see those items, and unless fellow colleagues can point to me where those were, I don't remember seeing any of these things. Because these are really important, because I want to make sure that we're substantive in having this in front of us for us to consider, because these are fundamental elements that are important for the.
It's not in my packet. Go ahead. We'll have our finance director speak.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Mayor Pro Contos. Very valid question. I believe if we look at the attachments 1 through 5, each of those proposals, the bid proposals, are listed there, and their schedules should be within the proposal itself. So again, for Transtech proposal, be attachment number 1. ZNK proposal is attachment 2, and so on and so on. So within their proposal, I believe you'll find in there the fee schedule that Neil is referring to.
Attachment. Attachment.
Yes, I believe they included the entire prospective bid proposal within the agenda item as attachments.
Well, it's not a contract.
Right.
I believe it's just a proposal. The contract is merely the draft of the.
Madam Mayor, this is a draft contract. This is typical. We do this every time, and then you give the authority to the city manager to negotiate, and then I approve as to form. When the fee schedule is attached, the scope of services is attached, all the insurance is attached, and that's the final draft. That's what you do every single time you approve a contract. Okay. This is not new.
Okay, well, at least the way it is, that's not what I saw. So I'm not sure if it's an accessibility thing, but I didn't see those items. But anyway, I'm not in a position to vote on this if, under these circumstances. I don't want to just rush through this if I haven't been able to read these details. I understand you're saying, Tom, that this is a standard thing, but it's important for all of this to be within the scope of the contract itself, and I just didn't.
Madam Mayor, let me read you the recommendation. It's to authorize my city manager to negotiate and execute the agreement with TransTech, and it gives the term, and it says with the 3-year optional, 1-year extension in such final form as approved by the city attorney. So clearly this is a draft form. There's a watermark on it. I know, Ole, you probably couldn't see the watermark, but there's a watermark on it that says draft. The proposal has the scope of services, the fee schedule, and the insurance. I don't think the insurance is in there yet, but that gets put on later. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Did you have additional questions?
No more questions for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're pretty much approving this to move forward to negotiate all that, and then at the next one, all the full details are being given. Okay. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Karen, how much does the TransTech contract cost us yearly, estimated?
If I could break it down in this in response, for the building and safety, from 2024, it was about 1.7, and we're projecting for 26 to be about 1.8, and that is for building and safety. And please understand that the fees that we pay TransTech for building safety is a percentage of the amount that we collect on our building permits. So again, we receive the revenues, and they receive a percentage of the amount that is collected. For CIP, those particular activities from 2024 ranges from $735,000, and in 2026 we're projecting to be about $738,000. For general engineering services, in 2024 was approximately $931,000, and we're estimating 26 to be about $978,000.
So what was the total number you told me earlier today?
So the total amount for all those categories, building and safety, CIP, and general engineering, for 24, it's about $3.4 million, $3.3 million.
$3.4 million we're paying TransTech yearly?
In total for all those different categories, yes.
Okay.
And then in 2026, we're projecting it to be about $3.5 million.
So what is this asking us to do? Have the city attorney and city manager determine the final form? Can we respond in the speaker, please?
Yeah, that's what you typically do. You ask Miley to negotiate and me to approve as final form.
So you're asking us to entrust the taxpayers' money.
Absolutely. Trust us.
Over $3.4 million annually, when no cap, because Councilmember Cantos is correct. I do not.
There's a cap.
There's a cap.
A cap.
I don't see that. I see allocations of funds.
You just heard Neil say they put a cap.
You may say that, but if it's on,
I'll put the cap in. I assure you, Councilmember.
Okay.
Gutierrez, I will put the cap.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, correct. Because without any right.
For your direction, we'll do that.
The proposed budget amendment will require the following funding. You're telling me where you're getting the money from. But you're not telling me there's a budget cap.
And Councilman Gutierrez, may I just reiterate that in 2026, again, the $3.5 million approximately to TransTech does include all the other three categories. So specifically for the general engineering for 2026, we're estimating about $978,000.
Great. Okay, I have questions for Melissa.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to start off. Melissa, is Transtech aware that there is a pending FPPC Section 1090 matter concerning a council member that includes allegations involving Transtech?
No, I am not aware of that.
Okay, so before I start with my questions, I just wanted to briefly state that I want the public to understand why Section 1090 issue matters. Government Code Section 1097.1 says the FPPC cannot even commence a Section 1090 investigation that could lead to enforcement without written authorization from the local district attorney. That is not a finding of guilt, but it means that it's not something council should dismiss as political accusation. There is an unresolved Section 1090 matter covering a council member with allegations involving the city's relationship with Transtech, while tonight we are being asked to award Transtech another potentially 5-year contract. Section 1090 also expressly prohibits aiding or abetting a prohibited financial interest contract, and if a violation is ultimately established, the contract may be subject to being voided. So Section 1090 expressly reaches both a financially interested public official and an individual who aids or abets the violation. Section 1092 provides that a contract made in violation 1090 may be voided. So, Melissa, so you're unaware of that?
I am unaware of that.
Okay. Are you aware, and if you're not, it's fine, but are you aware that under Government Code Section 1097.1, the FPPC cannot commence a Section 1090 investigation that could lead to enforcement unless the Los Angeles County District Attorney first gives written authorization?
No.
Knowing that, does Transtech believe it is appropriate to execute another major West Covina contract before the unresolved Section 1090 matter involving allegations concerning Transtech is completed? Will Transtech agree to postpone execution until an independent conflict counsel reviews the issue?
This is the first that I've heard of these items that you're bringing up. You know, we've been in business for 37 years. We serve over 120 cities in Los Angeles County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, and beyond. And we are a very high integrity firm, very proud of the work that we do with our residents, with the communities. And we are here at the pleasure of the council and at the direction of the city. And whatever direction the city would like to go, we oblige. We're here for the city in any way.
And since 2019, has Transtech given money or anything of value to potentially the CAAWC, Film at West Covina, the Moon Festival, the State of the City, or any organization or event associated with a West Covina council member?
We have a program called Community Benefit Enhancement. It's something we're really proud of. We display it on our Instagram. And part of our commitment in working with cities is giving back to important organizations, city functions, and we do this with every single city. It's not specific or unique to West Covina. It's in every single city that we serve.
So would that answer be yes?
Absolutely. We support the
Thank
city.
you. Do you know how much that has been?
I do not know off the top of my head, but we can definitely look into that.
And do you know, on these occasions, who usually solicits Transtech for the money?
Typically, we have a very dedicated marketing and public affairs team that regularly monitors the municipalities that we serve and beyond through their chambers, nonprofits, and weekly we meet and we look at different organizations that we can support, and I'm advised by our own staff of those support, or generally it sometimes comes for the city, especially state of the cities or chambers or boards that we're involved on.
And as of, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, Film at West Covina, did you donate to that event?
I am not sure 100%, to be honest. I would have to look.
Did you donate to the year prior to that? iPads?
I believe we did donate to the year prior to that, yes.
Are you willing to provide the City Council a complete contribution and sponsorship ledger showing every payment date and receipt and solicitor?
I believe that we have provided that. Previously, you had requested this before, but we can absolutely provide that again.
Yeah, because I've been asking our city manager for 2 weeks and it has not been produced. But, okay. Has Transec, and I believe this is to the other question, has Transec ever provided money or anything of value to the Chinese American Association of West Covina or its events?
I believe just like other consultants and vendors in the city, we have contributed to many nonprofits, including that one, as well as recently through the city this year.
Great. Was any contribution solicited by any member of this council or his family or James Sue, a CAWC past president, or somebody acting on their behalf?
No.
So how did you give the donation?
Again, we have an entire public affairs, government affairs team. We're over 400 employees, and so their job is to identify organizations. We serve many Chinese majority cities outside of West Covina, and we're involved with many of the organizations, and this was in line with the type of organizations that we typically support.
And did Transec disclose their relationships to the people scoring this RFP?
No.
Great. Has Transec already been asked to sponsor the upcoming 2026 West Covina State of the City?
Yes, and that's something we do. If you look at our client list, we support every state of the city in the cities that we serve.
Thank you. And what amount? Do you know?
I believe that we came in at the highest level.
The city staff know how much that is?
It's about $7,000.
$7,000. Okay, thank you. In the interview, the interview gave 5 points for community engagement and stakeholder. Did Transec use its financial sponsorship of West Covina events and organizations to demonstrate that qualification?
We do have as part of our presentation, we have multiple slides about our community benefit enhancement program. We call it CBE, and that involves our community program. You know, we always say that we're not just technical providers, but we are community partners to support the city, the residents, and, you know, special organizations that make it a great community to live in.
Great. And Mylan has stated that we have a city employee named Dennis Tarango who serves as a West Covina building official through Transec. Under exactly what city contract does Dennis Tarango exercise building official authority?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I identified Dennis Tarango as one of the consultants we use for building and safety in the city. He's not a city employee.
Yes, I said Transec, a building official for Transec. So again, what exactly does he do in West Covina?
He oversees our entire building and safety department, along with our co-director for Transec. We serve over, I believe right now, at 42 building and safety cities. So he's not involved specifically day to day in West Covina. Mm-hmm. You have multiple other staff members here. So he's more at a high level, speaking and overseeing our staff.
Great. And I don't think I saw him, but why isn't his role clearly identified to the council in the contract we are being asked to approve tonight? I think in the presentation materials or anything, I don't think I saw his name.
Dennis does not really oversee our engineering side. You know, we have two distinct contracts with the city. And so if there's interface with engineering, it would maybe be on-site, off-site, engineering plan check related things, but he is not involved in the day-to-day.
Great. And did Dennis Tarango Jr. ever work for DNJ Engineering or DNJ Municipal Services?
I have no idea. He's been with Transec for almost 15 years now.
Are you aware if any of his Diamond Bar or Yorba Linda municipal experience was obtained through DNJ?
I don't know the prior history of all 400 employees at our company.
And just to clarify, I'm expressly not attributing his father's history to him. I am asking Transtech for the current building officials' complete professional history and so forth. But the next questions I have is for Ahmad. Is Ahmad here?
Yes.
Great. Hi, Ahmad.
Mayor, members of the City Council.
Hi.
Nice to be here.
So my question is, Ahmad, why was I believe you're a Transtech principal engineer, correct?
Yes, I am. I'm one of the principals.
Great. And were you in charge of processing the West Covina Health Department's invoices to Transtech, telling Transtech staff that it was okay to pay invoices and saying he will process them for payment?
Madam Mayor, the engineering contract is what you're discussing right now, not the health department.
Yes, City Attorney. I would appreciate if you don't silence me. I have the floor right now.
I didn't silence you. I told the mayor that what
Okay, well,
the item was.
Point of order.
Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Here, I have the
Mayor, what
point.
the item was.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get to the point. So, Ahmad, since the City Attorney is talking about engineering services, why do I have engineering invoices that say West Covina Health Department and your name is on there as a listed engineer? Why are we paying an engineer to run a West Covina Health Department?
Well,
maybe the City Attorney knows the answer since he wants to interrupt me, but I think you do. So they're right here if you want to see it.
Well, the short answer is that by profession and by training and the role that I have in Transtech, I am a principal and I'm a civil engineer. However, with respect to the health department, which is unrelated to the contract, which is on the agenda tonight, my role is a project manager who assists Dr. Basil in that effort, and that's an entirely separate contract.
So who was why were you as a senior engineer at Transtech billing our city at $163 per hour for the West Covina Health Department implementation for project management and contract administration if your invoices say Transtech engineering services?
Councilman Gutierrez, we are in this agenda item.
I'm sorry.
We need to focus on
Mayor,
this agenda item.
those invoices expressly charge senior engineer time to the health department implementation. It's within the Brown Act for me and my right to ask on behalf of the taxpayers those questions. So, Ahmad, do you have an answer to that?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I'm not aware of those invoices. I need to, have somebody look into that.
Great.
If the question is my title, again, by training, I'm a civil engineer, but in the health department, which is entirely different contract that what is on the agenda tonight, my role is project manager.
Yeah, because right now we have a senior engineer for 5 hours on this invoice. It was dated August 31st, 2025. It says senior engineer, 5 hours work at $163 an hour. So that's that. And so what engineering work did you do to charge the city for engineering services at that rate?
I am the proposed city engineer on the engineering contract being discussed tonight.
But you're saying you're billing us for the health department.
I understand that, but my title with the company is a senior engineer. But with respect to the health department, I have a project manager role, which is more broad, assisting Dr. Basil in that contract, which is entirely separate than engineering.
Yeah. And the only reason why I bring this up during an engineering contract renewal is because it's specifically charging the Transtech engineering fund here. It says professional fees, senior engineer. But
the title of senior engineer should not be confused in the invoices that are for the health department.
So
those are just titles because simply I've been trained as a civil engineer.
So just so I understand right, are you saying that you didn't do no engineering services, it's just labeled like that, but you're doing project management instead?
In the health department, there is no engineering.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Ahmad. Now I have some questions for Neil. Neil, did staff skip the RFP's published 100-point written scoring?
From my understanding, of course, our CIP manager took the lead. He's just out of the office today. The 5 vendors who had submitted the RFP were shown to have qualified for the engineering scope of services that the city has requested. So with that being said, all 5 were invited to come for the interview by an independent panel.
But do you acknowledge that the RFP itself stated that you were going to score them off a 100-point system based upon, which also includes costs, and that process was completely skipped? And so do you know who authorized that?
Again, from my understanding, it was our CIP manager who had made the determination that we invite all 5. So with the fact that he invited all 5 to come, we wanted to give everybody the opportunity to present their case, to provide services to the city.
And was there ever a written addendum posted online on the RFP Planet Bids notifying bidders that the first step of this process, scoring 100-point scoring metric, was not going to be followed?
That I am not aware of.
Okay. So you told me earlier today that you told me that this was qualifications based and not based on costs. That's correct?
The invitation to have everybody come to the city and interview for it, yes.
Then why did the city's own RFP assign 20 out of the 100 points to proposed costs?
From my understanding of it, if a participant was not qualified, then maybe that could have been the reason. Again, I was not part of that, but since every single entity that had submitted within Planet Bids was invited and given equal opportunity to get awarded the contract.
But the RFP had a 100-point system that would have allowed for rankings to be placed on there. Right now, we're hearing that TransTech costs us over $3.4 million a year, and if we disregarded the costs, I think that's reckless. Did TransTech receive interview points for community engagement?
I believe this was done by an independent panel, and so I don't know if they were aware of any kind of community engagement that the contractor did with the city.
Great. And that independent panel, I believe, was included the cities of Ontario, Glendora, and Laverne, correct?
Yes.
Melissa, briefly, does TransTech have any business in those cities? Just a brief yes or no.
I wanted to start by saying we are in over 100 cities in Southern California. Yes. We do serve in capacities in Glendora and City of Ontario, as well as 14 other cities in San Gabriel Valley.
So Laverne, no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to Neil. Great. Do you believe a public contractor should receive procurement points for financially supporting events associated with officials who ultimately vote on this contract?
Again, I was not part of the RFP. I was not part of the interview. I don't have an opinion on that. I'm just here because...
Great. And would you say that engineering services will also include the hiring of BBK architectural designs?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would you agree that engineering services also covered, the TransTech was covering also the relationship with PPK, P as in Paul, B as in Bravo, K?
That I'm not familiar with.
The fire station.
In the past or in the future?
Past. In the past.
I don't know.
City Manager?
I believe we went out for RFP and PBK was selected by the City Council,
Yes. And who was managing that contract?
our CIP manager.
You're going to lie like that? That's not what the emails show. It was TransTech. TransTech Engineering was responsible for the contract. We have emails from Ahmad to PPK Kelly Neeham. So BBK Senior Principal Kelly Neeham identified Neelish, and Brian Cervantes. Is Brian Cervantes a employee of TransTech?
Well, we have two Brian Cervantes that work for the city, but there is a Brian Cervantes in engineering. That's correct.
I'm referring to the one in the audience. Yes.
That's him, yes.
Okay, great. As participants in the call with BBK was told that the city's political climate meant its additional services requests will not reach council. Were you on that call, Neil? It was a call with you and Brian Cervantes to Kelly Neeham. Do you recall that call?
Yes.
Great. Who used the words political climate?
I do not recall that.
Who told you that BPK's request was not going to go to the council? Was it Mylan, Councilmember Wu, TransTech, the city attorney, or was it you?
It was definitely not me. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall if it was any of our council members, or you don't recall?
Do not recall.
Great. Are you aware, or did you learn that the FPPC Section 1090 matter concerning a council member included allegations involving TransTech?
No, not aware.
Okay. Did you obtain any independent Section 1090 opinion before recommending another TransTech contract?
No.
Right. Knowing that Government Code Section 1097.1 requires written authorization from the Los Angeles County District Attorney before the FPPC even has jurisdiction to commence a Section 1090 investigation that might lead to enforcement, why did you recommend that council enter into another multi-year, multi-million-dollar TransTech contract before that matter is resolved? Or it was Robert who was handling that?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I believe this is outside the scope of what staff was looking at. I'm aware through you and others about those, call them allegations, but that wasn't weighed during our process, the RFP, the interviews, and selection of what we believe to be the best contractor for this job.
Great, thank you. And I have some questions for our city attorney. Mr. Doherty, are you advising the council that staff could publish a 100-point scoring system?
Say that again. I didn't hear. What, you skipped it.
Sorry. Mr. Doherty, are you advising the council that staff could publish a 100-point scoring system, skip it without an addendum, not score the advertised 20-point cost category, substitute an interview process, and legally award this contract?
So this RFP outlines the evaluation and selection. It also outlines the protests, and the city did not receive any protests to this process. And that RFP gives the city broad discretion in selecting an applicant, even allowing them to interview and negotiate.
So can the
city... let me finish, please. Mm-hmm. It's my opinion. I believe the award of this contract is clearly defensible.
And what exact legal authority supports that?
I just said it to you. And without getting, again, Councilmember Gutierrez, without getting further into a legal discussion out here, this isn't a legal issue. We were not involved in the RFP, the evaluation, or the process. And I just told you what the RFP says, and it outlines that there is a protest process, and no protest was received.
Right.
And so, well, I don't know. Let me finish, and I don't know what great means. and no protest was received.
No, great. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. So, yes, whatever you want to say.
No protest was received, so this is certainly a defensible agreement.
And Government Code Section 1097.1, and if I'm wrong, please say so, says the FPPC.
You're probably right. If you're reading them from the statute, you're probably right.
Okay, let me read it and then you can say that. Well, I want people, the public doesn't know. It says that FPPC does not have jurisdiction to commence a Section 1090 investigation that might lead to administrative or civil enforcement without written authorization from the local district attorney. Do you agree? That's what the statute states?
If you're reading the statute, I don't have it memorized. If you're reading it, then okay. You've read it before. It's in the record.
And do you also agree, and I'm not accusing anyone, but I'm just asking you what the law says.
Not accusing me?
Yeah, I'm not accusing you or anyone. I'm saying yes, correct. And so do you agree that Section 1090 also expressly prohibits aiding or abetting a prohibited financial interest contract?
Yeah, if that's what you're reading from the statute, then I don't think you need me to agree. You can just read that into the record.
And 1092 says a contract made in violation 1090 may be avoided, correct?
Not avoided, voided. So in the event something comes of this 1090, we'll bring it back and void the contract. But as we sit here today, there is no conclusion on those 1090 investigations.
Great. And so why are you recommending or permitting council to consider a new Transtech contract containing an affirmative no 1090 conflict representation before the pending matter involving allegations concerning this contract is resolved?
I just told you that.
But you have it in the contract.
I just told you that.
You have a disclaimer in the contract. How can you make that disclaimer?
What do you mean, what a disclaimer?
There's a 1090 disclaimer in your contract.
Okay, there is no finding of 1090 violations with regard to that, with regard to Transtech or FPPC or any council member, so I'm comfortable with it. It's a defensible agreement.
Before tonight, did your office obtain a complete accounting of Transtech's payments and sponsorships to CAWC, Film It, Moon Festival, State of the City, and organizations or events associated with council members voting tonight?
Did staff or did the city attorney's office?
Did the city attorney's office or
I thought Melissa testified or mentioned earlier that she provided all that information to the city.
City manager, did you obtain that information?
I have not received anything in the last few weeks. No, I have not, but I know they've provided past.
Thank you. Does this agreement allow management to expand Transtech into planning, building, and safety and public health administration or another municipal function without another RFP? Neil, maybe, or Tom, city attorney. Sorry.
Again, we weren't involved in the RFP, the evaluation, or the selection, so I can't speak to that. I would just look at the scope of services. Or maybe Neil can answer that question.
Yes. Does this agreement allow management to expand Transtech into planning, building, and safety, public health administration, or another municipal function without another RFP?
From my understanding, this is solely general engineering.
It's just engineering, not building?
No, that's separate.
So the other components of Transtech, their contracts, they're separate from this. This is solely engineering. And with this, before you tonight is a budget amendment that puts a cap of $850,000.
Great.
And that was at the request of the council that there be a cap on these contracts. So we didn't exceed and go into, the 7-figure mark. So that was actually the request of the council. And that's why that budget amendment is included with this.
But the problem is, I think Councilmember Cantos, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos clearly stated it doesn't have the language in there. So I see the document you're referring to. You're telling us that you're taking money from those funds, but you did not put a cap in there. And our finance director, Karen Gawa, has just stated for the record that we're expending over $3 million.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember Guzes. When she's referencing the overall, all the contracts with Transtech combined, it does come to that number. But what we're dealing with here is strictly engineering services, general engineering. And again, in the previous years, there wasn't a cap. So fees were higher than this. So this would actually be the least amount that we're paying TransTech over the last 5 years for general engineering service, if that makes sense.
Great. And does and maybe this is a Karen question or maybe it's a Tom question, whoever wants to answer it, but does contractors qualify for college tuition reimbursement? Whoever wants to answer.
Councilmember Good.
Finance director.
No.
Handles policy.
No, it's my answer.
It is? Okay.
It's my answer.
Tell me, because on your report, it shows that you paid it out, so please tell me.
And where does it say that, Councilmember Gutierrez?
In your, we're going to talk about that later on, but since we're talking about engineering services and an employee of TransTech, I want to know, are we paying contractors for college tuition reimbursement?
No, we're not, Councilmember.
Then why is it in your purchase report?
It is not in my purchase report.
So what is it?
As I mentioned earlier, Councilmember, we have a contractor and a city employee of the same name. The person you're referring to is a West Covina police officer.
Great. So he earns it. But I've asked you for 3 weeks now or 2 weeks for these financial documents that you did not produce. Transparency requires you to produce documents because members of this council have been elected by its people, by the voters of their district, and the city to represent them. And when that's taken away, there's no transparency there. And so my last statement I'll make is that this isn't one isolated concern anymore. We have a procurement where the published scoring was skipped. We have questions about financial sponsorships connected to voting officials. We have TransTech engineering personnel administering health department activity. We have unanswered PPK communications, and we have an unresolved Section 1090 matter that required the district attorney authorization before the FPPC could even exercise investigative jurisdiction. An investigation is not guilt, but approving another potential fiber contract before those questions are answered is unnecessarily legal and financial risk to West Covina taxpayers. If a 1090 violation is ultimately proven, 1097 provides criminal consequences for a willful violation or willful aiding or abetting, including potential imprisonment and permanent disqualification from holding public office. FPPC civil enforcement can separately carry a fine of up to greater of $10,000 or 3 times the financial benefit received for each violation. Those are potential consequences after proof, not consequences of merely being investigated. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Wu, sorry.
You forgot my name already. Okay, it's a long interrogation. Okay, so anyway, I'm just a very gentle couple question. Okay, and I remember back in the 2019. Okay, and when we decided to let go the Weldon. Okay, then we approve the TransTech contract for building and safety. Because we are talking about the amount, the building and safety and engineering combined. Okay, at that time, engineering by TransTech in 2019, okay, and hired by previous city manager Dave Comany. And then the building and safety was performed. Okay, he hired basically Weldon. Okay, and then Weldon didn't do too much of a good job and other complaint. So, okay, supposedly we should bring back in-house, but okay, I decided to give TransTech a try. And the contracts, I remember anything more than $200,000 is like $150,000 income, 50-50. Okay, more than $250,000, 60-40, anything above that, then city will receive 65%, okay, of revenue and 35%, okay, and to TransTech. Am I right, Karen? This is the contract we approve. Okay, and meaning all the permit people pay is income to the city. And the city, since we have so many development, the city pay out only 35% to the TransTech for building and safety, but they need to provide all the employee 24/7. Okay, and so basically the $3.5 million is that possible from our permit, everything accumulate into the income, because we have income, then we have expenditure. So, and as I remember, we approved back in 2019 on their contract, okay, 65% to the city and 35% to the TransTech, but they need to perform and provide all the service. Am I right?
Absolutely. We do have an agreement with TransTech for the building services that was recently approved, I believe, earlier this calendar year. I don't recall the percentage breakdown, but you're absolutely correct. The city receives, collects the building permit fees, and we pay TransTech a percentage of what we actually collect.
I don't certify. No, we negotiate during the diet, okay, and then they accept, okay, and so city keeps 65%. Also a permit fee, and we don't need to have an employee, this and that, okay, retirement, everything will be, they provide. And then how about, okay, the engineering, okay, engineering income, okay, the expenditure is come from this permit fee or this come from a different source that we have to pay them?
So engineering fees is not subject to the revenues collected for any engineering inspections or anything like that. It is strictly service.
So still collect from the engineer, they have to pay for okay, for example, all the so-called the business, they come in, they build, they need engineering, okay, then they have to pay us, and then we have to pay the percentage. So cities still have some income left over after we pay them.
Correct. City retains a percentage of the building permit fees, yes.
So in that way, so basically it's not totally we are come from our general fund. Basically, this is coming from the pool money, the permit fee and engineering fee coming from the applicant.
So just to be clear, the city collects on the building permit fees and a percentage is then paid to TransTech. Engineering fees that we collect is strictly the city's funds. And then the engineering services billed separately is not based upon the percentage amount collected. That's only building.
Got it. So we collect engineering fee and then we pay them per their performance.
Correct.
And is that, okay, since I understand before we have a TransTech, we basically have no capital improvement, the park, this and that. So as I remember, the fixing the street, the traffic signal, this and that, is that they get a grant for us because I remember, okay, a lot of development, okay, coming from all this capital improvement, is that come from, they apply the grant for us?
TransTech definitely assists its staff in going out for grants, as well as the SB1. We have to submit a list of projects for qualification, and TransTech does assist staff with that qualification project.
So paving the street and the capital improvement, the fixing the park, is that TransTech engineer's job?
Yes.
So when people see we have a paving the street and all this, okay, street improvement, is that TransTech's job?
TransTech provides us with the engineering services, and we do have a CIP manager that oversees all the CIP projects.
That's a rubber.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Ortega, yes.
So because before they have their budget manager, but now we decide a couple of years ago we have our in-house to supervise about TransTech, about their performance.
That is correct.
So here the thing is this. Okay, again, I saw their presentation last time, and they provide, okay, the 24/7 service, and they even can pay. So we can have a much easier resident for the builder, for the developer, for the people want to apply, can go online and right away get service.
That's my understanding with the building permit process.
And basically it's their cost, not from city.
Correct.
So they hire the staff, they put the people over there, this and that. So all under their, okay, and resource, and we just utilize, and we received, okay, 65%, and they get paid 35% on all the permit fee, and we don't even have to pay their staff.
We do not. We have a cost sharing based upon their actual revenues collected from the permits.
So understand, okay. So basically, okay, because I'm here since 2015 November, okay, till now, so almost till this November, I would be 11 years. So I went through quite a lot. In the beginning, and I remember 15, 16, 17, especially 18, we are struggling. We have nothing at all. Okay, but after 2019, and then we have a new management team, and then we have a new team coming in. Then you're seeing a lot of difference. You see the improvement, and that is not only the staff, but also our partner, like TransTech, like any other company, and we work together to improve our city. So I think this is the point is, what is our job over here? To make sure the city continue to improve. We have a capital improvement, okay, and our outsourcing contractor can bring the resource, can bring contract, and bring engineers service. In 2015, 16, 17, 18, we have no engineer. We have one engineer lady, and we basically still have outsourcing to so many engineer company, and we still have no project, the street, everything is need to be paved and need to be fixed. So I can see the big difference since I'm here long enough. Okay, and the last thing I want to ask, okay, is the city the attorney, because one of the city council accused, okay, on the FPPC regarding other city council have a wrongdoing because it's complaint. Swore in, say, hey, somebody did something wrong. Even our third-party investigator investigate has no wrongdoing at all. So will this, okay, FPPC complaint from one of city council, will that any issue for us to approve their contract for 2 years and can be terminated anytime if with a will?
Yeah, you can move. I said earlier, you can move forward with this agreement tonight.
So government section 1031, all that kind of, I have no idea what they're talking about. But it's just one city council. I can accuse anybody. I can sue anybody. It's the freedom, but doesn't mean the person has been accused that's guilty. Okay, and then stop everything because, okay, the threat, the horror, the duration, the DA. We already turned everything to DA. Including FBI. So they need to make a decision, any wrongdoing. A third party already clear any wrongdoing, why we should worry about anything just because somebody file FPPC complaint and the FPPC have no choice to do some, okay, investigation, let them do it. Okay, because if everything is going to the city for city event, well, it's a crime. Prove it. Okay, other than that, okay, I have no problem to mold the motion to approve the contract. Okay, since you say you have nothing, we don't have to wait this and that. And plus, the city already put a cap, the $850,000. Clearly spelled express, okay, about the $850. So in that way, well, why we need to wait with table at this and that? We can fire there anytime we feel like it if you have a 3 vote. But in the meantime, we want them to continue improve the city, pave the street, okay, make sure our traffic signal, crosswalk, everything. People are waiting our improvement, crosswalk on the, what street is that? La Puente Road, Cross Road, traffic signal on the Flemington, okay. They want to have a safety, okay, and Valley View, okay, with the Hollywood, okay, elementary, have no crosswalk. The kid, okay, possible in danger. We need that to be improved. So we want to improve, okay, our safety and for our engineering, okay, continue to make sure our city is safe and check everything. Pave the street, pave entire area. A lot of areas haven't been paved for a long time. About time to pave their street. I saw some of the area paved is beautiful, and we should continue to improve our city. So I really have no problem, okay, to move, okay, approval for TransTech. So I move the motion to approve.
Second. I just wanted to make a comment. TransTech did not sponsor Film It this year, and if they did, there still would there still will be no conflict of interest. All sponsorship are transparent. Everybody knows what they gave. We went through all this last year. Remember all the hell we went through regarding this whole chaos thing? This was all reported, emailed, and sent to DOJ, FBI, PPC, district attorney, media. Pretty much it felt like everybody in the world. So everybody in the world knows this situation of being reported and hearing all this so forth. Just like back then, last year, today, tomorrow, there's still no issue. I actually urge residents, including current council who was not here in the past years, to review the council meetings in the past with the whole transition of TransTech being here and how we got where we are today. Back then, we had residents complain, including my experience, and I was just a community senior service commissioner. We had an in-house engineer. We had so many complaints. Services were slow. That is one of the reasons why, I was one of the pioneers to push for these changes. And then our previous city manager, David Carmody, brought in Wilden. And it was okay until we got complaints from the residents. And so we had to, again, bring in another one. Granted, it's all them. TransTech, I didn't know TransTech back then. I do not know them, but they came on board. And so, review the whole presentation. We also had a presentation of the whole breakdown of the financial percentage of what they take. We were in here at long council meeting because Councilman Wu's trying to negotiate and make sure we, the city, get the most buck out of the money so that we get a higher percentage. They do all the work, we get the percentage. So please review that, those whole meetings. Since TransTech came on board, we really haven't had any complaints regarding TransTech's work. I haven't had any issues, and if we did, they've been pretty good at fixing it. We don't hear those complaints anymore. From when I remember many years ago, the complaints that I got compared to the complaints this year, it's night and day. So TransTech has been doing an amazing job. They came to present and showed all the improvement projects that they have done. It was pretty amazing. And some of the things we forget because we just go through the city and we just see something nice, but all that took work. So if you haven't watched that video, that council meeting, please do so. They show all the improvements that they have done throughout citywide in all districts, all areas, and all the improvements. So that being said, there's really no conflict, no issues, no complaints. And if there is, we'll address it. And now on the contract, if they're doing a bad job, boot them out. We'll get another one. But I haven't got any issues. Residents haven't brought anything about what TransTech is doing. For them doing public benefit and sponsoring all these organizations, thank you. That is nice. It helps the students. It helps the community, the seniors. It helps others. So it's not like you're greedy and taking everything in yourself. But I just wanted to say that, they're doing a great job. There is no conflict of interest. And we're okay to move forward. So I have a first and a second.
I have one question.
Councilman Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, there is a not to exceed in. I just wanted to make sure because you're saying it was there. I just didn't see it. That there is a not to exceed within the contract itself.
So the budget amendment is
the budget amendment. Okay.
$50,000 cap.
The scope of work is also clearly. And there's actually a fee schedule there.
I don't know if it's in here. I have not seen one page identified strictly as a fee schedule. I believe when we negotiate the contract, we'll outline a specific fee schedule for all the services provided, not to exceed the $850,000 within the year.
But it doesn't have a fee schedule for specific costs. Okay, so at least it's not in there. So I have the information.
I believe it is in here, Council Member.
No,
Mayor Brian.
You're lying.
He has the floor. You're not. You don't have the floor.
Lie.
Please, Brian.
Oh my God! Calm down, Mayor.
He has the floor. We let you speak. I don't know, for like an hour.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Yes.
Within the 5 proposals, we probably have 1,000 pages of paper here. So I don't identify the specific page that has the fee schedule. But I will make sure that is provided.
You're sure? Because the reason why is because I was part of my contract review and I don't feel comfortable voting on this, at least myself, without without being sure. And I went through as much as I could. So
Understood.
okay, thank you.
Understood, but I'm not lying.
Thank you. Understand.
We have a
Have something to
motion.
say.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Mylan, where is it at? Where it says that at?
I just
Put it in there after the fact, but it's
I just answered that there's probably 1,000 pages here, and I don't identify the specific page. I recognize that.
No, it's not 1,000 pages for the contract, the proposed contract and the staff report. It's not in here, Mylan.
Okay, that's what you're saying. I'm saying I haven't
Well,
identified.
we just had an audit committee member, Jim Grivich, testify or gave a statement about it's not in there, and I concur with the audit committee member.
I will defer, let members of my staff here answer that. Again, looking at what I have in front of me right now, I do not see it. That's what I am saying.
Great. So,
Well, we'll have Finance Director Karen. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Thank you. Again, as stated earlier, if you look at the attachments to the staff report, agenda number 5, attachment 1, for example, is TransTech's proposal. In the proposal, you will see the fee schedule, as well as the other prospective bidders. Again, it's in the attachments. Sorry, I didn't print them out because there was quite a number of pages.
but we're not approving what they put in a presentation. We're approving.
Actually, the bid proposal, so.
It's not in the contract or the staff report.
And I believe the city attorney explained like it's a draft agreement, and whoever the council then selects to be the bidder or award the bid to, their proposal then becomes part of the agreement. That will be part of the fee schedule.
But we skipped that. We were supposed to grade costs, but we skipped that. We took that out without an addendum.
I wasn't referring to the cost. I was just referring to the entire bid.
Budget. It says the proposed budget amendment will require the following funding from reserves. It doesn't say it's restricted. That's all they're getting. It's $850,000. How are they supposed to cover the total $3.4 million? What they're costing us now, roughly, in all services.
As stated earlier, Councilman Gutierrez, the total amount of the 3.5, 3.7 to TransTech, that does include other services, including building and safety, not just engineering.
Yeah. And again, it's not in the staff report. It's not in the proposed contract. So it's not there. And I just wanted to clarify with our city attorney. Last question. City Attorney, you gave a legal opinion a little while ago to Councilmember Wu, who's a subject of the 1090 investigation. Were you giving an opinion in his individual capacity, advising him, or were you giving an opinion on behalf of the city?
I didn't give a legal opinion. I said you can move forward with the contract tonight. I'm comfortable with it. It's defensible.
So you're not giving advice that he could. You're not giving advice.
I just said I didn't give an opinion. I said you can move forward with the contract.
On behalf of the city, calm down, city attorney. Don't get all mad here.
I'm just saying
it's $3.4 million on the line.
I'm repeating it. It's not. It's
great.
$850,000.
Great. That's all my questions.
Okay, City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez and other members of the council. In section 2 of the proposal, there is the full schedule of rates.
Correct, but it's not in the contract or the staff report, Mylan.
The contract is just a draft. That's our template. It's a draft.
So you're saying that we should entrust you with adding those words when it's not in a staff report. You didn't even grade them on the costs. If you had that, why didn't you grade them on the cost then?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I was not involved in the process. Again, you asked where the Mayor Pro Tem Contos asked where the rates are. The rates are here, and Mayor Pro Tem Contos, I can convert this file for you if it's not accessible, but it is included in their proposal.
Correct. It's included in the proposal, but the city did not follow the REP process, which required the city to grade them within a 100-point system that should have included the costs for each contractor who was bidding on the contract. That scoring mechanism was completely taken out, and we went straight to the second mechanism, which was an in-person interview for all 5.
Point of order, I think
There's a voting motion.
We have a
roll call, please.
Second roll call. And on the next, as this moves, this is a draft on the next item, the full details and the breakdown, and we want the city staff to negotiate, obviously, the best deal. And then when it comes to the council, just like what we had a few years ago, then sometimes we continue the negotiation after what the staff brings up. So that next presentation, when they have all that breakdown, that's not the final. We have the opportunity to renegotiate or re-put in, but we want the city staff to do their job and take care of that. So we have a motion, a second, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 5, consideration of award of a professional services agreement for city engineering services and budget amendment. Councilmember Gutierrez.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye. Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I will need to abstain. I don't have that information. I can't vote on it. I'll abstain.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. All right. That's just only number 5. We got a few more to go, everybody. So we have, I know for those that left, thanks, good night. But now we're on to item 6. We're not in the double-digit numbers yet, single-digit number. So which is that's yours, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, let's see. So I'm...
Number 6.
Number 6.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, I noticed that this project is related to vehicle traffic safety and improvements and pedestrian.
Oh, there's Transtech too.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have to stay.
I'm sorry. So one of the things that I had requested some time ago, or do I let him?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Baman Janka, the city traffic engineer, is prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mine is easy, very easy.
That's okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members.
So way back when I think this was initiated, I had requested that we talk about the in-road lighting for the crosswalks at the schools. And I noticed that it was not even mentioned. And so I'm wondering, I know that it's a very costly item. I've been told that, and I've read some emails that say that. But I'd like to find out how much it would cost. Right. I mean, I think that it would be fair for the council to get that information so that we can at least decide whether or not we want to spend on that.
Sure.
I mean, if we're spending $1.some million on attorney fees, then I would say that we can spend on some safety issues for our pedestrians. So that's something that I would like added to this agenda. The other thing is, let's see, you listed. Okay. Number 14, South Lark Allen Avenue and East Cameron Avenue. There's a little problem in that area where there's a dip and people have really hurt their cars there. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can add a sign, some sort of signage, where you can indicate to people to either slow down because there's a dip ahead. So that's another issue that I want added to this agenda.
Okay, I'll take the second one because it's much easier. The dip sign is very easy to do. We can check it out. And if those signs are not out there, we can definitely put a warning sign in each direction so that the drivers are aware of that. That's very easy to do.
Okay, those are the only two things I have for this.
The first one, it needs a little bit of explanation. In terms of the cost, I think we got the cost from another city that we had got from developers or from the contractors. It was close to $100,000. But really, the decision to do the impavement or not to do them, it's not really exactly the cost. Let me just explain a little bit. Okay. Up to 10, 15 years ago, impavement lights were very popular. At that time, we did not have the new devices that we're installing now. There is a device, you probably have seen it in the staff reports. It is called RRFP, Rectangular Rapid Flashing Beacons. Mm-hmm. When we were installing those in pavement lights, we were not installing those flashing lights. We were just doing in pavement lights. Historically, there is a few disadvantages with the in pavement lights, and I can go through them if you like. Since then, in the past 10 years or so, the RRFPs have been designed and approved by Caltrans and by California MUTCD, the California Traffic Control Device Committee, which you have heard. So we install those now rather than in pavement ones because there's a lot more advantages to those. They are higher up, the drivers see them, the rapid, the flashing pattern that goes, it is a lot more effective and all that. That's why we install those. At crosswalks, we have the option of either installing 2 or either 4 at each crosswalk. So that's why we're installing those.
I would still like to see that.
And if I may add, we'll look into the in-pavement lighting and we'll report back.
Yes, please.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have a laundry list. I know, forget, but I'm not going to bring it up tonight. Okay, but just don't go away. Come back.
Go away.
Yeah. I have a laundry list. Okay, I'm going to about 10 pages about what. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I have a list, but I already provide to the city manager. But the one thing is, I think on the Valley View, okay, and the road, okay, and to the Centos, and they have a big dip, and they don't have a stop sign, so you can see the car flying through. So the neighbor told me, okay, they maybe need a stop sign. Maybe you can look into it. I have more, but this one look like pretty, okay, need to look into it right away due to they have a dip and no stop sign and people just fly through. Okay, and the neighbor seeing the car continue to like fly in and the bump on the ground. So anyway, and there is a safety issue. Plus the school just right there, the Hollandworth Elementary School. So just want to share with you some of the issue you can maybe have to look into it rather than, okay, and the people to report to you. But anyway, this is, so I just want to add on.
Also, I know as I'm walking, the residents' concern is obviously speeding. We want to see more calming traffic measures. And I know some streets are here, but I just want to make sure on California, especially near the mall, a lot of people tend to use that as like a highway and they speed. One resident mentioned that the stop sign on California Cameron keeps getting hit, and they've replaced that numerous times. Because you have that data, that information that it's getting hit, it's time to reevaluate, maybe put something else there or do something different, because the minute you replace it, it's back down within a week or so. So if you can please take care of that. Okay.
Any request that comes to us, we'll be happy to take a look.
Okay, thank you. Council.
Really quick, I'm sorry. Jenna no longer with you? Where's Jenna?
Oh, she's here. She's
still with you. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. I think some of the streets that my colleagues mentioned. I think if you could put some sort of enhancements there, and some of the streets in my district and Mayor Pro Tem Canto's district. I think some of the new technology we're using, like the numbers that light up with the stop that lights up, I think that's been beneficial. But what I don't see is, like what they have mentioned, I don't see any dip signs in the dip areas. And I think at one point there were some in some areas, but they're all gone now. So a lot of our dip areas, the signs are completely gone. So, and I think what's that street on Orange and Brente? Like that has a dip, and it's the sign. There's no dip signs there. Also, what I don't see is, which I know our officers do a great job, our police officers, but radar enforcement. I think sometimes that could deter people who are speeding on our streets if they know that it's a radar zone. So how does the radar zones work? Is there any special requirements, or can we put those signs up, or like radar enforcement or something?
The radar enforcement is done by the police. There is no camera type or anything.
Oh yeah, just like the sign, like the traffic sign that says, I think, radar or something. or radar enforcement. Mylon, I don't know if you know.
Yeah, speed enforced by radar.
Yeah, yes.
Those you can only do it when the police is enforcing it. So if they're not enforcing it at the time, you don't put a sign that is you don't put a static sign all the time that this area is being enforced. If there is no
enforcement.
No, I usually see them.
You don't see it on city streets, and you don't see typically a sign that says radar enforced. We have to do it everywhere.
Yeah.
No, they're just asking about a sign that says radar enforced. Yeah.
Which I have seen a couple of them in other cities. Okay, great. And I think also a lot of our new street poles. I think I don't think all of them, but I think some of them. I think some of them have existing street names. The street names that light up, and I think sometimes we're replacing them with just plain signs. So I don't know if there's a way to keep them in the electronic format lit in.
The latest designs, the signs are retro-reflective. So
okay.
when the lights of the cars hit them, then at night you can see them. If they are very, very old signs, they may not be reflective.
Yeah.
That's probably, you may see a difference. If they are very, very old, they may not be reflective.
Yeah.
But the new ones are retro.
Because I know I think there's even new ones that are really dim with LEDs. Yeah. So I think those are really nice as well. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to have Councilwoman Diaz.
Just a quick, I just want to, when will we get an update on this? Or when would this come back to us? With these items that we requested.
Yeah. I will get with our city traffic engineer and in-house staff on this. I know they were looking at different funding sources today to bring these items forward and add them into the existing contract.
I know on the agenda report, it does say project timeline upon execution of the agreement and issuance of the notice to proceed. Construction is anticipated to be completed within 6 months. Project completion is expected prior to or spring of 2027.
Okay.
So that's what we look forward to it.
I have a quick question. Okay, would you come up? Okay, I think the major issue I think the resident has is speeding. Okay, speeding. Okay, especially right now the school reopened again, and the speeding big time. And a lot of residents asking for speed bump. I know it's difficult. So the process of what you need a petition from all the neighbor. For how many percent? 100%, 50%, or 6%? Why is the percentage? Because everybody asks me about, including my neighbor, because I live next to the high school and elementary, and then my neighbor, they really want to speed bump. And then I talk to any surrounding with the school, most of the residents, they want speed bump, because the people are speeding really dangerous. So what is the speed bump guideline? What maybe we can put this on the website, people can see, and the people can follow the guideline.
If the city, we have developed city speed hump guidelines for a few cities. If the city was interested to basically install the speed humps, there are some criteria that we have to establish, and the city council would review those and approve them.
I'm asking current our guideline. What is our current guideline for speed bump? I understand it's a petition. And then go to engineer. I think this is an easy answer.
Yeah, I believe, Councilmember Wu, the city already has a speed hump policy.
Correct.
And, it all depends on the geometry of the street and the speed and, everything else. If the street qualifies for speed humps, then the petition process starts by the neighborhood.
So it's not petition first. It's a petition first because a lot of neighbors, they just want to start with petition. Okay, and when they ask me, I just say, yeah, get a petition, then submit to engineering and the traffic committee.
Correct. If the request comes in, first the city evaluates, based on the speed, the volume, the geometry. For instance, the street doesn't have to be.
Understand? It's not going to be. It's not going to be everything. There's a petition approved, but the procedure, the process, how many signatures they need to obtain, how many, or because they all know they need to get a petition. What is the percentage of?
Isn't it 70%?
I believe it's 5 signatures.
I know, but how many on their street is it? 50%, 70%?
70%, I think. 70%.
70%.
Bring this back because this is a concern. It seems like in all districts of the speeding. I know many years ago I've brought this up, and then I was told that they can't because the fire truck has to come through. But now I'm hearing like different information. So I mean, I would like to recommend this to be brought forth to the council so that the residents know what their rights or what's their ability, because just to hear that, well, here, survey, I mean, I know sometimes they said, well, they'll have police patrol, but the problem is when the police patrol is there, it doesn't happen. Or I know when we had the issue of speeding, I think down on Azusa, patrol was there and then it started to slow down because they find out that they start reporting to each other on Waze and stuff that's, hey, police is on front. So it defeats the whole purpose. And so I believe this, we need to get the right information, what's required, what we can do, what the residents can do to make this happen, either speed bumps, lighting, or whatever it may be. And I know like on ours, street happens during the evening times, and we do have schools there. And so they brought this forth, and I've so far by walking, I've been hearing that same issue. And so we can go back and forth, but I'm hearing, I think it's this. I need
I agree.
an accurate information.
I think that we should get clear information, and then post on the website. So I just say, hey, go to the website. This is the procedure, what you can do, and they can put the form, go to get the petition 70%, submit to you guys, see it work, and research. I told them everything after you got this 70%. Okay, I say just after you get a petition, you need to submit to the traffic committee and the engineering for review. Meaning you have to, because, for example, I live very close to the fire station. I don't think they will allow us to put a speed bump due to the, paramedic engine that goes through my street all the time. Okay, so in that way, so actually guideline, maybe you can put out so people can, case by case, but what is the first step? So, and put it back to us, and post on the, since we already have a guideline.
Yeah, we'll bring an item specific to the speed hump policy.
You got a contract. You have to work harder now.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you. And can you please add to the list along Merced and Michelle, for there to be a consideration for a flashing stop sign, so that way it's only when somebody presses it, it flashes so kids can cross. And then so that's one place, and the other one is at the corner of Merced and Hollenbeck, for there to be a flashing there, going from the northeast to the northwest corners. Those are the two just additional if you could please add that to when you come back.
They actually have on the 18th East Merced Avenue and Hollenbeck Avenue, West Merced Avenue, South Willow.
Oh, they did add it.
Yeah, they have East Merced Avenue and Hollenbeck Avenue.
Oh, okay, they're already okay. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And really quick, I think it's rather than just we request here, there, it's like a bandit, the bandit, so maybe, Transtech can look entire city, all the stop sign, some area really need flashing stop sign, and this is solar, maybe if we can get a grant, then they put it, because a lot of area I went, it doesn't have a flashing stop sign, you cannot even see it, some of them covered by the tree. And no flashing, how you people stop, so and all this, it should be translated as an engineer that you got contract, you guys need to make sure entire city is covered, with all your research and what we should do, rather than depend on us report to you, here, I think it should be entire city, all area, have under your tender loving care to make sure it's safe. I'm done.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes. Also, I think I think one of the stop signs that are working really good in my district, I know they're in, is the ones that illuminate not only around it but also illuminates the stop. In the actual stop lights up white, so it's been very beneficial on Orange Avenue. So maybe also you could work with our fire department. I know there's a lot of new technology when it comes to speed bumps. I know there's many options that a city could choose from, so maybe you could see what options are out there that also are safe and workable for our firefighters, and get some input from them too when you come back.
All right, to move this along, I'll go ahead and
Make a motion to approve.
I moved it. You going to second?
Second.
All right.
I'm sorry, the motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Mayor Lopez Viado, a second by Councilman Wu, for consent calendar item number 6, consideration of agreement for the citywide pedestrian.
Yeah, we have a long way to go. Sorry, roll call. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
No, nothing.
Okay. For consent calendar item number 6, consideration of agreement for the citywide pedestrian and vehicle traffic safety improvements for fiscal year 2025-2026, project number 26014. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Mayor, Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. 9 more items to go. All right, number 8, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. My question is, I believe a change that we made in the policy was that the fund balance policy gives the city manager unilateral assignment authority. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councilman Gutierrez, I'm going to just look that up really quick. You said under fund balance policy? Under what policy? I'm sorry, Councilman.
I believe it's under the fund balance policy. Yeah.
The fund balance policy established procedures for reporting unrestricted fund balance in the city's financial statement.
What number is this?
Committees.
I believe it's attachment number 3, Councilman Gutierrez.
Number 8.
Is that correct?
I mean, it lists the paragraph shows, and then it's under attachment number 3, but the policy states right there.
Yeah. So was that a change, or was that already existing?
The 18% was already included and listed in the policy.
Okay. And is there any other authorities being changed in here?
There is no changes.
Okay, great. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Cantos to approve consent calendar item number 8, annual review of financial policies. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes. Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. On to item number 9, Councilman Gutierrez.
Actually, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
A motion by Councilmember Gutierrez, a second by Councilman Wu to approve consent calendar item number 9, consideration of the third quarter financial report for fiscal year 2025-26. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. On to item number 10, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. So, is this the same report that was presented to the audit committee, Karen?
Yes, Councilman Gutierrez, that is correct.
Great. Did we ever find that? So, I think my question in the audit committee, and you can say if I'm wrong or not, but I asked to the auditor, did he ever reach out to members of the audit committee or members of the city council if they had any concerns? And he responded back stating that he produced some sort of letter that was sent to city staff, but the audit committee members stated they never got it. I never got it. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Cantos has indicated that he never got it. So did we ever find that letter or email that went out?
Yes, thank you very much. So in response to that, on July 29th of 2025, our senior administrative assistant sent out an email, and it was addressed to yourself, the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Diaz, and Councilman Wu. And the subject matter was audit planning letter. And that is the letter from our audit firm dated July 28th. And it basically explains if you have any questions or concerns, please reach out. But it's a planning letter that was sent out back in July. In addition to the email sent on July 29th.
What was it called? I'm sorry.
It was July 29th, 25. at 11:09 a.m.
What's the title of the email?
Audit planning letter?
Audit planning.
Yes, council member.
Okay, and this is the letter that.
You should see the attachment. It'll be from the audit firm.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, so that was the letter.
Thank you. That was the first letter. There was also another correspondence, again from our senior administrative assistant, sent on the same date, July 29, 2025 at 11:08 a.m. And this was sent to our then, at the point in time, we only had one audit committee member, and that was Mr. David Lynn. But it was also sent out to our city treasurer, Ms. Rosati, Mayor Pro Tem, and yourself as well. Again, that was at 11:08 a.m.
Okay, great. And that letter indicated if anyone had concerns or input that they could contact?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Perfect. That's all my questions.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Or did you have additional questions?
Second.
All right, roll call.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Contos, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 10, consideration of the annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, and other related reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025. Councilmember Gutierrez?
No.
Councilman Wu is absent for this vote.
Yeah. Took a stretch break.
Okay. Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passed. Do we need to wait for him to come back, or just
311?
Okay, so we don't need to wait for him to come back. Okay, so we can move on. Item number 11, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, did we go for an RFP for this one?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Brian, Councilman.
Yes.
No, we did not. We, as stated in the staff report, we are going to piggyback off of the NASPO Value Point Master Agreement, contract number AR3229.
And this is a $700,000?
Yeah, it's a firewall upgrade. It's pretty much upgrading our current fleet of Palo Alto firewalls. The ones for City Hall and Police Department are included.
Great. Do you think is that usually how much it costs us for stuff like this?
No, it costs more.
More? Oh, okay. Okay, that's all my questions.
Move the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 11, consideration of purchase of Palo Alto Networks City Firewall and Endpoint Protection Upgrade. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Abstain.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. On to item 12, which is Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you please read the agenda item, please?
Yes. Consideration of audit service agreement.
Okay, perfect. So with regard to the audit service agreement, I just wanted to give staff a chance to answer more comprehensively with what Marcia Solario brought up during her oral her remarks during oral communications with regard to any refraining from putting this out for RFP and just doing the contract the way it's done here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Contos, for giving us this opportunity. If I may give a brief overview of the staff report, please. Thank you. So on April 19th of 2016, the City Council entered into a 5-year contract with the audit firm Rogers, Anderson, Madaloy, and Scott. And that's to provide auditing services for fiscal years 2016 through 2020. Now, on February 16th of 2021, staff issued a request for proposal seeking qualified firms to provide auditing services beginning with fiscal year 21. The RFP was posted on Planet Bids, and there was a total of 7 proposals received and they're reviewed by staff. On March 22nd of 2021, the top 3 firms were interviewed by staff and the audit committee. On April 20th of 21, the City Council awarded the contract to our current Van Lant and Frankel, with the term expiring at the conclusion of fiscal year 25 audit. Our current firm, referred to as VLF, has performed the city's independent financial audits for the past 5 years. And during that period, Grade Frank Hengel has served as the engagement or the lead auditor partner. Now, under the proposed agreement, Brant Van Lant will serve as engagement or the lead audit partner for the term of the proposed agreement. Now, this is a change that is consistent with the partner rotation requirements as stated in Assembly Bill 1345, while allowing the city to retain the same independent audit firm. So if I may, just recite the Assembly Bill 1345 that was adopted in the year 2012. A local agency shall not employ a public accounting firm to provide auditing services to a local agency if the lead audit partner or the coordinating audit partner having primary responsibility for the audit or the audit partner responsible for reviewing the audit has performed the audit services for that lead agency for 6 consecutive years. Thus, it is the rotation of the partner firm that we're recommending to stay with our current audit firm, Van Lant Frank Hengel. So again, we're in compliance with AB 1345 with the rotation of the partner. In fact, the former partner that was overseeing it could still do another year because that would be 6. We're changing rotation as the partners at the 5th year.
So, with regard to BLF, and I understand that it was awarded, the contract was awarded in 2021. In light of the state auditor's recommendations for us to be removed from the list of the worst high-risk cities, for us to engage more in efforts to do competitive bidding, is there a reason why we don't put it out? And BLF may be getting it again potentially or not, but is there a reason why we didn't just put this out for bid to make sure that we get the best bang for our buck, so to speak?
Just as a friendly reminder, tonight you'll be approving the annual comprehensive financial report for 25. That audit was barely completed just in end of June. In order to go out for an RFP for a new audit firm, we would have to have done that a few months ago. Going out for an RFP when you're doing an audit, I need to conclude the audit, and now I need to get prepared for our 26 audit. Our preliminary audit, we're hoping to begin in September, October, depending upon if the agreement gets approved. And therefore, that would allow us to complete our financial audit by the end of the calendar year and no later than January.
After which time in the future will we open up for future competitive bidding, so that we just don't end up in this perennial cycle of just saying, well, we have to get the audit done, and so we need to keep the people we've got now.
I absolutely understand that. We're proposing a 3-year agreement, and there's 2 single-year extensions. So we're requesting the 3-year. Thereafter, the council has the pleasure to decide for us to go out to RFP at that point in time. Understand when we go out for RFP for auditing services, it is a lengthy process. In order to get on the calendar of an audit firm, you generally do so about at least 5 months in advance. So if it is the council's pleasure at the conclusion of the 3 years of the audit firm for us to go out for an RFP or RFQ, we will do so. We will start the process the 2nd year.
Thank you, Madam Director, for answering my questions. With that, I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question.
Roll call. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. So couldn't we go month to month?
This is not the type of contract that you can go month to month. Unfortunately, it's a financial audit. An audit takes more than just a month. It takes several weeks, and you basically break it down
You're
into
asking us to approve a 3-year contract.
We're requesting a 3-year agreement.
The same firm that we have had for the last 6 years.
And I stated earlier that is not in violation. That's in compliance.
Yeah, I didn't say you're breaking the law. What I'm saying is, I think after a while, to ensure transparency and for the taxpayers to feel comfortable to know that the city does switch out auditors over a few years. Now, if they're going to be here for 6 plus an additional 2 plus 1, That's a lot of years to be an independent auditor for a city. And I know some people may like this firm or vice versa. I have nothing against them, but it comes to a point where we should be competitive bidding. We continue to extend contracts after contracts with no competitive bidding. And when are we going to do that? We keep saying, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, but we end up giving extensions. And I'm not saying you as a person is doing that. I'm just saying in general, our city continues this cycle of continuing to extend. And because of that, I cannot support this contract.
Thank you.
We had a second? If not, oh, we did, right?
We did.
Okay.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Contos, a second by Councilman Wu, to approve consent calendar item number 12, consideration of audit services agreement. Councilmember Gutierrez?
No.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
My motion passes. On to item, we've done, item 13, Mayor Pro Tem Contos. And that item 13 is consideration of adopting budget amendment for fiscal year 25-26 and fiscal year 26-27.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, so much.
Anytime.
The budget director is still at the podium? Okay, great. Thank you so much. The first question I have is it a standard practice for us to engage in the following procedure where we have, let's say, a draft contract, and then the next step is to budget for that contract, and then the next stage is to sign the contract, and the final stage to do the work? Is that typically what's done with regard to how we work our budgetary process?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Sure. I just wanted to verify that it is our standard practice for us to have those different stages, where the first step is to draft a contract. The second is to budget for funding for that contract. The third is to sign the contract. And then the fourth step would be to carry out the contract. Like, is that basically, just in terms of the overall fiscal practice, is that how basically it works?
No. The city council adopts the annual budget, and with the appropriations, that then gives us direction as to what services we need to proceed. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, it is an adopted budget. You approve the funds with say it's for a contract and award for auditing services, for example. Mm-hmm. The budget gets approved, we'll come back, we'll request to award a contract to vendor X for the auditing services, and we generally would state that there are suffice funds within the approved budget. If not, we will have to state we underestimated the budget and we need additional funding, and then the contract gets awarded. That is generally the process. I hope I answered your question.
So with the items that are listed within this agenda item, I think it's roughly $1.8 million having to do with obligations that were for the last fiscal year that ended on June the 30th. And so I'm wondering how we are now needing retroactively to budget for funding for items where we were already obligated to have done that by the end of the last fiscal year.
Just for a clarification point, for 25-26, the budget amendment is approximately $700,000, and for 26-27, it's 1.3. So $700,000 is for prior fiscal year 26. And with that being stated, majority of the request is due to projects such as the Palmview Park replacement, as well as the Azusa sewer lift upgrades, as well as a grant that we received funding for. So there are that is the type of budget amendments, as well as the sidewalk and concrete repairs. These are not basically your operating, these are more project related, majority of them.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered your question.
So I appreciate your patience with this, because I'm just trying to figure whenever we we decide to commit resources or we decide to ask for entities to do work for us under a contract or whatever, we have to make sure that there's money budgeted for that before we even ask them to do the work. That's pretty much how it is now, right?
Correct.
Okay, so with what this budget amendment is, it's regarding spending for items that were to have been concluded in the past. This is where I'm a bit confused because I thought that all the various items here were for last fiscal year. But
you're absolutely correct. They're for fiscal year 26.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as accounting practices are concerned, we actually will accept invoices all the way through the end of August, 60 days after your fiscal year close. That's the end of our accounting period that we can go ahead and charge back to the prior year. So that's just because, for example, services may be rendered in June, but the vendor, we may not receive the invoice from the vendor, say, in July. So therefore, in accounting practices, we're allowed 60 days after the end of the close of the fiscal year to go ahead and charge those expenditures back and or revenues received. It's an accrual basis of accounting.
So with regard to these budget amendments, then, what does that do to the standing of our budget from last year? Does this now then mean that we will have retroactively gone into deficit because last year's budget was barely balanced, but then now if we amend it to spend more, then we now are in deficit for last year retroactively?
I truly appreciate that question. And to answer that very simply, the request for the budget amendments this evening, both for fiscal year 26 and for 27, these are non-general fund budget amendments. These are from restricted revenues or special revenues. And with that being said, these special revenues, restricted revenues that we request in the budget amendment, we have reserves available in those special revenue funds. But again, I'd like to make it very clear that these are not general fund budget amendments. These are only for restricted or also known as special revenues.
Okay, I think that answers my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to move the motion to approve. But I just want to quickly, I think street, curve, sewer is all from restricted fund. It's not general fund. The restricted fund basically is come from gas tax, okay, and that is restricted only on the street improvement, traffic signal, etc., etc. So it's not going to touch the general fund. General fund basically is the police and fire and our program staff. That's a general fund. So okay, and this increase basically we have quite a lot in our restricted fund. Okay, and I think we have a surplus over there. So sometimes we just have, just like I'm talking about, okay, the curve, that also, okay, and the diamond, okay, because they have so many up and down. It will cost tremendously if somebody trip and sewer. So we really need to right away to fix all those uneven curve ASAP.
Understood.
To make sure nobody get hurt. So I move the motion.
Is there a second? Oh, go ahead. First and second, roll call.
The second was by
Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Wu, second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 13, consideration of adopting budget amendments for fiscal year 2025-26 and fiscal year 2026-27. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yeah, and I'll just make a quick comment. I think Mayor Pro Tem Cantos has brought up some good points, and I think we should fund the projects and not leave them unfunded. So I will vote no.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, no?
No, it's a no, yes.
No.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm his vote. Councilman Wu.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
No.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item 14. Councilman Gutierrez.
I have no questions.
Motion.
But why you pull things?
Motion to approve.
You motion it?
Oh, you want me to ask questions? I can ask.
Oh,
No.
Motion.
I move the motion. You second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'm not seconding it. I'm just not going to ask the question.
It's okay.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
A motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 14, consideration of the updates to the corrective action plan for state auditor report.
Oh, wait, sorry. Which one is this one? That was
item.
your budget.
This is item number 14. Consideration of the updates to the corrective action plan for state auditor report.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do have a question. I thought we were on your expense one.
That's a question.
Yeah. Karen, what are we doing anything different, or what are we doing to address the state auditor report?
If I may, the pleasure of the council, can I just read my little brief overview? I think it'll provide some insight for the public as well.
Yeah, wrong item. I was.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that.
This was an important one.
I'll rush through it very quickly. I just would like the public to understand the process the city has gone from and where we are at currently. I'll be extremely brief. So basically on December 24, the city adopted an ordinance 2524, and that basically modified the purchasing ordinance. And it states it limited the number of length of the agreement to 5 years. If you go beyond 5 years, you had to have documentation to why. That was one of the concerns from the state auditor. And again, that was ordinance 2524 that was adopted. Now, as of the date of this report, we have 4 out of the 6 items that were deemed to be a high risk as being fully addressed. So the only ones that are still outstanding is the one, continual diminishing reserves and questionable use of city resources. To address the high risk one, the diminishing use of reserves, I'd like to just be clear that you adopted and approved the fund balance policy of 18%. And so tonight you have seen the annual comprehensive financial report with the general fund reserve, the unrestricted balance compared to the operating expenditures far exceeded the minimum requirement of 18%. In fact, it was at 28%. I'm hoping to present these corrective actions to the state auditor to clear that particular item. I do not know if that will be cleared enough, but that is definitely what I will be submitting. And then as far as item number 2, which is the questionable use of resources, the comment from the state auditor was that basically to put, our benefits to our employees are too rich for what the city can afford. However, at the time that assessment was made, the city was out of contract with 5 or 6 out of 9. What I'm going to present to the state auditor is that we are now in compliance, are now in contract with all of our 9 bargaining units. Again, these are corrective actions I'm hoping to present to the state auditor, hopefully to eliminate item number 2.
Great. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
With the motion.
So I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 14, consideration of the updates to the corrective action plan for state auditor report 2024-801. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Abstain.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. Now on to 15. And that is Councilman Gutierrez.
I have questions for Mylan. Just kidding. No questions. That's the one I wanted to skip.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz for consent calendar item number 15, consideration of purchasing report. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Abstain.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. On to item 18, Councilman Gutierrez.
No.
Oh, it's
18. No. 16. Probably.
No, wait. There's a.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah, you're right. You're
16,
right.
yeah.
You're right. 18.
Of course I'm right.
You're always right. Okay.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Woman's
Number
always right.
18.
Woman's always
I
right.
wrote it down.
Yes,
that's the last
of
one.
these.
You thought it was 16, but that's my notes of approved motions. But item 18, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I think Roxanne had a presentation or something. Oh, well, before we go to the presentation, I guess I think she's going to present. So I think it's asking for an RFP for a design, but I believe the city council before I got here had a design, and I believe it was also a design donated by was it Meritage. So I think
I'll start.
Roxanne.
I can answer the question, and then I'll also have our Public Works Superintendent Mike Cressup to provide a little bit more insight. If you wouldn't mind going up to the mic. Through the chair, if I may, to answer Councilmember Gutierrez's question, the design that he is referring to from Meritage is a rendering. It doesn't give specifics. It doesn't identify anything like irrigation. It doesn't get into the details of electrical. It is purely a rendering for inspiration, if you will.
Okay, that's all I needed to know then. That answers my question. Can we show the design, Roxanne, to my colleagues?
Just a moment.
Potential design.
Give me just a moment to bring it up.
Okay.
So this is the design for the dog park that you were referencing. Again, this was a rendering that was, there are two options, option A and option B. That was
for the residents to see. It's not on the, so the residents can see. For on the live channel. So what we can see here, it's not shown. The lives.
I think they're making the adjustment. Give them just a minute.
Sorry, residents, we want you to see what we see.
No, I appreciate you alerting us because I don't see that.
Okay, there it is. It's on.
Okay.
There we go. Go ahead.
Perfect. So again, this is just a rendering. Yes, you are correct, Councilmember Gutierrez, that this rendering was put together at, like you said, at no charge by Meritage. Again, it really is there for just inspiration. It would require, we still do need to go out for an RFP. And tonight, what's before you is the draft RFP, following suit with what we have been doing with our previous RFPs, bringing the scope forward to council, giving council the opportunity to review and to provide any insight. Mike, do you have any additional thoughts or anything else that you'd like to share?
Just to reiterate, this is for final. This will be plans for final bid of the project. So this is what they'll scope, as Assistant City Manager Lerma said. This will scope irrigation, every feature, fixtures, bathroom.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that is a complete change.
Can you also show my colleagues some of the detail renderings they did about like the dog statue representing like police K9?
Allow me a moment to flip to that slide.
Okay. So that's just some of the designs, and I believe there was going to be an area potentially for police K9 to take their dogs to relieve themselves and so forth.
Cute. Well, I mean, those, but I like the right side, the laser cut panel.
No, I think one dog should be not so many dogs. Bunch of Wes Harper.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Well, go ahead.
Oh, no, my question is, why not this including our general, master, plan? Why this one single out?
So it really just came down to how it was ordered on the agenda. So as you'll hear in a few moments, and if we'd like to wait to have action on the
I think
in a few moments.
I think the master plan should be including the Anote Park, dog park, and the outer, and what's the cost, and et cetera, et cetera.
It's not separate from the park master plan. The park master plan does an assessment. It gathers data and info. This aligns with the information in the parks master plan. But if you'd like to hold off until after the parks master plan presentation, we'd be happy
I think this one should including our master plan all together. We approve with how much it will cost us to do this. I understand. I think we using $900,000 of park fee from the development. And how much it will cost this and that. Because they have not only this park, they have a skate park too. They will need a lot of money to fix it. So how we spread the money? Their Anote Park, including their snack bar, they need to something money too. So we need to wisely using those money, and to fix all the surrounding the Anote Park area in into the efficient rather than just single out this one. This one should include in the master plan altogether to be considered.
So this is part of the phase. So this is part of phase 1 of the recommendations that we have pulled from the Parks Master Plan based on the data that was.
I still don't understand why.
Why it's separate. Again, it just came down to how it was ordered on the agenda. And like I said, we can move this towards the end of the agenda.
My suggestion is to move this master plan. We talk all the park. This is one of the park. We should discuss that time.
That's right. We can hold off on any action on this item until we get to the discussion and about the parks.
We need a motion for that.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Councilman.
So this is just an inspirational drawing. The RFP is to go out for a bid to get a rendering and architectural design done and so forth. You're not going to harm me. You're harming the residents that you say that you all represent as a city as a whole. So again, you don't have to retaliate against me and harm my residents somehow. But this is a promise that this council has made to the park area. Del Norte has dedicated park funds, just like your park has. Your parks in your district have. Orangewood has dedicated park funds that have been sitting there for years. They have not been allowed to be used for the residents that live in that affect our whole city. And for you to say it's in the parks plan, it talks about the dog park, so it's already in here. Then why do we do new rubberization at your sportsplex then? Only you get stuff in your district, Councilmember Wu? So you have to stop. You need to be fair here and stop leaving out the residents of District 1, because you're not harming me. You're harming the residents that you constantly state you represent the city as a whole. So don't punish the residents that the dog park affects the whole city. That's a central dog park that has been talked about for years. And you have constantly allocated public funds to your parks this past year, but Del Norte has been left in the dark.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I'm prepared to support this, but it was pulled. So, I mean, I was ready to, and I'm still. So I'd like to make the motion to just approve this thing.
Councilwoman Diaz. Was your mic on, or I can't? Yeah, go ahead.
The master plan, we have no idea what's in it, right? We don't know what's in it. We don't know if we are creating another dog park anywhere else. So I'm just wondering, if we have another dog park in another park, do we get the same RFP for that dog park? How does that work?
So when you go out for an RFP, you're doing an RFP for a specific site.
Okay.
Because this particular, again, it really came down to how it was ordered at the agenda. There was no implication. There was no just how it came down. We didn't catch it in time to reorganize it. It should have been reorganized. So that's the issue. So we'll get into the Parks Master Plan presentation. You'll hear about the recommendations based on the data that they collected. Okay. From that data, we have recommendations of projects that, for phase 1, the projects that we can move forward with immediately, that we do have identified funding for. Some of these projects will require us to go out for an RFP. Some of them not necessarily, like some of the maintenance type of, I'll use that as a category, maintenance type of recommendations we can take care of within this first phase. But you'll hear what those recommendations are when we arrive at that agenda item. We can always hold off if the council's comfortable holding off and waiting until that presentation. We can absolutely do that. But what you will hear in the presentation and what you will find are the rankings and where the feedback and how things are being ranked. So if you'd like to hold off, it's at the council's pleasure.
Councilman Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, nobody say, okay, I didn't say I'm against this. I just say we should go to see all the master plan. Okay, jump the gun right away, say retaliate, this and that. I want the dog park fixed, big period. The dog park is in bad shape. But if we have a master plan just right after, why not we put this together and we have a general idea and then we still go with your RFP. Nobody say we are again. Okay, please let me finish. Okay, so the point is, okay, we'll just put on the master plan all together. We can see entire pictures. So in that way, we not single out this one or single out Cameron Park or single out Sportplex. We want all together look into it. And if this one already have Del Norte, and we already assigned, last time I proposed entire fund should stay on the District 1. I didn't say we should go to the 300,000. No, I said 900,000 should be all stay in District 1 because the impact Del Norte school. But let's hold on this, okay, and all together. We didn't say I don't want to approve. I want to approve, but this is just an imagination about, okay, design like a painting, but it's not really have the sprinkler, the grass area, the electricity, where the statue, how much statue, all that, etc., etc. So we need to know what is the budget for this and how much we can spend. Just like you say, okay, everything taxpayers' money. So we want to make sure the money we go into it will be there. So anyway, I propose to put this in general plan, master plan all together, and then our consultant can discuss and tell us what this and that, and then we can say, okay, we send to RP and this and that, and we can approve that time. But we just all together to discuss entire 16 park and in the master. So in that way, we all want all the park to be fixed. But how much money we have, okay, and what we can do in timely matter, we can phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 to approve this. So don't jump the gun. Nobody want to retaliate or want to punish the District 1. We all together as a resident and neighbor. And I strongly support Del Norte school and then Del Norte park, and then everything should be improved in the budget wise and all together. But otherwise, you spend all the money on those park, then you don't have money for skate parks. Skate park really needs some money to fix it. Okay, and all together we can have a plan, and it will be more sufficient, efficient, and much more. Okay, not making any mistake to spend the money. Okay, thank you.
Councilman
Yes. I mean, you told residents that you voted on and adopted a parks plan. I guess you never did that then. Does the parks plan address Del Norte's dog park?
It does address Del Norte's dog parks through the recommendations and through the outreach that we did. Phase 1, just like we talked about at the commission level, does make a recommendation because we do have funding available. It is subject to council's approval and envision how we move forward with phase 1. We're really trying to we're on this matter. We're teetering off of this subject matter. If we could make a decision if we're moving this item till after the Parks and Recreation Master Plan presentation or if we're moving on this item now. My recommendation would be to wait.
So we had this conversation a while back when Del Norte Dog Park was presented to the council. We all agreed as a council to hold off and see what the master plan presents to us so that we could see everything as a whole. Because if there are things that the park master plan presents with the Del Norte Park, then that changes the whole scope and the design for this. So until I have that information of what's given, I don't know of like the full details of what it is. So I can't move forward with this until I have that. But we've had this conversation before, and we said we're going to hold off this until the parks master plan. So this is before the parks master plan.
So do you want her to present what item is that? So are you asking her to present item number, what is it?
Item 20.
Number 20 before number 18 then?
I would prefer that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I think that makes the most, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
You're saying take it off?
No. Madam Mayor, I move that we move agenda item 20 to now and then.
Combine with 20.
And I'll second that.
Yes.
Yeah, well, no.
Yes.
So the motion was to move agenda item number 20 to now and
18.
No, he said 20.
Oh.
No, we just voted 20.
Okay. Then we just swap it.
Yeah.
That was no.
No, we're going to 19.
We need a motion? No.
There was a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Contos to move item agenda 20 to now.
Yes. To have that presented and then hold off.
No, his motion was to move item number 20, the Parks Master Plan, to right now. Like right now in the agenda.
Well, it's under our
Number 20.
number 20. Or
We could get it.
they're going to be.
We could get it 19 quick.
Item 20 is on here regarding the consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos, would you like to provide?
I was just trying to support what the people were saying, but
We would combine all together. Yeah.
And you, so
we go to 19, get over the right away go 20.
and then go back to 18?
No, 18 will come into the 20.
Oh, can we
it'll
do it at the
fol-
same
it will,
time?
It'll follow.
Go
It will
19,
follow.
20, 18.
Yeah, 18 and 20
Mayor can do that.
combined together.
Yes.
So we can see the big picture.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go 19.
So, well, because we have 19. So we can
Okay,
or
go
hold
19
this off.
first.
Okay.
Go 19.
So we'll hold this and then go to agenda item 19, advertising bus shelters, Clear Channel Outdoor. Is that Councilman Gutierrez or who's that? Oh, no. Was that approved? I didn't
It's
write
under
that down.
it's under departmental matters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So our city manager will present the staff report.
Assistant City Manager Neil Mehta and Assistant City Manager Kelly McDonald.
So we're under departmental regular matters.
Sorry.
It's only 11, guys. Come on.
Chop, chop. Let's get over.
11:05.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Go home.
Good evening. This matter concerns advertising bus shelters.
It's a fifth.
And in 1998, the city contracted with Eller Media to install and maintain 50 advertising bus shelters. Compensation to the city was $95 per bus shelter per month, or 18% of the net revenue. And it also included compensation of a little over $14,000 per year for the first 5 years. In 2001, Clear Channel Outdoor purchased Eller Media and continued the terms of the contract. In 2004, there was an addendum that revised the compensation to 20% of net revenue and removed the annual payment. The agreement was renewed for 5 years in both 2009 and 2014. This graphic shows the annual advertising revenue received by the city over the past 9 fiscal years, receiving approximately between $20,000 and $40,000, averaging a little over $30,000 over this period per year. This map shows locations of the advertising shelters. They're marked with the purple pins. A listing of the shelters is included in the report as attachment number 2. And as shown, the shelters are located along the major thoroughfares. It's Azusa, Glendora, Sunset, Merced, and West Covina Parkway, and around major locations like West Covina Plaza Plaza West Covina and Eastland Center. The advertising shelters predominantly serve riders of the regional transit provider, Foothill Transit, who are traveling to, from, and around West Covina. 44 of the 45 advertising shelters lay on or service foothill routes, or 9 routes that are served, including the Silver Streak. Foothill provided ridership data for fiscal year 25-26 by month. It's included as attachment number 3. Ridership over this period was reported to be over 630,000 boardings in the of these 44 shelters, an average weekday boarding number of 2,000, and over 566,000 alights or departures at these shelters. 2 of the shelters are also located along the city's Green Line near Azusa and Amar. Over the same period, MV reports over 4,700 boardings at the shelter serving the southbound shuttle and 3,900 boardings at the shelter that serves the northbound shuttle. So we have approximately 45 shelters in the city. They're nearly 30 years old and heavily trafficked. as directed, the staff reached out, contacted Clear Channel, and had discussions with them regarding improving the terms or improving the condition of the shelters. Some of the things that were proposed were for Clear Channel to contribute toward a project for citywide shelter replacement, increased percentage of revenue share, which is currently at 20% of net revenue, or replace the existing Clear Channel shelters with new shelters. Clear Channel indicated that due to their operation margins, they're unable to take on the financial commitment of any of these proposals. They came back with a proposal that is included as attachment number 4. Staff advised that we'd bring it forth for consideration. The proposal included refurbishment of all shelters, including the 83 city-owned shelters. The refurbishment project would take place over 3 years, and then proposed continuing maintenance of the Clear Channel-owned shelters. Refurbishment would be new paint, repairs to the panels where needed, along with the screens and so forth. They provided us this graphic, which is included in the proposal, a before and after shot of a shelter that has been refurbished. The proposal is conditioned by the following. Clear Channel would like a 10-year extension of the term, pause in the quarterly payment for 2 years, and it would also be subject to the approval of their corporate. So staff is seeking direction on the matter. The options identified are to notify Clear Channel that the agreement is expired and that Clear Channel has 90 days to remove the shelters. 2 is to work with Clear Channel to finalize a proposal and bring back an agreement for consideration, or to provide alternative direction. It concludes my report. Happy to answer questions.
Councilman Wu.
Basically, it's unspeakable about the bus shelter, and it's very bad, It's a homeless heaven, The trash always ooze out, And the entire area is a field. For example, Barranca. That place is so bad, just like ghetto, It's just really trash all the places, and the homeless over there sleeping on the bench. Nobody, will get near, So, and the same thing, the West Covina Parkway, and you see, and not only that, the advertisement, is really pretty. It's a eye pollution, visual pollution. So, and then they say they would do this. Oh, your picture look very nice, but the reality is not like that. You should take the real picture and what's going on the street right now. This is more like an AI, but the thing, if you go to the sea, I can take any pictures, drive through and take pictures. It's really unpresentable to West Covina. It's not like this, It's clean and the graphic is nice. It's not like that at all. You go to see the Citrus. On the Citra gas station in front, I barely see any rider, but always have a homeless lady sleep over there with all the baggage, this and that. So and the trash next to it too, and then the ad is always a lot of cover graffiti. So whose jurisdiction? Who should and we place all that clear plastic thing. So just let you know, and we only receive $10,000, $12,000 a year with the advertisement, 40 of them. That it should be tremendous money if it's really 20%. I really doubt, and why we only get tiny little money. But the entire bus stop is not presentable. Our city, if you go take a look, our city right now, it's very clean. It's much better than before. But every time you see the bus shelter, and they look pretty unpresentable, especially the one on Clear Channel. I think it's the one from other company, they clean it, they even went to clean the Clear Channel one because it's just really, unpresentable city. So my suggestion is, let them remove all this. I think we can, get a grant for something better, if we need it. Put over there, put some kind of new bus shelter over there. And so that would be more ideal for our city, and then just have all these very unpresentable bus shelters, around our city. Especially they're all in very high traffic area. Meaning they represent the city image. Then we should be something, no advertisement, just nice, beautiful. If we need any, of a shelter. So other than that, really not too, and found with a clear channel, with their presentation, with their performance in our city. And they have a contract. They don't have a contract for a long time, right? So meaning, we only get paid, $12,000, $10,000 a year. So only couple, maybe $1,000 a month for 40 shelter. It doesn't make any sense for financially accountant. It doesn't make any sense at all. So anyway, my suggestion is, I don't think they will improve because this is a eyesore and filth in our city. Thank you.
We had a presentation a few years ago regarding bus stop and the redesign. Do you recall what that was? Or because the photos that we saw back then were not like these photos. Was that a different?
It's the AI.
No, I meant, no, this is horrible. Even for AI, this is really bad. AI. But a few years ago, I do remember that was when we had, I think that's when Councilman Dario was on the council, and we were just talking about bus stops, and then the redesign, the changes, and so forth. Is this?
Is it related? I don't think I was part of that. That might have been through engineering, but we've had we've been talking about bus shelter replacement for a long time.
So we have been, and I know that was a few of the issues, like graffiti, the trash. And then I know I saw that bus stop, but I do recall a few years ago making sure that the benches had dividers, individuals, so that people can sit down. I know we had like the homeless situation where they're just lying down, and we have people who need to use the bus stand far away, they're not able to use it. And on the photo, I don't see that they made that change. So that was one of the requests that I made. So yeah, like that photo. It's just a clear flat. And I remember a few years ago, I said, make sure while we were upgrading or modifying bus shelters that we made it safe. I don't even think it has any lighting. So at nighttime when they're all there, there's supposed to be light for safety concerns. And the benches are supposed to have like dividers so that you can have 3 people sit and use it, not a place to sleep there the entire duration, so that people can use the bus. The graffiti, just the maintenance of it. So that was a discussion that I remember putting through, but. Right,
it was likely a conceptual discussion because none of the shelters have been redesigned. These are 25, pushing 30 years old. And that I think that's true of all of our shelters.
Okay. But I do remember we did discuss the advertising bus shelters, which I know they said this was going to come to us because we had situations of like they're making money and the city's not getting anything or anything much from it, as they're highlighting, but that was one of it. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I think I think the council, we voiced our concerns in early 2025, and I believe someone was supposed to talk to Clear Channel. So is there a middleman between the city and Clear Channel, or is the city are you communicating directly with Clear Channel?
We're communicating directly with Clear Channel.
So
I'm sorry, they're responsive when there are issues with trash. They do pick up the trash if there's an overflow of something. Someone called.
Comes to drive by Baranka.
I'm sorry.
That's bad. Across the street from the assembly member's office.
I mean, we did have Valley Light here mentioning when they clean the bus stops that they would. It's not their job, and they were cleaning the graffiti, and they were power washing things that they were doing things that wasn't part of their job, but just to make it clean because they've been neglecting to do their part.
Right.
There's no accountability to making sure that they do their job.
I want to move the motion to cancel the contract with Clear Channel, okay, and then remove all this filth, okay, and so okay, it's more presentable to the city rather than very dirty and trash and greasy and homeless, okay, shelters for the eyesore for the city, and especially all this ad is not presentable to our city. And again, we don't need $10,000 for a whole year for all this field, and the people complaining about how dirty our city is. Our city improved, so we have to get rid of some of the eyesore, and this is curable. I think later on maybe we can get grant to do some design for some area we need shelter. Not every place they need bus shelter at all. Some area maybe don't need it. Okay, and so much more cleaner look. So this is my motion.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
I just have a question. Don't we have Measure M money that can where we can have bus shelters built that match what the mayor has asked for, that has the dividers and so forth, and don't we already have the money that comes in every year to do those?
We do, but that's spent a lot of different ways
because of the 25% that we
those
give
are. I think the most recent award I've looked at, and I think our engineering estimate was preliminarily was about $50,000 per unit. So, it gets into the millions fairly quickly.
Oh.
So there was $1 million that was set aside for bus shelter replacement that hadn't moved forward, something from a few years ago, but that's certainly something that would qualify for those restricted transit funds, and we can include that in a capital project.
That's good to know. So what's possible for us to do to support bus riders who do need to sit, but yet without them having to endure the eyesore of the current shelters? What's possible if we were to remove these? Because I'm in agreement with Councilman Wu about these shelters, because I went with Councilwoman Diaz and we would spot these. She would spot these shelters, and they're the ones that had the advertisements. I remember this is the one by the old Pizza Hut. Isn't that one of them too?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that was, and it just was awful, just absolutely awful. So I share the sentiments there. But what can we sort of as a bit of balancing? How do we support the legitimate bus riders who need places to sit? How would we do that while addressing what we're all saying here regarding the way these are eyesores and they're not good for the city?
Well, that's something I'd defer to engineering. I think if you're planning to remove these, you'd probably look at benches, as the mayor was suggesting, with the separation and so forth. But coordinating that project would be. Yeah, I guess there would be some time involved in that. I don't know how quickly that project would be turned around.
We can find it. We can, yeah.
Yeah, we could. Okay.
We can work on it.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes. Should we terminate? So are they going to pick them up?
They've indicated that if we notify them
like that.
They'll
clean it up.
Pick them up.
No, they'll pick them up.
They'll take them and repurpose them. Yes.
Do we have money to buy new ones?
No, we just talk about. Okay, later on we can find the Measure M somewhere.
Wait, but when are they going to take it out?
No,
when will they take them out?
Immediately. 30 days.
So what there? Meanwhile.
No, they're clean. It's clean. There's nothing over there.
No seat.
Well, my
a lot of places no seat at all.
Oh, should we ask them either get us a new one or
no?
I mean, I agree to cancel, but
Cancel it.
do we have a replacement for it? Is the question.
Mayor,
Well,
go ahead.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you're saying that they have to remove the seating, like, for example, right there, they have to remove the seat. They just can't remove the canopy or whatever, the enclosure?
Well, they own all of the furniture.
Okay.
And so
well, you know what? I'm going to just say, there's been plenty of places that don't have a place to sit. And I don't see very many people waiting for the bus at all. The only places that I do see people standing and they really are standing because you have people that are occupying these facilities, these shelters, are right here at West Covina Parkway.
Yes.
At the Verizon. I mean, people that are not living in them are around them, and they're just standing around. And so, in my opinion, I think they're pretty worthless, to tell you the truth. I mean, you should just remove them. And buses come often where people do not have to sit there for a long time to wait for a bus. And I know because my brother takes the bus, and he would take it there. And he's one of those that wouldn't sit in those chairs because they're disgusting. So I think they should remove them altogether.
Well, I already moved the motion, but I want to add, because 90 days too long, I think we should shorten the time, maybe 30 days. Okay, otherwise we have a bulldozer to remove them into trash can. Because, okay, there is a field currently in our cities. I saw all the places, especially all the busy intersections, all have that field, okay, and I saw to our city. Our city improving a lot, but we don't need a bus shelters, okay, become a issue that people say we are so dirty, so messy. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. So I support terminating the agreement. I just want to make sure we're not going to affect our seniors, because I've been a couple of times at the senior center and with Mayor Pro Tem Contos, and our seniors have complained sometimes about not having sitting at bus stops. So I want to make sure we're not going to affect our seniors and people who actually do need to sit. So I agree. Let's terminate it. But then if we could come back with a plan or something,
we can install some of the area if they have a lot of senior.
Exactly.
We can put
so some sort of plan.
Yeah.
Well.
But I think,
Mayor Pro Tem Contos, let him have it. The floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding the seniors, the staff was great at putting up a bus shelter that addressed that concern. So that was already eliminated thanks to Mike Cressup. So,
yes.
I mean, and in that regard with this, I think that we're okay.
So my thing, obviously, a trash can is still needed. Everybody who's waiting at the bus stop are snacking on things, are drinking things. They need an area to throw the trash because I don't want it littered around. I mean, if you remove it, I do ask that maybe like one stand or something where people do lean on certain things, because certain areas, if they have the flooring, the concrete, they'll sit down, or they just need an area where they can just sit and not lie down, sit or hold on. It needs to be something, because I mean, I used to take the bus many years ago, and we take
okay.
We need something. We can't just 100% clear. And you're right, people do stand because people are occupying it inappropriately.
My suggestion, Mayor, is let's terminate this contract first, okay, and then we will know which bus stop, okay, we need some of a bench or something, okay, and they have a more senior, and then just Mayor Pro Tem already mentioned that thing, okay, already resolved. But trash can is attract people to dump there. Any people will dump the trash can, and that trash can will be a field. So if you see the Citrus and Cortez, okay, they near to the senior center, they have a bus stop, no seat, very clean. I saw 6-7 of the people walk out for senior, and they're waiting over there quietly. Nobody complained, and they took the bus, but it's very clean. No trash can, no seat, but cross street, they have a bus shelter, and they need to be clean, okay, all the time, and trash always ooze out. So my suggestion is terminate the contract first, and then remove. Then we, based on research, seeing all this, how we need to put some bench, like you say, or this and that, if it's necessary. But in the meantime, I think our agenda is remove their contract, okay, terminate their contract, and have them let it fields out of our city, so our city will look much cleaner, okay, instantly. I guarantee you, instantly.
I don't mind removing the contract, that's fine, but I don't want to have to wait another few months to gather the information. If you can, during the removal of the contract, if you can gather the information of the current bus stops, I don't know how many bus stops we have that does not have a shelter, that does not have trash. If I can get that information then that would be great, because for me, I mean, you have to do something.
I moved the motion to terminate the contract, and I think I need a second. Okay, and the only thing I want, can we have them to remove within 30 days, not 90 days, because they're not going to clean. If we terminate the contract, they're not going to clean the bus shelter. So we want them to, okay, and if they want to stay, keep the days after 30 days become city property. Okay, and otherwise, okay, they can remove within 30 days. I think this is something can make them much faster rather than lingering and no service, and all the bus stop will even make even more worse than anything. Okay, so this is my suggestion. Okay.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, so I don't think the Mayor Pro Tem understood me. What I was saying is that a senior complained. Yes, our staff did take care of it, thank goodness. But the fact is that a senior did complain, which means that our seniors do take the bus. So is there a way? I support terminating the agreements, but understand that you're going to take away bus stops that may affect your own seniors. Now, should we terminate it and then also come back maybe at the next meeting to have staff present a report from Foothill Transit, who has data on specific bus stops that actually need us to replace this information? That's all I will ask my colleague to, if you could.
I accept that modification. Okay, I think
I'll second it.
Okay, and it's important for Foothill with the information. Then we can see we just want clean.
Yes.
Okay, and okay, currently it's not clean. Okay, and then if we have a data, then we can maybe right away furnish the area with some of to serve our senior population.
Yeah, I'll second.
If I may, the Foothill did provide us a fiscal year worth of ridership data as attachment 3 for these 44 shelters.
I mean, I know the data for that. I seen it in here, but I don't have the data of like the information.
Yeah,
specific bus stops.
Yeah, you have to tell us which bus stop.
Foothill has them.
Yeah, Foothill has that, and then you just go ask them. So which one has more ridership, and then we maybe can find something to put some kind.
That's how they get their federal funds.
Of course, okay.
They have the data.
With that, we can maybe furnish the shelter over there, okay, with some grant, okay, and right away, and we have a beautiful shelter, okay, bus stop, okay, and people represent the city with our logo, okay, and then a bunch of dirty ad. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So terminate their agreement and then come back at the next meeting with the data.
30 days. Otherwise, we own those filthy.
Yeah.
There's a first and a second.
Yeah.
Roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to direct staff to notify Clear Channel that the agreement is expired and that Clear Channel has 30 days to remove the bus shelters, come back to the next city council meeting with information from Foothill Traffic to provide ridership data.
And allow us action if we need to implement
a
bus.
Furnish the, the bench or something.
Regarding bus benches.
Yes.
Yeah. Bus shelter. Yeah. Bus shelter. Yeah.
All right. So.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Mayor, Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
My motion passes.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Okay, really quick. Okay. In the meantime, if we needed, okay, maybe our city, assistant city managers or Kelly talk to the Valley Light. Okay. In the meantime, to help us to clean those shelters, so make sure it's clean, because I don't think they were clean after we terminate. So this 30 days would be pretty bad. So maybe we can ask them to help. It's only 30, 40 of them, so easy for them to help us to clean it in the meantime. Thank you.
We'll do the outreach. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to item number 20, consideration of proposed Parks and Recreation Master Plan and recommendations for Phase 1. City Manager, who will present the staff report.
Assistant City Manager Roxanne Lerma and our consultant.
You mind give me just a minute so I can get it set up?
5 minutes. Just kidding.
While we're waiting, I'm going to be asking this question anyways. I mean, you heard the resident. They asked at the last workshop, you didn't request, or they didn't request feedback from the residents.
I do have a slide for that during the presentation, and I have specifics on that. But I was promised 45 minutes for my presentation.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
More.
I would.
I teach my job.
Yeah.
I would like to end my meeting with good night, good evening, not good morning.
Oh, you won't be long.
Okay.
That won't stay. He doesn't want to say 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much for your patience. Through the chair, if I may, just to kind of lay out a roadmap of how we're going to be handling this presentation tonight and this report tonight. I'm going to start off with the staff report portion. I am going to hand it off to Zach, who is with RJM Design Group. That is our consultant who designed the City of West Covina Parks and Recreation Master Plan. He's going to walk you through the methodology. He's going to discuss how we got to where we got to. He's going to discuss the outreach efforts, and he's going to get into some details about the metrics. From there, he's also going to discuss some recommendations and some implementation strategies. Then he's going to pass the baton back over to me in this relay race, and I am going to discuss the recommendations that we have for council in regards to our first phase, working in concert with both Public Works as well as the Finance Department. We're confident in our first phase recommendations, and then moving forward from there, we will discuss how we'll go about the additional phases. So I will go ahead and get started. So the City of West Covina has undertaken the development of a comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan to establish a long-term framework for the city's parks, recreation facilities, programs, and open spaces. This plan is intended to guide future capital investments, maintenance, programming, accessibility, partnerships, and funding priorities. The proposed 2026 Parks and Recreation Master Plan also builds upon the city's Vision 2020. So this is in reference to a comment by one of our commissioners that actually came up through the Community and Senior Services Commission about a past plan that the commission had gone through, and what are the differences between that plan and this plan? So our 2026 Parks and Recreation Master Plan also builds upon the city's Vision 2020, which was that plan I was referring to, which is a long-range community visioning effort undertaken in 2002. So it's been quite some time. Vision 2020 was developed to identify community priorities and establish a broad vision for West Covina's future. With respect to parks and recreation, the vision called for improved and expanded parks and open space, additional outdoor recreational opportunities, youth and after-school programs, trails and bicycle facilities, aquatic sports opportunities, and greater use of school facilities for community recreation, community events, and partnerships throughout the city. Vision 22 was primarily a long-range community vision and policy framework rather than a detailed parks and recreation master plan. It identified broad goals and potential actions for future, but what that plan was missing is that it did not provide the level of facility assessment, project prioritization, or implementation schedules or funding strategies included in the proposed 2026 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So the Vision 2020 again was just more of the framework. It spoke in broad terms, gave some goals, looked at our parks and recreation systems at a high level, as opposed to drilling down into the detail. So I did want to address that before we moved forward. But from there, I'm going to ask Zach to take it away, because this is your moment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I like that it's my moment, but it's not. It's the community's moment, because my role in this is to represent the community voice, tell you what I've heard, and then provide opportunities, strategic framework for you to make decisions on, and financial recommendations as the future picture unfolds for the Parks and Recreation here. I will try and be as brief as possible. However, it was quite a bit of information that I want to make sure that I do get across, which is the community voice. Ultimately, next slide, please. The Park and Recreation Master Plan, as we talked about earlier, it's really a guide. It's a long-range tool to plan for the parks and recreation facilities here within the city. The most important part of this document is it's based on local community needs. We do that through listening to the community, what they want, and then we go through our professional recommendations, pair it with opportunities, funding mechanisms, and then, as we talked about earlier, a plan for implementation. Next slide, please. It's broken down into these 5 stages. First is the inventory of existing conditions. We go out, we look at the lay of the land. Then we go through an extensive community engagement and outreach process. That gives us what we have and what they want. We balance those 2 scales through a needs assessment. From there, we develop our recommendations and then pair that with funding and implementation strategies. Next slide, please. You can see here the timeline that we've gone through, the beginning of the inventory of the existing conditions, the bulk of the work, the community outreach and engagement, where we listen and hear from the community members. Then we pair it with the needs assessment, ultimately the recommendations and where we are today, the funding and implementation strategies. Next slide, please. One of the lenses that we do at the beginning of the process is we get the community profile. We look at the demographics. We'll use Esri tapestry maps for this so we can see neighborhood level demographics in these smaller sections to make sure that we're getting the lay of the land specifically. We also pair this with the county specific information to see whom we might hear from. This is just one level of the analysis we do. It is not the end all be all. We don't develop recommendations just purely based on demographics. It's just the first step. Next slide, please. Then we go through, we look at the inventory of all of the parks, where they're located throughout the community, what their conditions are, what exists within the park. So we have a thorough inventory of what exists. Next slide, please. Then we do that with the facilities. We look at all of the facilities. Same thing, where they're located, what amenities exist within these facilities. Again, building that war chest of information on what exists. Next slide, please. We also went through a 2-year review of the past 2 years of programs that have been offered, where they've been offered, how often they've been offered, to look at what has been offered. And as the community comes to us and says what they're looking for, we can start to compare and contrast elements. Next slide, please. We also look at just basic planning analysis level information, such as acreage analysis, a gap analysis. This is just one standard tool within the toolkit that we utilize, again, to get the background assessment of just lay of the land, where we're going with this. And we see that there's almost 200 acres of city parkland, which represents 1.87 acres per 1,000 residents. There's over 400 acres of city parkland and open space, which equates to just about 4 acres per 1,000 residents. When we look at a 5-minute walking radius, that's an average metric that we utilize within planning, 72% of residents live within a 15-minute walking radius of a city park. Now, we also look at 5, 10, 15 minutes because it changes if you're carrying a 2-year-old, if you're pushing a stroller, or if you're on a skateboard. I've done the stroller pushing, I've done the skateboarding, I don't do either of them anymore. Now I chase my kids down the street as they're getting older, trying to keep up with them. Next slide, please.
Yes.
We do a lot of mapping analysis as we go through this report and this process. This is just an example of some of them I'm sure that you've seen as we go along here. There's mapping of the neighborhood parks, the walking radius. We look at the average distance traveled for all of the community members, the sphere of influence, if you will, throughout the entire community. That's the purple area there in the center one. That's actually much further beyond the city boundaries, because people drive in from other communities to recreate here. So we look at that influence. We also look at participant data on the far right-hand side. As we collect data, we map it. We identify where these comments are coming from, so that way, when we're done with the report, we can see where we've heard comments and provide recommendations based on the community data level input. Next slide, please. Which brings me to the extensive community engagement process. We had a number of stakeholder interviews with key community leaders, statistically valid multimodal surveys. It says 3 workshops here, but just a little more than a week ago on the 10th, we had a 4th workshop, so I'm going to amend that one there. There were 4 workshops. And we still have, even tonight, the project website with a live feedback button where people can go on right now and still provide feedback. That button has been on there since the beginning of the process to ensure everybody has the ability to provide feedback at any point in time during this process, even tonight. Next slide, please. Some of those numbers, that we've received so far. We track the website views, over 2,700 website views. Feedback submittals to date, we have 316, around 100 participants for Workshop 1 and 2. Workshop 3, we had about 145 participants. Workshop 4, we had about 33 participants in attendance, and we'll talk about that one towards the end of the presentation. This really develops around how we run our methodology of the public defines what matters within the community. They define what they want to see within the Parks and Recreation community. And then we as subject matter experts take that information and we look at feasible development options and solutions for those elements that we've heard from the community. And then we provide this report to you, the elected officials, to set policy and investment decisions for the roadmap for the future here. Our workshop process and outreach strategy looks at both in-person and online. So as we had an in-person event throughout the workshop, throughout this process, we also replicated that online in videos and online surveys. So people were able to take part, whether it's at that one-night event or for several weeks after the workshop as well, in an online virtual environment. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we collect data as we go through this to look at the distribution, the geographics, not just demographics, but the geographics of where this information came in. You can see here some of the mapping that we've done from the multimodal survey, coverage across the entire community, workshop 1, 2, 3, and feedback comments come from all across the entire community. So we have clear geographic distribution of participants all across the city. Next slide, please. As we go through, I'm going to share some of the information we've heard from this community voice. As part of the statistically valid survey, we asked where people get their information from. 71% of the participants said they get their information from Parks and Recreation Facilities programs from the city website or online through Google searches. This is important because now we need to utilize SEO information, search engine optimization, to really push forward any information outreach or advertising community programs and facilities. We know where the market audience is now, so we continue to look at that information. Also, we asked a couple questions such as how satisfied people are with the maintenance of parks and recreation facilities here in West Covina. We heard 69% of the participants of this survey are satisfied with them. 67% of the participants said they were satisfied with the existing recreation facilities and programs offered in the city. Next slide, please. We also asked, as part of the multimodal survey, what's one recreation program, class, or event, or activity you would like to see added or expanded in the city of West Covina? And we heard fitness, exercise, senior programs, activities, community events, arts programs and classes, children's activities, music, dance programs, and picnic areas. Next slide, please. We also asked, as part of that, was what is one feature, park feature, amenity, or recreation facility you would like to see added or improved in the city of West Covina? We heard walking path, hiking trails, tracks, sports fields, swimming pool, splash pad, water aquatic elements, water park, better restrooms, more classes, activities, and events, playgrounds, slides, picnic tables, benches, open space, trees, greenery, a dog park, security lighting, cleanliness, and trash cans. Next slide, please. Workshop 1, we asked a series of questions very similar to what we asked in the multimodal survey. We asked the participants what is the most important community characteristics that make the city of West Covina a great place to live, work, and play. We heard a lot about the safety, parks and recreation, the cleanliness and maintenance, the love of the community and neighborhood character, education and schools, shopping and dining, diversity and inclusion, the civic services and engagement, the central location and accessibility, specialty facilities and programs. This gives us an idea of what the community loves about where they live. Next slide, please. Then asking the next question of what are issues or trends that might be negatively impacting these community characteristics. We heard elements such as homelessness, maintenance and upkeep issues, making sure we keep up with that maintenance, safety and security concerns, parking problems, lack of modern facilities, outdated parks, lack of pickleball courts or recreation amenities, graffiti and vandalism, underutilized parks and facilities, as well as lack of funding and budget constraints. Communication and city accountability was also mentioned. Next slide, please. The third question we asked that night for Workshop 1 was what role can the city of West Covina play in addressing these issues and support those community characteristics that make it a great place to live, work, and play? We heard funding and budgeting, community engagement and input elements, leadership and governments, park maintenance and cleanliness, public safety, crime prevention, transparency and accountability, inclusiveness and equitable planning, facility and program improvements, strategic partnerships and collaboration, homelessness, and park safety concerns. Next slide, please. At Workshop 2, we shared previous information that we had collected as part of the public outreach, and then we asked the participants of Workshop 2, both in person as well as on our online process, what is one recreation facility, program, class, or event you would like to see added or expanded in the city? We heard pickleball, girls softball, senior activities, dog park, equestrian programs, fitness wellness classes, community events, environmental programs, walking activities, youth sports and outdoor activities. You'll start to hear a common pattern within a lot of these. As we go through each of the outreach elements, you're going to see these common threads. I look for these common threads through each one of our outreach processes. So that way, when those threads all tie together, they create a fabric, a tapestry of what the community is looking for. And this helps me identify the needs, ultimately the recommendations. Next slide, please. We asked, as part of Workshop 2 as well, what is one park feature, amenity, or recreation facility you would like to see added or improved within the city? We heard pickleball court, park restroom improvements, a dog park, walking paths, security lighting, softball field, Ridge Riders Equestrian Center improvements, a swimming pool or water play, outdoor fitness and exercise stations, community events, and venue spaces. Next slide, please. As part of Workshop 3, we presented all of the information we heard to date. And then we asked the participants of that workshop to prioritize what is one recreation class, event, or activity you would most like to see added or expanded within the city. And as the participants identified their ranking individually, we also asked them to rank them as a group and come up with a prioritization system. We did this across the entire in-person and online process, and we came up with what we heard from the community in terms of percentage, top to bottom, girls softball league, community events, children's activities, senior activities, youth sports, fitness, exercise, and wellness classes, adult sports, dog park, park ranger and police patrol at parks, baseball league, homeless outreach and assistance programs, pickleball classes and tournaments, picnic areas, graffiti removal, art classes and programs, partnerships to increase programs offered. Next slide, please. The second question we asked of that night at Workshop 3 was, what is one feature, amenity, park feature, amenity, or recreation facility, again, you would like to see added or improved? Sharing all the information that we had heard, we asked them to individually rank them as well as a group rank them. And what we heard top to bottom was park maintenance, repair, clean and trash pickup, restroom improvements, walking paths, trails, a track, softball fields, modernize or upgrade our amenities at parks. I'm out of time. That was it. Okay. That was the hook. Scared me a little bit there. I forgot where I was in there. Classes, activities, events, security lighting, shade, playground improvements, swimming pool, splash pad, open space, outdoor exercise equipment, increased accessibility of West Covina Sportsplex. Next slide, please. And then some of the stakeholder interviews, just to share briefly what we heard from these, the community leaders, in terms of asking them similar questions. Program needs and park facility needs. Program needs, we heard health, fitness, exercise, expand senior center programming, equestrian programs and events, multi-generational programs, adult enrichment classes. Park facility needs, we heard park lighting, equestrian center revitalization, walking path improvements, outdoor exercise equipment, and trail system expansion. Next slide, please. We also, at every outreach event, as well as online tonight, that feedback button is live. Every outreach event, we handed out comment cards. We allowed people to provide them either online or written down to us. Feedback that we had heard, over 316 comments, elements included some of the top things that we had heard were community events, inclusive classes and programs, girls softball elements. Park facility needs largely revolved around the splash pad, water play, playground improvements, dog park, pickleball courts, restroom improvements, shade and seating, park maintenance and cleanliness. You'll notice that tapestry, that fabric starts to become more and more clear as we see the repetition from all these community events, what people are asking for, where they're asking for it. Next slide, please. What we do is as we go through this, we look at the small group stakeholder interviews, community leader interviews, the community at large, public workshops, the surveys, Workshop 1, Workshop 2, Workshop 3, feedback comments. We also take the statistically valid multimodal surveys. We take all of the quantitative and qualitative data. We identify how often we heard it, where we heard it from. Things that we've heard in all of the outreach modes become a frequent identified need. At the top of the chart you see there. However, everything is important. This is critical because as we go through, things that came up twice are listed as apparent. Things that came up only in one of those modes are identified. This is important because as we develop the future programs or future facilities, we might be able to group some of these together. and pick up more than just one piece. That's why everything's listed from the community here. As we go through this, we don't put anything off the list. We make sure that we hear all the voices as we go forward. Next slide, please. Some of the things that came up most frequently on this, based on looking at it needs coming across all of the outreach modes, include community events, fitness, exercise, and wellness classes, senior programs and activities, as well as youth programs. Next slide, please. We do that same process with the facility needs. We go through how often did we hear it, out of which outreach mode did we hear it from, and we identify the frequent, apparent, and identified needs. You can also see there on the left-hand side, all of the elements are listed there, so as we go forward into the future, we may be able to group some of those things together. Next slide, please. Some of those top items that we had heard include dog park, park maintenance, pickleball courts, playground improvements, restroom improvements, security lighting, splash pad, water play, swimming pool, walking paths, trails, as well as a softball field. Next slide, please. So now it almost seems like there's a mountain of stuff to tackle, a mountain of information to gather and go forward. In order to do that, what we do is we start at the top. We look at key strategies. And then each of those key strategies, we develop goals. And underneath those goals, we form specific project recommendations, which we'll talk about here as phase 1 improvements. Next slide, please. Those key strategies include maintain and modernize the park system, enhance safety, cleanliness, and reliability through improved maintenance practices, upgrade restrooms, lighting, as well as restoration and repair of the core amenities. Key strategy 2, expand and upgrade recreation amenities citywide, deliver high-demand facilities, including dog parks, pickleball courts, playgrounds, walking paths, splash pads, and sports fields to ensure equitable access across neighborhoods. Key strategy 3 is enrich community life through programs and events and wellness, strengthen youth and senior programs, fitness, recreation programming, while activating parks with concerts, cultural events, farmers markets, and seasonal celebrations. Next slide, please. As we go through those 3 guiding elements, those 3 key strategies, we look at the specific goals underneath each one of them. I'm just going to mention some of them here. The photographs there are representative of the items, not specific place location elements. Park maintenance, we heard a lot about that through the process, making sure we're keeping up with the park maintenance elements. Restroom improvements, security lighting, nighttime lighting within our parks. Next slide, please. Key strategy 2 deals specifically with expanding and upgrade recreation amenities, a dog park, pickleball courts, playground improvements, softball fields, splash pad, water play, aquatic elements, walking path, and or trail elements. And you can see some representative images there on the right. Next slide, please. And then as part of that key strategy 3, community events, fitness, exercise, wellness classes, as well as senior programs and activities, and youth programs. Again, representative images there on the right. Next slide, please. We were asked to hold another workshop number 4. On August 10th, we had 33 participants where we shared all the information we've shared tonight. This information is also still available online through the project website, through all the YouTube videos we've prepared as we've gone through this process. We allowed people to write down their comments and thoughts on Post-it notes and place them all on the boards. We had printed out information that we'd heard. I also had a very large format that identified all of the programs and facilities we'd heard from this process, allowing people to write comments on anything. I even offered, please write them on the boards directly. I'm happy to because I take them home and I read everything. We also offered comment cards. You can see down there at the bottom, there's a picture of one right there. Paper comment cards where people can write information in and share it directly with us. This way we can review, record, and look at all of the information that we've collected so we have a clear transcript of what people are looking for. And you can see what we heard there. Out of 29 comment cards received that night, 19 online elements were submitted. We heard, on the left-hand side, we heard park maintenance, cleanliness, repair, pickleball courts, picnic areas and benches, restroom improvements, security lighting, safety. The list continues on. All items that we've heard throughout the process. There were additional policy requests and information for alternative funding strategies, including partnership elements. Those were provided as well, part of that night. Next slide, please.
If I may just interject real quick, I just want to piggyback off of what Zach is talking about. In addition to these opportunities that he described for the community members to provide feedback, myself, Zach, Kristen, We also made ourselves available for conversations and for individuals to ask questions. We made ourselves available even after the presentations had concluded for questions to be asked. So we really wanted to ensure that we were able to touch each person's ideas or, again, questions that they had, whether they were comfortable writing it down or just having those one-on-one conversations. So the opportunities to provide feedback and to ask were definitely present. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, so I make a point of statement that we're the last ones out at every workshop because everybody has to have the opportunity to be heard. I do ask that they write information down because that's how I collect it and transcribe it. If 50 people told me different ideas across 3 hours, there's no way I'd remember it. So I have to have it written down. It can be online, anonymous. It can be handwritten there. That way we make sure we collect everything. We do make ourselves available throughout the entire night. Next slide. Perfect. Now, we've collected a bunch of community information. We've collected additional workshop elements. We've vetted a lot of the programs, the priorities, the facilities. We've created the goals, the key strategies, the goals and objectives to attaining those key strategies. What we also did as part of this process, as we went toward facilities, we looked at maintenance recommendations, professional subject matter, expert recommendations, everything that includes turf maintenance, turf fertilization elements, scheduling that we've seen based on what practices are being done out within the community. Everything from tree care. Our arborists looked at elements here. We provided recommendations on that. Recommendations for picnic space elements, maintenance system controllers, life cycle costs on playgrounds, developing a CMMS, which is computer asset management systems. Looking at specific elements across the entire community, we've developed maintenance recommendations and paired those with elements. So all across the entire community, there are things that can be improved upon immediately as we go forward. Next slide, please. In addition to, as we prepare these recommendations, whether they're specific maintenance elements, capital improvement elements, large project elements, long-term vision planning, we pair those with funding sources, elements such as CDBG, California Department of Parks and Recreations. Actually, they just launched, I have to pull my email up here because I need to read directly from it. They just launched a $27.5 million dollar amount that's going to be released for a maximum of $6 million per grant application. So there, and that's coming up in January. So there are opportunities for funding that we've identified and paired with specific projects as we go through the process itself. Listed here, I won't read everything because I see I'm like 2 minutes away from the morning. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Even elements such as developer agreements or park and lieu fees for parks.
This is important, so feel free to take. Yeah, this is the most important, and this is what everyone's asking. So take your time on this subject.
This is very important. And I will say, and we have talked as we go through this process with staff, we have a lot of experience in this field. So we share our resources as we go through this because it's not a moment in time. This master plan is a long-range document. And it does take a lot of legwork from when I leave here to implement all these strategies. So we do share our resources on our network of grant writers and the ability to find additional grant elements for this and make your program successful in achieving some grants. Some of those things are having workshops and having a plan, a park and recreation master plan that says this is what we need, this is where we need it, this is why we need it. Those things all help leverage you in these grant applications. So that way we're starting to build the framework in this. Now, I know it's a lot of words, and as we go through this, there are even public-private partnerships that you can do, such as USA Pickleball Services and Grant Services, AARP. There are elements that are provided, and you might have to leverage 2 or 3 or 4 grant elements to complete a project. But those sources do exist. They just have to be sought after on a regular basis, not one time. This is a regular quarterly review. I have a quick question.
Okay, since it's money, we'll go ahead and
2 slides.
Councilman
Yeah,
Gutierrez.
quick question. So, can you help us apply for that funding, or how does that work?
I was going to ask that question at the end. That was my.
I will say I have helped communities apply for them in the past. There are experts that I share with staff of other companies that do this. I can only share information. They are experts at doing it, and they're very successful at it. They strategize that specific elements itself. I have tend to pull back from that because I'm a better planner, landscape architect. So yes, but I do also provide recommendations for
I think Assistant City Manager wants to say something.
Yeah, and one of the most valuable pieces of this, and Zach sort of hit on it, I want to just kind of drive the point home, is this feedback. Because we have this feedback, because we've conducted these community workshops, we're already demonstrating to these potential grants that we've already done the legwork. That puts us far ahead of other agencies or organizations that are applying for this grant. The fact that the city went through this process and we can point back to a lot of the data that we have, or all of the data, and break it apart and say, this is what the feedback was from this workshop. This is what the community was saying from these multimodal surveys. And then in addition to that, we do have some people on staff that do have experience with writing grants, and utilizing those networks and those relationships that RJM does have will help us to be more successful. Now, am I going to promise that we're going to get every grant that we applied for? No, I can't promise that. But what I can say is that we have we positioned ourselves into a much more competitive place than where we had stood before.
Okay, really quick. Okay, I was attending ENA, okay, of council government. Okay, and the state has a lot of, even state broke, but state has a lot of grant.
Yes.
Okay, that's reserved. Okay, for our park, for our trail. Okay, and then when I was there, they said we can apply. And I remember I provide all those information to previous city managers and. But I don't think they do anything. But hopefully this time, okay.
I forwarded some grants.
Not you, Mylan.
Before you guys.
Before you, there's Dave Company. He didn't do anything. Okay, so just so that you know, I provide information, but nothing happened. But hopefully this time. You have all those information because state really have a lot of grant and we need the money to fix all these 16 parks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Real quick too, just, Zach was talking about a grant that we both received the information on. We were just talking about it in the audience when we were sitting there. So the city manager, your city manager is prepared to move forward with grant applications. We do have the data that we need in order to be successful. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
And please don't fall into the trap of, wow, everybody got this email. Well, what happens is nobody applies for it then. I've seen park districts take my reports, apply for them, and get them because everybody goes, oh, everybody's going to go after this. No, you have to go after everything. That's just part of the process. And like I said, you have to leverage grants together. Sometimes it's 100,000, 200,000, 600,000, or even this one that has a $6 million matching component to it. In order to be successful, this is a quarterly review element. It does take some legwork, but as I mentioned to Roxanne, and she said too, is I share information. I'll share all the stuff we've done in the past, our previous grants that we've done and written successfully. My reports in multiple municipalities have been used to apply for grants and have been successful. So it is possible. Yes, I do them. Not much anymore. There are people who are far better at it than me. I've stepped aside and acknowledged they're good. Let them go.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Transtech they can apply grant for us too because they do park development, so we can push them to get us grant. Otherwise, we terminate their contract.
And if I may add on to that point, the grant writing company that they use, Avant-Garde, was actually the grant writing company that I worked with in my previous city when we leveraged our Parks and Recreation's master plan in order to get grant funding. And so we proved to be successful in that process. I started it, didn't finish it because I came over here, but I am familiar with that process, and I have positive things to say about that particular firm.
Okay, we need money.
Can I come to a presentation?
Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. My last slide. As we move forward, what we've set forth in the document is really an implementation strategy. This is where we start to put legs in the document. We start to run with it. Short-term elements now, for the next 3 years, this is our incremental site-specific element improvements. Stabilize and strengthen the existing park system by addressing deferred maintenance that will improve safety, functionality, and the user experience. Based on everything we've heard today, this is the roadmap for the future. That will focus on new project readiness by advancing design, review, cost estimating, that grant funding, pairing it with the projects that we've identified within the document itself. And this really starts to play into that planning, design, funding, phase one element we're going to talk about here in just a minute, as well as then the next group, the midterm, if you will, recommendations, the next 3 to 8 years. It builds upon the stabilization, but this is where we do those comprehensive park enhancements, where we look at those service gaps. We move forward with the incremental improvements to comprehensive park enhancements. That really starts to advance the plans, get shovel-ready projects, so that way when that funding comes in and it's secured, we can run and gun with that and get them built. Long-term, 8 to 10 years, this is where we look at expanding parkland, completing some of those trail networks, major park renovations, and improved connectivity between parks, neighborhoods, and community destinations. Along that journey, though, we look at periodic updates to the Park and Recreation Master Plan and the changing demographic and recreation trends within the community. One of the strongest things that I feel West Covina has is the dialogue, is the passion, is the attention to wanting to be involved and having your voice heard. That is a strength. It is a very good thing. I've worked in a lot of communities where people just decide, I'm not going to participate. It's very hard to move forward with getting a workshop together, getting a project design based on community input, getting a grant. And it has been a pleasure to be part of your community for this brief amount of time, to hear their thoughts, their ideas, their dreams and hopes for the future of Parks and Recreation. Next slide, please. I'm not done here. At this point, I'm going to go popcorn. Roxanne.
Yeah, give me just a moment. I'm going to shift to the next round of slides.
I'm not leaving.
What I want to share with you are some recommendations that we have put together based on the data that was provided. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's just sometimes they're not
showing
positioning
on
the screen.
Oh, okay.
Public.
The public with the...
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, no. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead. Now you can... Go ahead.
That's good.
Okay. What I want to go over with you now are some of the recommendations that we have for phase one of the implementation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. What we've done is we've taken a look at the metrics and the data that was provided in the draft report and leveraged that with funding opportunities that we currently have, whether that be through our PDFs, our maintenance district funds, Measure A funds, those special funds that we can tap into that we really are not tapping into for anything else aside from these improvements at these parks. We wanted to be very responsible and thoughtful in our approach in this first phase. And so the recommendations for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Phase 1 focuses on delivering meaningful improvements across Orangewood, Gallister, Woodgrove, Gingrich, Del Norte, and other parks throughout the cities. This phase prioritizes upgrading aging facilities, improving ADA accessibility, and expanding recreational opportunities for all residents. Key activities are scheduled to, or can be scheduled to occur immediately. Input sessions with the Community and Senior Services Commissions can kick off with design as soon as September. Gingrich Park will be one of the major focal points of this phase one, which would include sports courts, playgrounds, walking paths, and ADA improvements. Again, community outreach with these recommendations can begin for Gingrich as early as October. So we're looking at improved park facilities, enhancing ADA, and expanding recreational opportunities. Phase 1 recommendations. So we do have some Measure A projects, playgrounds at Orangewood Park, Gallister Park, Woodgrove Park, and California Parquet would receive portions of Measure A funding. Again, we can begin those design input sessions with our Community and Senior Services Commission as early as September 2026. Additionally, Orangewood Parks has been identified as a location for potential inclusive play, which would include ADA playgrounds with additional upgrades to amenities and restrooms. Additional funding for Orangewood Park has been identified in the PDF for this park. Shadow Oak Park is also recommended to receive for phase one, sports courts and fitness equipment enhancements to be funded through Measure A. Now, again, this is just this first phase. These are just the recommendations that we have that we can start initially and then building upon those. Further recommendations, Del Norte and Friendship Parks. The dog park for Del Norte Park, we would recommend going out to bid, and of course starting the splash pad improvements. I know that Mike has been working through that process, and we are working towards identifying a long-term solution. We're now at the point where it's okay, we're replacing all of these parts and pieces from this aging equipment. We're shipping them from, what is it, Canada? Yep, Mike's nodding yes. Canada. There's a lag time because of how old this particular piece of equipment is. And we're, like I said, we are definitely looking at those long-term solutions and looking to implement
I'm sorry
them.
to interrupt,
Yes.
Roxanne. On the Del Norte Park, the Door Park, splash pad, how about the skate park?
At Del Norte Park?
No, there's a skate park.
We wouldn't,
The skate park is really in trouble, what I see.
we can look at adding that to the phase one recommendations. We believed that with maintenance and finance that we can achieve all of this for phase one, and we can phase that out to the next.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Friendship Park, walkway, bathroom, sewer, and water line realignment, demolition of the snack bar and parking lot resurfacing, lighting, ADA upgrades. And we're actually, for the bathrooms, going out to bid next week for the lighting and the sewer over at Friendship Park. Phase one recommendations for Greenridge Park, upgrades, scope of work, sports court upgrades and pickleball court, new playground equipment. That park needs it desperately. I know that throughout the years that I've been here, we've seen photos of the condition that that particular park has been in as far as the playground is concerned. Bathroom renovations and lighting improvements, walking path enhancements and AD accessibility improvements. Again, we are identifying potential community outreach to begin as early as October 2026. And what we're looking at for the recommendations to help or to fund Greenridge Parks are the maintenance, is the funding in the maintenance district. We do have funds available. If you watch Karen's head, she's nodding yes, she's reaffirming. So she's comfortable with that. I know Mike is comfortable with utilizing those maintenance district funds. Recommendations for Palmview and Cameron Park. Palmview Park, concrete repair and pathway improvements for phase one, bathroom facility upgrades for phase one, ball field lighting installation for phase one. Cameron Park, we're looking at green space enhancements and improvement to the girls softball field, improvements to girls softball fields. Pickleball court, there is a recommendation for a digital sign. We do look at Cameron as a major thoroughfare here in the city. Having the opportunity to advertise with a digital marquee would prove to be beneficial. And then there are some playground improvements and ADA enhancements that we do need to look at for that park. While the playground at Cameron is identified as an inclusive ADA playground, there are still some few accessibility concerns that do need to be addressed in order to comply with state law. Phase one recommendations for Heritage and Equestrian Center. We're looking at trail improvements and water fountain installations, upgrades, will enhance walkability, accessibility, and park amenities for community. Equestrian Center, further consideration to enhance programming and equestrian amenities. What I want to say about the Equestrian Center is that there are a lot of ideas and opinions when it comes to the use of that space. And I think that there does need to be some more delving into that space in order for us to identify what is truly going to be to the benefit of the community. And I'm going to be very honest with you. We did have a Parks and Recreation Master Plan workshop where we had a ton of people come out and from the we'll just put it this way, there were a ton of people that came out who weren't necessarily residents of West Covina who were interested in activating the equestrian space. We've had conversations, or we've heard from other members of the community who look at that space. Maybe we need to look at it as a soccer field. I don't have that answer yet, but we are looking at, for this phase one, really delving into that and identifying what the best use of that space would be. Yes, sir?
Not only the soccer field, possible dog park too, okay, because this, based on the research, dog park become very popular, like the number 2 and number 3. So possible that would be another option, okay, is to service our local resident because they pay taxes for it. Thank you.
In addition to that, your point is taken. In addition to that, we're also looking at some park system-wide repairs and improvements. So this isn't necessarily some of like your major projects that we've identified for phase one. These are more things that we need to take care of and that we're going to take the time to take care of. These would include upgrades and repairs to play surfaces, installation of new water fountains and picnic tables, and concrete repairs throughout the parks and throughout the city's park systems. Again, these projects will be ongoing throughout the implementation process of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So this is what we have identified initially for phase one. These are the projects that we believe that we can accomplish throughout this phase. These are the projects that we have identified funding for. And any other phases as we start phase one and start the planning process for phase two, those phases will come before the city council for consideration, for feedback, and for approval, but they will all align with what was recommended, the recommendations in the Parks Master Plan, and really leaning on the data and the metrics that RJM has provided for us. So that's what we're looking at for phase one. I can answer any questions. Zach can answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. These are all remarkable projects. So I'm wondering, and if my colleagues are not against it, but I think it'll be a great idea to put like kind of like what we have for the fire station, a sign at some of our parks telling the residents what's coming soon in improvements.
If I may, Susie, are you still here? Susie's actually sleeping.
We found Susie.
We
found Susie.
You are hiding over there.
She was asleep.
So to your point, Councilmember Gutierrez, we are finalizing signage that we're going to put up at the parks, identifying them as this is a project for phase one. So Susie has been working on that. We've been going back and forth on what the comps are going to look like and what the signage is going to look like. So yes, to your point, we want to be able to let the community know that these projects are coming. The phase one implementation, we really did think it out. We really wanted to do something for the community that we knew that we could deliver. We didn't want to make false promises, and I think one of our commissioners said it last Wednesday night, we don't want to be there on Christmas morning opening up a present and there's nothing in the box. So again, we really believe that this phase one is something that's achievable. And one of the things that all of us are excited about is that we get to come back to the council to report back progress so that the council and the community can hear the progress.
Yeah. That's great. And then so maybe not only do we put a sign there, but also like, for example, if it's, was it Palmview or so forth, you have you put all the council members on there who's part of the team, but you also let the residents know who represents that district area too. So for example, if it was Palmview, you'll say Mayor Lopez Viado, or if it was, Councilmember, what parks are in your district? Friendship? No. Which one? Friendship or example like that. Shadow Oak. Yeah, for example, Shadow Oak.
Half and half. My half is Kento.
Yeah. Or Cameron Park. Greenwich. We not only do we put the council as a whole, but we also put it separate which member actually represents the district too. I think I've seen a lot of that in like LA, what they have council districts and so forth.
Well, I don't know about
Or
the
whatever.
council district. I mean, if it's the approval of the current council, yes. Elections happen, may not be here, may or may not, And so, I mean, you're going to have to change that sign in January.
I think 5 of us is fine.
Yeah, just the 5.
That's fine.
This is the approval of these
Yeah, I don't care.
current
Yeah.
council. and
I
then-
think 5 of us is fine.
Yeah.
As long as and we can read it.
Yeah, true. Councilman Wu.
I want to say this. This is something. Thank you so much, the consultant, to spend a lot of effort. Look like this is years of. We've been waiting this like for I don't know how many years, 10 years, 5 years. We've been waiting for a long time, and for this master plan. And with this, finally we have a first step. A baby step. We're starting try to improve all our part. All our part is kind of aging and kind of sad. It needs some kind of stimulant, and I think the master plan is the first stop. I want to thank our assistant city manager hard work to put this together, and then I think next thing is just try to find the source of funding, and then we can implement all this. And it's amazing. It's something. If people can see all the park will be improved. What will be improved, what in facility, what kind of thing will be installed. I think they give all the residents, they know what their tax dollar go to. And then they can imagine, not just say, we will do this, but nothing over there. I think the scientific thing is good for people to understand what we're going to do in the future. But in the meantime, make sure we have money, but we don't put aside for 3 years and nothing happened.
No,
that would be pretty bad.
You have my word. We will not do that. And Susie just reminded me. What she did let me know about the signage is that the current comp lists all 5 of the city council members, and then we do underneath it say District 1, District 2 under each of whichever district that the council person is representing.
I think just the 5 city council.
Absolutely.
And with what we're going to do, and so people imagine. I think based on the research, the pickleball and the softball. Restroom. The restroom is a major issue. We need really to fix those restroom. And lighting. The security lighting or the lighting for the playground, because after 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, it's so dark in the October. So you don't want to keep playing in the dark. And, basketball court, they need the lighting, and, we need to change into all the LED to save the money. But I just say thank you so much. Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you all the staff to Howard. Thank you, Susie. I think you all work together as a team and to put this together. It gives us a lot of confidence and hope that finally, not only we are trying to beautify the city, but all our park will gradually put the thing inside. So I know other city councils still want to talk, but I just want to move the motion to approve this magnificent plan.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
This is a
Oh no, it's a receive and file, huh?
No, you got to
no,
move the
no, it's
motion.
approved.
Don't mind.
You can make a motion to approve.
I'll motion. I'm a park record. That's my field.
I let
that
you
I
move the
work in,
motion.
so- Okay, I'll motion.
You can
it.
second.
I'll second it.
Okay, I just vote yes.
Yes.
Okay, say I'm
Did you have a
humble.
question? Oh, did you need to say something?
No, I was answering their question.
Okay.
I was going to ask one more thing.
Go ahead.
Again?
Just one more thing. This is the first time I think we ever seen all these potential grants.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Been asking
and
for
so
it.
is there a way to have? I guess Transec is our grant writer. Can they come present on?
Yeah.
This at the next meeting or so forth?
I don't know that. Let me get in contact with them and let's sit down with them, because I haven't done that to go over all of these grants with them. So I don't necessarily want to promise next meeting, but maybe the meeting, if you're comfortable, the meeting after that.
Yeah, because it's all hidden. This is all the hidden grants that are out there. That wow, it's a lot.
Yeah, that will require a conversation, and I want to make sure that we can, if we're coming forward, that it's not just a generic presentation, that we're letting you know what our plans are.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, let Transec to find some grant for us.
Yeah.
You did a fabulous job. This is well received. I'm glad to hear at the last workshop that you did receive comment cards, that you received additional online feedback. I know sometimes people don't want to ask questions or debate in front of others, so I'm glad that you also stayed to cater to each and everybody. So thank you for that. We are all excited for this. continue to see improvements. But yes, the grants is something that we've been trying to ask and make that happen. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You want the roll call?
Roll call, huh?
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Mayor.
No, by Mayor Letty Lopez.
I motioned it.
And
I yield to her.
yeah, and second by me.
I have a motion by Mayor Lopez Viado, a second by Councilmember Gutierrez to approve item number 20, a consideration of proposed park and recreation master plan and recommendations for phase 1. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Now we can go back to 18.
18.
Yes. Night,
Night,
morning is not over yet, but for you it is.
Yes, but
So
thank you.
Thank you for staying.
job.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Have a good morning.
Thank you so much. Well, waiting all night, only present for 10 minutes.
All right, on to item 18. Now that we have the park presentation, we see a lot of the bids moving forward. I know on the presentation it said dog park bid processing moving forward. Was that in reference to this 18? So with that being said, I move motion.
Move the motion to approve.
Okay.
So I have a motion by Mayor.
See, not that bad.
Yeah, well, you're junking up and down for nothing.
I have a motion by Mayor Lopez Viado, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Is that correct?
Yes.
To approve consent calendar item number 18, review of request for proposals for the Del Norte Park improvements and dog park project number 24001. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Let me think about this. Maybe, yes, aye.
I don't want to hear another.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Staying. No, I'm just kidding. Aye.
Thank you.
You want?
That's an aye.
Brian will cry. Brian will cry.
I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing
Don't make
at
him
him.
cry.
Thank you. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Mayor Lopez Viado.
I motion passes.
5-0. Thank you.
Okay. Now on to City Council reports, AB 1234, conference meeting. None. City Council request.
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
That just keeps getting delayed. I really want for us to have somebody here who represents this area that covers West Covina to answer our questions about why in the world are they not getting the work done? We pay into Caltrans. We deserve to have those areas not neglected. So I'd like to make that motion to bring in staff.
Didn't we request that? I thought.
No, really quick. Okay, and I was supposed to have done the presentation, but I think you remember couple months ago, Caltrans have a 10-person come over here with our city team, city managers and the Transtack. We sat in the bus, myself and I think Rosario over there too, and we forced them because one of the our attorney resident want to sue them if they don't do anything, and they show up. And later on they clean all our off ramp, but it's not perfect. But I think I was supposed to ask them to come over here to give a presentation about how to continue maintenance and keep
maintenance exactly, and to answer
and how to keep the regularly maintenance to keep because and the Olympic is coming to us pretty soon, so they need to, and they told us the state want them to clean it up. So they really need to keep up and step up, to keep our freeway look presentable. Currently, it's not. Our maybe a little bit nicer, but if you go to Fesquito, Bowen Park, it is bad. It's very bad. El Monte, bad. But hopefully they can not only clean out, they clean entire freeway. But we only emphasize, have them to come to give us, presentation and how to continue regular maintenance of freeway, sweeper and this and the trash, all the places, and Yeah, just wonder. So I suppose to have them, maybe city can invite them to come to us.
Yeah.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, I support that. And just in case they can't, since I know they are limited because they're state employees and sometimes they're not allowed to come late to council meetings. But if it can't be done, then maybe there's a mechanism that the city could establish to get some of our the Caltrans reportable numbers. I believe, don't you have the contact I introduced you to Caltrans's Sacramento Government Relations? And so I know the governor's office has been on them, so they recently just did a lot of the freeways.
Really quick, okay, and 2020, I was the mayor. Caltrans do the Zoom.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, they show up.
Okay, great.
But that time they're doing the Zoom due to the pandemic.
Okay,
and they did a presentation and a lot of questions. This and that. So if that time they can do it, and I think this time, show up. If they can show up 10% in the bus, okay, I think they can come over here to give us some presentation. It's a relationship between Caltrans and the city of West Covina. I think they won't have a legal relationship too. So please invite them to come to do a presentation, and so we can have a Q&A.
And to piggyback on that, it's very important for the residents to know, because sometimes we get attacked. Like I got an email, hitting that West Covina is not doing the job in cleaning, but it's not our area. It's TransTech. So a presentation that, yes. And so just to have that clear boundary so that they know where it's at, and then how to report it, and how they can also have that ability to take care of it as well. So that's important. And maybe that should also be put on our website as additional resources, so that, on the where to report or how to report, all the burden doesn't fall on city staff to make those report. It should be spread out, and they should give the resources to go exactly where it needs to be done. So that is that. Any other council requests? I mentioned it earlier. I want to make sure we have the flock camera presentation. I know one of the residents sent me all these articles. I'd like to give this to, or if you can pass this to the police chief and PD to get that and review these articles. Oh, she'll get it. Just to review it, to just fall in line if there's any issues or concerns that we need to. I want this presentation to ease the residents' mind on the flock camera and give the full picture. I know we had a presentation many years ago when it first started, but because things change and new data comes up, I want to make sure that the police chief has that and be prepared to put this up. Yes.
Yeah, I would support that. Okay, and I support the flock camera. Okay, and I know some city they get pressure down, but we call the flock camera Gabby Cam. Gabby, okay, if you remember, about 5 years ago, Gabriella, one of our residents, okay, at the south side, at the Amar and Azusa, okay, when they're going home to purchase some, okay, and a taco, and the nighttime about 11, 12 o'clock, and somebody just pulled next to her car and they shot her and she died. And she's a young, beautiful woman, just married. And I met the father-in-law, okay, and twice, okay, and at his place. Okay, so, but I told him, because we don't have a camera at the time. But after that, I think Mayor Letty Lopez okay, and request some kind of camera, flood camera, and that camera has been installed. Okay, and so it's why because her and the father know it, the father-in-law know it. We call this a Gabby Cam. Okay, and this right away solved the issue on the Azusa when the 13 or 14 years old girl got killed, crossed the green light, okay, on the Azusa to the Sportplex into the Tokyo Central, and some 18 years old, okay, and DUI, and kill her, and he ran the red light. Without this flood camera, we cannot catch this guy. So just to let you know, okay, and the father-in-law know that too, okay. I say, well, I'm so sorry about your loss, but that is create, okay, some other cases we can solve because the the flock camera system. And based on the chief, we basically arrest a lot of stolen cars. It's more about the stolen car, not intrude to any regular people at all. So about the panic selling about this ice and this, that, it's not true at all. And it's all about stolen car. Why are you driving a stolen car? Because you want to commit a crime. And that's why you drive a stolen car. So with that stolen car, with a flock camera, the screen, right away we can police over there, arrest them, and this and that. So anyway, I really support about the presentation. Yeah, go ahead.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I support that too. I think I have also asked those questions. I think it'll also be a good idea if Chief Katina could ask Flock to invite their government affairs team, which I believe myself and Mayor Pro Tem Cantos actually had an opportunity to meet with the government affairs people for Flock a couple of months ago. But they have extensive safeguards in place to prevent the misuse of their systems. They have regional operation centers. And now they even have newer technology that's a drone system that will actually, when you call 911 or vice versa, it takes longer for an officer to drive there, but a drone aircraft will be able to get there within seconds to tell the police how many units they should send and see right on, spot on to get the suspect. So, yes.
I have a Mother Mayor.
Councilman Wu.
Yeah, and since you all have Mother Mayor, I just think about the drone, and it's a good idea. Regarding the police drone, I know we just purchased a couple of drones, and then in the parking lot they are practicing. My Mother Mayor is, during the July 4th, that time, we have so many illegal fireworks going around all the places. I got so many complaints, and they say it's unbearable because worse than last year. And most of it happened in next to school. So they told me the Vine Elementary, mine is the Mesa Elementary, and the people just fire, the illegal firework, and the same thing too. And they asked me about, do we have a drone to check into us, because otherwise you have no chance to catch them. So my suggestion is, have a police with drone to, monitor during the, July 4th time to make sure we have an ordinance regarding $1,000 fine and this and that. I think we need to enforce and make sure all those illegal fireworks won't happen, because we saw so many fire going on, and on some other park, people's home. So we want to make sure this, can be implemented and really, educate, promote doing that. I remember before we have a big, a sign showing illegal firework in West Covina before the July 4th. This year I didn't see it. Hopefully next year we can continue to promote. Right?
Yeah, we have no signs that say that.
No, we have one. We have two.
We have two.
Yeah. No, we have either two or three. No, they type in illegal firework, and they just say, I say yield, and the construction. They type in the numbers so they can use. And I saw it on the Citrus before get off the freeway. You see the illegal firework. Yeah. So hopefully this will be implemented. This low Mother May I want to make sure just say, use the drone and the promotion to hopefully subside any illegal firework during July 4th. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So that was council requests.
Yes.
No other? Okay, so now on to city council comments. Other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Cantos?
I'd like to congratulate Nikki's Night Market for not only a great event this past Friday, but because of their support, more than $2,000 was raised for Boy Scouts Troop 724. It was really just absolutely magnificent. It was a fun time, and plus various of us, we were together. It was just a really nice time to be together with colleagues and friends, and it's just a nice thing. And also, just as moment of personal privilege, this is fun because I am spending the first hours of my birthday with you all. So,
okay.
Thanks.
You get a birthday song.
Yeah, I'm just so happy.
Hey, where's the
There we go.
Where's the cake?
Where's the cake?
I'm on a diet
Where's
now.
the cake?
You're the diet.
Birthday.
Give you a Coke.
Here, we'll sing you happy birthday. You guys want to sing him happy birthday?
Gosh.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear.
Pro Tem Holy.
Happy birthday
To you.
you.
Thank you. I love you guys. I love our city. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Wow.
And a motion to adjourn.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay.
If everybody needs comments. So just thank you, everybody. Even looking at the park master plan, one of the things that was high on the list was community events. And the community service department does a fabulous job in bringing out community events, and we're doing more. Yes. The second one right below said wellness, so I'm so happy that Councilwoman Diaz and I are doing a community event and wellness, so that's part of the Parks Master Plan. But again, it's this Saturday. We only wanted to cap it at 100. This is the very first time we're doing this, and we've been meeting, Councilwoman and I have been meeting like weekly to get these done and getting these vendors and everything, so with keynote speakers. So it's going to be a fabulous event. It's the first one. I know they want to make it bigger because we had like 50 others on the waiting list. We kind of modified the itinerary, made that work, and so we got 150 that we registered. I know there's on the waiting list, but just look forward to that, and this is for all is welcome. So that's something to look forward to. Now you have a comment?
And because you have a comment, I have to follow you. Okay, so and I hope one day you can accept men. Okay, for your women's wellness. Okay, but I'm just joking. I won't go. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, but I want to say this. I want to say something very important. I think why the resident they chose, the community event is important. The community event bring happiness. It bring unity. It bring people together. You have all the children perform over there, and you have all this kind of activity, and people show up, and the neighbor, brotherhood, sister, every day, people over there happy and smiling to each other. You meet so many people and they say hi to you. So we need to have a more community event. Okay. Hopefully we have more people and put it together, all diverse, all different, and to unite our city together, because you can see the people pick community service is the priority for our park. So hopefully, we can have a park and the event, and also we have all this community unite people together. West Covina strong. Thank you.
Other than that, have a good morning. And I know all of the city staff needs to sleep a few hours and get back to work. So have a good morning. Meeting adjourned. Thanks.